Chapter 1. The night before Hokage Part 1, the moon hung quietly above Konoha, bathing the village in silver light. It was peaceful, almost unnaturally so. Tomorrow was supposed to be the happiest day of Naruto, Uzumaki's life. After everything he had endured, the loneliness, the hatred, the fourth great ninja war, countless sacrifices, and 10 long years spent rebuilding the shinobi world, he would finally become the 7th Hokage. The dream that had carried him through his darkest days was only hours away from becoming reality. Yet sleep refused to come. Naruto stood alone on the balcony of his apartment, watching the lights scattered across the village. Somewhere below, families laughed over dinner, children chased each other through the streets, and the sounds of ordinary life drifted upward with the evening breeze. It was the peace he had always wanted. "You're thinking too much." Kurama's deep voice echoed inside his mind. Naruto smiled faintly. "Maybe. You've looked at this village for 3 hours. Feels strange, because tomorrow everything changes?" Naruto shook his head. "No, because nothing does." He rested both hands on the railing. "I'll still be me. Just with a funny hat," Kurama snorted. "You've wanted that hat since you were 6. Naruto laughed quietly. "Yeah," his smile slowly faded. "I just wish everyone could have seen it." Silence answered him. Jiraiya, Neji, Obito, his parents. Every face appeared for only a heartbeat before fading into memory once more. "I know," Kurama said more softly. Naruto closed his eyes. "I hope I made them proud." Before Kurama could answer, pain. A violent pressure exploded inside Naruto's chest. His vision blurred. The balcony disappeared. The stars twisted into crimson spirals. "What the?" The world shattered like broken glass. Naruto landed hard on cold stone. His senses screamed. This wasn't genjutsu. It wasn't space-time ninjutsu either. Everything around him felt wrong. The air carried no scent. No chakra flowed naturally. Even sound seemed distant, as if reality itself had forgotten how echoes worked. The sky above was neither night nor day. It was an endless crimson void. The ground stretched infinitely in every direction, built from ancient black stone, engraved with thousands of unfamiliar sealing formulas. Naruto immediately entered a defensive stance. "Kurama," silence. "Kurama, I'm here." The fox sounded unusually tense. "I don't like this place." Naruto slowly scanned the enormous chamber. Then he saw him. A blonde boy, small, thin, blue eyes, an orange and black jacket, a forehead protector with fresh scratches. He couldn't have been older than 12. The boy stared back at him in complete silence. Naruto froze. "No way." The child smiled sadly. "I finally found you." Naruto's heartbeat accelerated. "You!" The resemblance was impossible to deny. It wasn't simply someone who looked like him. Every movement, every expression. Even the way he stood, it was like looking into a forgotten mirror. "You!" The boy lowered his head. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto whispered. "I know." The younger Naruto slowly looked back up. "And you're me." Not a question, a statement. Naruto took several cautious steps forward. "What is this place?" The boy didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked quietly, "Did you become Hokage?" Naruto blinked. "Tomorrow." For the first time, genuine happiness appeared on the child's face. "So you really did it." His smile trembled. "I'm glad." Naruto felt an uncomfortable knot forming in his stomach. "Who are you?" The child laughed bitterly. "I already told you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Just not your Naruto." A cold silence settled between them. Different world, different life, different fate. Naruto had encountered alternate dimensions before, but never like this. Never another version of himself. The younger Naruto inhaled slowly. "I searched for years. For a way to save them." Naruto frowned. "Save who?" "My family." The answer came almost as a whisper. "My father, and my mother, and my sisters." Naruto noticed something strange. The boy never smiled when speaking about them. Only pain, only guilt. "What happened?" The child looked away. "I wasn't strong enough." Naruto's voice hardened. "Tell me." Several long seconds passed. "Finally, my father was poisoned." Naruto's eyes widened. What? The poison attacks the chakra pathway system. No medicine can cure it. No medical ninjutsu can remove it. He survives, but he can't fight anymore. The words struck Naruto harder than any punch. My mother used everything she had to protect our family. But without my father's strength, our enemies came. Our allies disappeared. Our clan name became something people laughed at. Naruto remained silent. The child clenched his fists until they trembled. I was supposed to become strong enough. I was supposed to protect everyone. I couldn't. I failed them. No, Naruto interrupted immediately. You don't know that. I do. I watched it happen. His voice cracked. I watched my father apologize to me because he couldn't even make a Rasengan anymore. Naruto felt his chest tighten. That image alone was unbearable. My sisters stopped smiling. My mother cried when she thought nobody was watching. And every day. The boy lowered his head. I hated myself more. Naruto slowly walked closer. You were 12. I know. I still failed. Silence returned. Finally, the younger Naruto reached inside his jacket. He pulled out an old scroll. Its paper was almost black with age. Ancient crimson sealing formulas covered every inch of it. Naruto's instincts immediately screamed. Kurama growled. That's not normal sealing. Be careful. The younger Naruto gently placed the scroll on the ground. I found this. In the oldest Uzumaki archives. Naruto's eyes narrowed. It describes a forbidden ritual. A ritual that calls the strongest version of yourself. He looked directly into Naruto's eyes and makes you fight. End of part 1, ## part 2, Naruto's expression hardened. Fight, the younger boy nodded. This technique is called Shikin Keisho. He slowly unfolded the ancient scroll. His dark red seals flickered faintly, as if they had been waiting for centuries for someone to awaken them. That means. He swallowed, a legacy of souls. It was created by the Uzumaki clan before the fall of Uchiha. Naruto stared at the scroll without blinking. I've never heard of it. You weren't supposed to know. The younger Naruto smiled bitterly. The scroll said that only members of the main bloodline can read its contents. It was hidden under the oldest archives of our clan. Naruto squatted down, studying the intricate patterns on the seal. All his instincts screamed at him not to touch him. The formulas were not just written. They were alive. Every stroke of ink pulsed like veins under the skin. Kurama's voice echoed in his head. Naruto, I've been around for over 1,000 years. I've seen the sage's techniques. I saw the chakra of the 6 paths. I saw the seals that held the tailed creatures. Pause. I've never seen anything like it, Naruto frowned. Can you break it? Silence. Then, no. That single word sent a chill down Naruto's spine. The younger Naruto closed the scroll. I didn't summon you because I wanted to kill you. I called you because, his voice trembled. I needed someone stronger. Naruto slowly stood up. There had to be another way. I was looking for him. 3 years. I've questioned every archive keeper. I've searched all the ruins. I begged every seal master who still remembered Uchiha. His shoulders began to shake. There was no such thing. Naruto looked into the child's eyes, the eyes that were so painfully familiar, the eyes that he had once had, eyes full of despair. You don't understand. The younger Naruto laughed softly. Not really. You don't understand. He pointed at Naruto. You've become Hokage. You fulfilled your promise. You saved your world. His finger slowly lowered. I couldn't even save my own father. Naruto's heart sank. The boy wasn't jealous. He wasn't angry. He admired him, and for some reason it hurt even more. I've activated the ritual. The moment I wrote the last seal with my blood, there was no turning back. Naruto immediately asked, What do you mean? The ritual requires one completion. His voice became strangely calm. Only one Naruto can continue. Silence. Naruto's breathing slowed down. Not really. The younger Naruto nodded. The winner inherits everything. The loser's soul disappears. Naruto resolutely stepped forward. I won't fight you. You have to. I won't. You don't have a choice. I'll find another way. He's gone. The words echoed through the endless hall. For the first time, the younger Naruto sounded angry. No one came to save us. No miracle happened. No prophecy, no sage, no Kurama. His breathing became ragged. I'm tired of waiting. Naruto remained motionless. I'm sorry. The younger Naruto closed his eyes. Me too. He reached into his pocket. Several paper labels unfolded between his fingers. Naruto's eyes widened. Seal suppression? The younger Naruto nodded. I knew that I would never defeat the strongest version of myself, so I prepared myself. He tossed the tags in the air. The papers crumbled into shiny chains of glowing inscriptions. Thousands of sealing characters scattered across the crimson sky before collapsing around Naruto as if in a cage. The moment they touched him, his chakra was gone. Naruto's pupils narrowed. What? He instinctively reached inside himself. Nothing. There is no chakra. There is no sage mode. There is no power of 6 paths. Even the weakest spark refused to respond. The younger Naruto forced a smile. I spent months creating them. They seal the chakra. Only yours? Naruto slowly clenched his fists. So that's your plan. I will level the battlefield to the ground. Naruto checked his body. His muscles still seemed powerful. The years of fighting haven't gone away, but his chakra, she disappeared, almost. Kurama suddenly chuckled. Deep. Dangerous, ancient laughter. The younger Naruto frowned. Why is he laughing? Naruto smiled for the first time since arriving. You made one mistake. The younger Naruto's smile slowly disappeared. What? Kurama's voice boomed throughout the hall. You have sealed the chakra. Not me. A pressure unlike anything that had ever been felt in the hall burst out. The stone under Naruto's feet cracked. The ancient seals trembled. Some even started to burn down. The younger Naruto instinctively stepped back. What? Golden red energy slowly enveloped Naruto's body. She did not pass through his network of chakras. It was something deeper, older. It was as if there was another living being standing behind him. 2 huge crimson eyes opened in the darkness. The younger Naruto's face paled. No, Kurama's voice echoed everywhere. Child. Do you really believe that seals created by humans can suppress the existence that existed before your village? The fox's killing intent filled the endless room. The younger Naruto's legs trembled. His breathing became uneven. He stared at the giant silhouette looming behind the elder Naruto. Kurama, not hate. Not just fear, a crushing realization. He was ready to face Naruto. He was never ready to face the Nine Tails. His hands slowly dropped to his sides. I lost. Naruto immediately turned to Kurama. That's enough. The urge to kill disappeared instantly. The fox just chuckled. Naruto looked back at the child. Well, that's it. It's over. I won't hurt you. We'll figure something out. The younger Naruto laughed, little, intermittent laughter. I get it. It's the moment I saw you. You weren't just stronger. You were everything I wanted to be. Gradually, he folded the seal with one hand. Rasengan appeared, little, unstable. Nevertheless, it was created with amazing precision. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. My father. The younger Naruto smiled through his tears. Taught me. With a cry that was equal parts courage and despair, he charged. Naruto didn't move until the very last moment. Then, he stepped aside. He grabbed the boy's wrist with one hand. I gently put my other hand on his shoulder and changed the direction of travel. The younger Naruto flew harmlessly across the room and crashed into a stone wall. Rasengan disappeared. There was silence. Naruto approached him. The boy was lying on the ground. Tears were streaming down his face. I'm sorry. He wasn't talking to Naruto. He stared at the empty crimson sky. Dad, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect them. I wasn't enough. Naruto knelt down next to him. You were. The younger Naruto slowly turned his head. Not really, he smiled faintly. That's right, his breathing became ragged. My father, Minato, can't use chakra anymore. My mom, she carries everything on her own. My younger sisters, they deserve to smile again. He reached out with trembling fingers and grabbed Naruto by the sleeve of his jacket. His grip was incredibly weak. I see it. You've become someone incredible. His blue eyes searched Naruto. Please, show this world. What's it called? A Uzumaki Namikaze? And Naruto, it really means. Naruto opened his mouth, but there were no words. The younger Naruto's body suddenly began to disintegrate into countless particles of golden light. No. Naruto grabbed his arm. His hand went through. No way, the child smiled peacefully. Take care of them, a brother. The last word barely escaped his lips. Then he disappeared. Only silence remained. The ancient scroll turned to ashes. The crimson world shattered. Naruto felt himself falling. Everything was plunged into darkness. Then voices, Naruto, please wake up, brother. He opened his eyes abruptly. Wooden ceiling, the smell of medicine, the warmth of sunlight. He was lying on the tatami mat. Several figures surrounded him. A woman with long dark red hair. Her violet eyes were already filled with tears. A blonde man in a white raincoat with a haggard face. Two scared twin girls with bright red hair. And an elderly man with long white hair whose usually carefree expression was replaced by deep sadness. Naruto instantly recognized each of them, his breath caught in his throat. Mom, Dad, Kushina gasped. Minato took one hesitant step forward. His voice faltered. Who's back? There was complete silence in the room. Naruto lowered his head, his fists clenched, resting on the floor. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. Another long silence. Then, your son, dead. Kushina fell on Minato's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Minato closed his eyes, and tears silently flowed down his face. The twin girls started crying, not knowing why. Jiraiya just lowered his head. Chapter 2, a stranger wearing his face Part 1 silence. It was the kind of silence that suffocated. No one moved. No one dared to breathe. Naruto remained kneeling on the tatami floor, his head lowered. He couldn't bring himself to look at them anymore. He had faced Madara. He had stood before Kaguya. He had fought gods. Yet none of those moments compared to the crushing weight inside his chest now. Across from him, Kushina's quiet sobs echoed through the room. Minato wrapped one arm around his wife, though his own hands trembled just as much. The two little girls stood frozen beside them. One clutched the sleeve of Kushina's kimono. The other stared at Naruto with wide, frightened blue eyes. Neither of them truly understood what had happened. They only knew their brother was gone. Jiraiya slowly folded the letter and placed it back onto the table. His usually relaxed face had aged years in only a few minutes. He looked toward Naruto. You remember everything? Naruto nodded once. Yes. Everything from your own world? Yes. And everything that happened here? Naruto slowly shook his head. No, the answer came immediately. I only know what your Naruto told me. Another silence followed. Jiraiya studied him carefully, every movement, every breath, every expression. It wasn't the body that bothered him. It was the eyes. Those weren't the eyes of a 12-year-old. They belonged to someone who had seen far too much death. Someone who had buried too many friends. Someone who had survived long after losing everything. Jiraiya quietly sighed. I believe him. Minato looked up. So do I. Kushina slowly raised her tear-filled eyes. How? Minato closed his eyes for a moment. When he woke up, he looked at us. But he didn't smile. Naruto lowered his head even further. Minato continued quietly. Our Naruto would have jumped into your arms before saying a single word. Kushina bit her lip. Tears rolled down her cheeks once more. He would have called me Mom, before anything else. Naruto felt guilt twisting inside him. His voice almost disappeared. I'm sorry. I couldn't save him. You don't have to apologize. The words came from Minato. Naruto looked up in surprise. The fourth Hokage's face remained calm, painfully calm. He made his own decision. He left us a letter. And according to that letter. Minato forced himself to continue. You tried to stop him, Naruto nodded. I refused to fight, but the ritual wouldn't let either of us leave. Kushina whispered, did he suffer? Naruto's heart stopped. He remembered the boy's final smile. his trembling hand, his last words. "Take care of them, brother," Naruto swallowed. No, he wasn't afraid. He was worried. Kushina covered her mouth. Worried. Naruto nodded. "About all of you." The room fell silent once again. The twins finally began crying. One of them buried her face against Kushina's side. The other looked directly at Naruto. "Mister," her tiny voice trembled. "Where's my big brother?" Naruto froze. He couldn't answer. Every word caught inside his throat. The little girl took a hesitant step closer. "You look exactly like him." Another step. Can you bring him back?" Naruto closed his eyes. "I can't." Her face crumpled. Small tears rolled down her cheeks. "Why not?" No answer came. "Because there wasn't one." Jiraiya quietly stood. "Girls," his voice was gentle, "come here." The twins reluctantly walked toward him. He knelt beside them. "Let's give your parents some time." Neither wanted to leave, but after a moment, they nodded. As they reached the doorway, the younger twins suddenly looked back. She hesitated, then quietly said, "Good night, brother." Naruto's entire body stiffened. She wasn't talking to him, she was saying goodbye. The door slid shut. The room became painfully quiet once more. Minutes passed before Minato finally spoke again. "My name is Minato Namikaze." Naruto looked confused. Minato gave a sad smile. "I know you already know, but I think introductions are still important." He extended his hand. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki." The words escaped almost automatically. For a brief second, everyone froze. Naruto slowly looked at his own hand. "From another world." Minato nodded. "It's an honor to meet you, Naruto." The handshake was firm, not between strangers, nor between father and son, but between two shinobi carrying unbearable burdens. Kushina watched silently before wiping away her tears. She stepped forward, slowly, carefully. Almost as if afraid he would disappear, Naruto instinctively stepped back. You don't have to." Kushina stopped. She understood. He wasn't rejecting her. He simply couldn't allow himself to accept the embrace that belonged to another child. A heartbreaking smile appeared on her face. "I'm sorry." Naruto immediately shook his head. "No, I should be the one apologizing. I'm living because your son chose to die." Kushina's eyes widened. "No." Her voice became unexpectedly firm. "Our son chose to save us." Naruto looked up. She continued, "That's exactly what Naruto would do." Tears once again rolled down her cheeks. "And if he trusted you enough to leave us in your hands," she placed one trembling hand over her heart. "Then I'll trust you too." Naruto couldn't answer. For the first time since arriving in this world, he felt something even heavier than guilt, responsibility. Not as a Hokage, not as a hero, but as the last wish of a boy whose life had ended far too soon. End of Chapter 2, Part 1 Chapter 2. A stranger wearing his face Part 2. No one spoke for several long minutes. The room remained heavy with grief. Minato quietly folded the letter and placed it back inside his cloak, as though it were the most precious thing he had left in the world. Naruto couldn't bring himself to meet anyone's eyes. He had delivered countless speeches, inspired entire armies, convinced enemies to lay down their hatred. Yet now, he couldn't find a single word worth saying. Finally, Minato broke the silence. "There is one thing I need to know." Naruto looked up. "Did he suffer?" The question struck harder than any attack. Naruto closed his eyes. He remembered the boy's final smile, the trembling hand gripping his sleeve, the tears that refused to stop falling. "Take care of them, brother." He wasn't afraid. Naruto's voice was barely audible. He had already accepted what would happen. Kushina lowered her head. "But," Naruto continued, "he regretted leaving all of you behind." Fresh tears escaped Kushina's eyes. Minato simply nodded. "That sounds like our Naruto." Silence returned once again. Eventually Minato stood. "I'd like to ask you for one favor." Naruto immediately answered. "Anything. I want you to examine me." Naruto blinked. "My condition." Minato slowly pulled back the sleeve of his shirt. Dark scars spread across his forearm like thin black roots beneath the skin. They weren't there 10 years ago. Naruto's expression changed. The scars weren't ordinary, they pulsed faintly, almost like corrupted chakra itself. "I've visited every medical specialist in the 5 great nations." Minato smiled bitterly. "Tsunade, Shizune, the medical corps," he hesitated. "Even Orochimaru." Naruto's eyes widened. "Orochimaru?" He examined the poison. "And?" Minato quietly answered. He said it was the most sophisticated chakra toxin he had ever encountered. Naruto frowned. Orochimaru admitted defeat. Minato nodded once. He called it a masterpiece. The room became noticeably colder. Naruto slowly walked toward him. "May I?" Minato extended his arm without hesitation. Naruto placed 2 fingers gently against Minato's wrist. Closing his eyes, he released only the smallest thread of ordinary chakra, barely enough to illuminate a single tenketsu. The reaction was immediate. Minato's entire body tensed. His breathing stopped. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as unbearable pain shot through every damaged pathway. His knees buckled. Kushina caught him before he could fall. "Minato!" Naruto instantly cut off the chakra flow. The pain disappeared almost as quickly as it had come. Minato remained bent over, breathing heavily. After several moments, he forced himself to smile. "Same pain, as always." Naruto stared at his own hand. No, this wasn't simply poison. Every chakra pathway had become hostile to chakra itself, as though the body rejected its own life force. He had never seen anything like it, not during the Fourth War, not even while fighting Madara, not even after Kaguya. His thoughts suddenly drifted somewhere unexpected. A peaceful evening. The Uzumaki household, Boruto complaining while trying to study. "Himawari already understands this better than I do." Hinata smiling softly. "It's because you're trying to memorize it." Boruto crossing his arms. "Then how am I supposed to learn?" Hinata had taken a piece of paper and calmly drawn the human chakra network. Tenketsu are not simply doors for chakra. They regulate how different kinds of energy circulate through the body. Naruto remembered laughing. "I'll leave that stuff to you." Hinata had smiled. "You should still listen. Someday it might help someone." Naruto's eyes slowly opened. Every word returned to him with perfect clarity. Different kinds of energy. He suddenly looked toward Minato. "Wait." Jiraiya noticed the change immediately. "What is it?" Naruto stood. "I need everyone to step outside." Kushina frowned. "Why?" Naruto looked around the room. "I don't know if this will work." He hesitated. "But if I'm wrong, everyone nearby could die." No one questioned him. The seriousness in his voice was enough. Minutes later, only Naruto and Minato remained inside. Naruto formed a sequence of unfamiliar hand seals. The floor beneath them lit up. A transparent barrier expanded in every direction before sealing the room completely. Jiraiya, watching through the doorway, frowned deeply. "I've never seen a barrier like that." Naruto sat down in the center of the room. Crossing his legs, he rested both hands upon his knees. Then, he became perfectly still. 1 second, 2, 3, nothing happened. Then the wind outside changed direction. Leaves began circling the house. Birds suddenly flew away. The air itself grew heavier. Jiraiya's eyes widened. "Impossible." Kushina looked at him. "What?" His voice had become little more than a whisper. "He's gathering natural energy." Another pause, without moving. His breathing slowed. Without Lord Fukasaku, the silence that followed was filled with awe. Chapter 2. A stranger wearing his face Part 3, the room remained perfectly still. Naruto's breathing gradually slowed until it became almost impossible to hear. Outside, the wind continued to gather. Leaves circled the house in a widening spiral, yet not a single one crossed the invisible barrier surrounding the room. Everything seemed to obey an unseen force. Jiraiya stared through the transparent barrier without blinking. His heart pounded against his ribs. "No." He whispered more to himself than to anyone else. "There's no way." Kushina looked from Jiraiya back to Naruto. She had sensed natural energy before. She knew what sage mode was, but this felt different. The natural energy wasn't resisting Naruto, it wasn't fighting him, it was answering him. like a river willingly flowing toward the ocean. Within seconds, countless streams of emerald-colored energy became visible even to those without sensory abilities. The air shimmered, the floor vibrated softly. Dust rose into the air before slowly orbiting Naruto's motionless body. Minato's blue eyes widened. I can actually see it. Jiraiya nodded without taking his eyes off Naruto. Natural energy, it has become so dense that it's visible. His voice shook. I've only heard legends about something like this. Naruto slowly inhaled. The room fell silent. When he finally opened his eyes, they had changed. Golden-orange pigmentation surrounded them perfectly. There were no signs of imbalance, no animalistic features, no traces of transformation, only absolute harmony. Jiraiya instinctively took a step backward. Perfect, his voice cracked. Perfect sage mode, even after decades of training. Even after countless years on Mount Myaboku, he himself had never reached perfection. Naruto slowly stood. A faint smile appeared on his face. It worked. Minato watched him with quiet amazement. So this is sage mode? Naruto nodded. A more complete version. He walked toward Minato. Don't move. Minato chuckled. I wasn't planning to. Naruto placed 2 fingers lightly against Minato's shoulder. Unlike before, he didn't release ordinary chakra. Instead, a tiny thread of natural energy flowed into Minato's body. Everyone held their breath. 1 second, 2, 3, nothing happened. Naruto released a little more. Still, nothing. Minato blinked, then blinked again. Slowly, his expression changed. The pain was gone. He looked at Naruto in disbelief. He searched for the words, doesn't hurt. Naruto immediately withdrew his hand. His expression remained thoughtful. So I was right, Jiraiya frowned. What happened? Naruto turned toward him. The poison reacts violently to ordinary chakra, but natural energy. He glanced back at Minato. Doesn't trigger the same reaction. Kushina stepped forward. Then you found the cure? Naruto slowly shook his head. No. Her hopeful expression immediately faded. I've only found the key. He knelt beside Minato once more. Natural energy isn't healing you. It's simply bypassing the damaged pathways differently. He paused. If I force too much into your body, a faint smile crossed his face. You'll become the world's fastest stone frog. For the first time that day, a quiet laugh escaped Jiraiya. Even Minato smiled. Kushina let out a relieved sigh. The tension inside the room eased ever so slightly, but Naruto's expression quickly grew serious again. This isn't enough. Everyone looked at him. The poison is still inside your chakra network. It is fused with every damaged pathway. I need something stronger. He slowly closed his eyes. Inside the vast chamber of his subconscious, Kurama was already waiting. The giant fox looked at him knowingly. So, you finally remembered. Naruto folded his arms. I need your chakra, Kurama snorted. You always need my chakra. Naruto smiled faintly. No, this time, I need your fire. For several long seconds, Kurama simply stared at him. Then the Nine-Tails grinned, a grin filled with confidence. Then, his crimson eyes narrowed. Let's remind this world who we are. Naruto opened his eyes. Golden chakra erupted around his body, not violently, not explosively. It rose calmly, like the first rays of dawn breaking across the horizon. The room filled with warm golden light. Black markings slowly spread across Naruto's cloak. Truth-seeking markings decorated the fabric like ancient symbols. Jiraiya's breathing stopped. Minato unconsciously took a step back. Kushina felt something inside her seal violently awaken. Deep within her subconscious, the Nine-Tails opened one massive crimson eye. His ears twitched. He stood. For years he had ignored almost everything happening outside the seal. But now, he felt something impossible, something familiar. He whispered a single word. Brother, Kushina gasped. Her hands instinctively moved to her stomach. The fox had spoken, not with hatred, not with rage, with confusion. Naruto slowly walked toward Minato once again. Golden chakra gently danced around his fingertips. He raised one hand. This is going to burn. Minato met his eyes without hesitation. If there's even the smallest chance, do it, Naruto nodded. His palm touched Minato's forehead. The golden chakra disappeared beneath the skin. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Minato's entire body arched backward, his fists clenched. Veins appeared across his neck. Steam burst from every tenketsu in his body. A deep, agonizing groan escaped his throat. Kushina instinctively rushed forward. Minato. Jiraiya caught her arm before she reached the barrier. Wait, his own voice trembled. Trust him, inside the room. Golden light spread through every damaged chakra pathway. Wherever it passed, the black poison ignited, not with ordinary fire, but with chakra so pure that the toxin simply could not exist beside it. The poison burned, it fought, it resisted. Then, it began to die. Chapter 2. A stranger wearing his face. Part 4. The golden light continued spreading through Minato's body. Every damaged pathway ignited. The poison fought desperately. Black veins crawled beneath his skin as if trying to escape the purifying chakra. Naruto gritted his teeth. His entire body trembled from maintaining such delicate control. Almost, he whispered, just a little longer. Inside Minato's body, the ancient toxin finally reached its limit. The first violent cough came without warning. Cough. A stream of thick black blood splashed across the wooden floor. The smell was horrifying, rotten, corrupted. As though something dead had remained inside his body for years. Kushina instinctively covered her mouth. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. That's. Naruto nodded without looking away. The poison. Another cough, then another. More black blood poured from Minato's mouth. Each time its color became lighter. Dark black, deep crimson, bright red. Finally, nothing. Naruto slowly removed his hand. The golden chakra surrounding him faded. First the cloak disappeared, then the markings. Finally, even the orange pigmentation around his eyes vanished. He staggered, his knees almost gave out beneath him. Maintaining perfect sage mode together with Kurama's chakra, while precisely controlling the purification, had consumed an enormous amount of energy. Minato remained kneeling on the floor. His breathing was heavy, but different. For the first time in 10 years, there was no pain. He slowly raised one trembling hand toward his chest, waiting, expecting the familiar agony. Nothing. His fingers touched his shoulder. Still nothing. His eyes widened. His voice cracked, doesn't hurt anymore. Kushina could no longer stop herself. She rushed across the room and dropped beside him. Minato, she grabbed both of his hands. Are you all right? Minato didn't answer immediately. Instead, he laughed quietly, softly. It was the first genuine laugh to leave his lips in years. I forgot, he whispered. I forgot what it felt like to simply exist. Tears filled Kushina's eyes once again. She buried her face against his shoulder. Jiraiya slowly walked toward Naruto. He looked down at the black blood staining the floor. I've never seen anything like this. Naruto exhaled slowly. Neither have I. The room fell silent. Minato closed his eyes, almost unconsciously. His fingers formed the familiar hand seal he had repeated countless times over the last decade. Naruto noticed immediately. So, he thought, he's trying again. A tiny stream of chakra gathered inside Minato's palm for one brief moment. A faint blue sphere appeared, barely the size of a marble. Then it shattered. The light disappeared. Minato stared at his empty hand. The smile slowly faded from his face, not because he was surprised, because he had hoped, just this once, he had hoped. Naruto quietly walked over and sat beside him. I'm sorry. Minato shook his head. No, there was no pain. He looked at his own hand. That alone is more than I dared to hope for. Naruto looked directly into Minato's eyes. The poison is gone. Hope returned to everyone's faces. Then Naruto continued. But the damage isn't. The room became quiet once more. He gently took Minato's wrist. Your chakra pathways have been poisoned for 10 years. They've collapsed. They've scarred. They've forgotten how to carry chakra. Minato listened without interrupting. Naruto continued. I burned away every trace of the toxin. But, he hesitated, I can't recreate an entire chakra network overnight. Jiraiya folded his arms. So, what now? Naruto looked down for a long moment before answering. In my world, there was a man, the strongest taijutsu user I've ever known. He opened all 8 gates. Everyone remained silent. He survived. Jiraiya frowned. That's impossible. Naruto smiled faintly. I know. But surviving and recovering are 2 very different things. His expression became serious once again, even with everything we had. We couldn't completely restore his body. He looked back at Minato. Some wounds take years to heal. Another silence settled over the room. Then Naruto smiled, not the smile of a Hokage, not the smile of a hero, the warm, stubborn smile that refused to surrender. But he slowly stood. I don't accept impossible. Minato looked up. Naruto extended his hand toward him. I promised your son that I'd protect this family. His blue eyes shone with absolute determination, and I don't break my promises. Minato stared at the offered hand for several seconds. Then he accepted it. Naruto pulled him back to his feet. The former Hokage stood silently. There was still no chakra flowing through his pathways. There was still no Rasengan, no flying thunder god, no yellow flash. But, for the first time in 10 years, there was no poison eating away at his body. Only a long road ahead. Naruto smiled. This isn't the end of your recovery. He tightened his grip. It's only the first step. His voice echoed quietly through the room. Toward bringing back the yellow flash of Konoha, no one spoke, not because there was nothing to say, but because, for the first time in many years, hope had returned to the Namikaze household. Chapter 3, The Empty Room Part 1. Morning came quietly, for the first time in what felt like forever. Naruto woke to birdsong instead of alarms. Soft rays of sunlight slipped through the paper windows, painting thin golden lines across the wooden ceiling. For several seconds, he simply stared upward. He had expected to wake inside his apartment, to hear Kurama complain about oversleeping, to remember that today he was supposed to become Hokage. Instead, the unfamiliar scent of cedar wood greeted him, a home that wasn't his, a family that wasn't his, a life that had never belonged to him. You're awake. Kurama's deep voice echoed inside his mind. Naruto smiled faintly. I don't think I slept. You did. I counted. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You counted? I was bored. A tired chuckle escaped Naruto. Even now, Kurama could still make him smile. He slowly sat up. His body felt heavy after the purification. Using perfect sage mode and Kurama's chakra with such precision had drained him far more than any battle. Yet, something felt different, lighter. For the first time since arriving in this world, he no longer carried the weight of immediate failure. Minato was alive. The poison was gone. There was hope. It wasn't enough, but it was a beginning. A gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. Naruto. Kushina's voice came softly through the door. Are you awake? Yes. The door slid open just enough for her to peek inside. She looked hesitant, almost nervous. I'm making breakfast. A brief silence followed. She looked away, if you'd like to join us. Naruto immediately noticed what she had almost said, not join us. Join the family. She wasn't ready to say it, neither was he. I'll be there. A small smile appeared on her face. I'm glad. She quietly closed the door. Naruto remained seated for another moment. Then he noticed something folded neatly beside his futon. Fresh clothes. Simple, comfortable, his size. He stared at them in silence. They prepared those before we woke up, Kurama observed. Yeah. Naruto gently picked up the dark jacket. It still carried the faint scent of fresh soap. Someone had washed it by hand during the night. He knew exactly who. Kushina. His fingers tightened around the fabric. She's trying. So are you, Naruto sighed. I don't know how to do this. Kurama was silent for a long moment, then he answered with unusual softness. You don't. Naruto blinked. You simply live. A few minutes later, Naruto followed the smell of miso soup through the hallway. The Namikaze home felt warm, peaceful. Photographs decorated the walls, family trips, academy ceremonies, birthdays, children laughing. The kind of memories Naruto had only imagined as a child. He slowed his pace. One photograph caught his attention. A blonde 12-year-old stood proudly between Minato and Kushina. Two tiny red-haired girls clung to his arms while laughing. The smile on the boy's face was identical to his own. Naruto reached out. His fingertips stopped just short of touching the frame. "You really loved them," he whispered. "And they loved him." Kurama replied quietly. Naruto nodded. "I know." He continued walking. The smell of breakfast grew stronger. Voices drifted from the dining room. One belonged to Kushina, another to Minato. The last two were unmistakably children arguing. "I wanted that seat." "No, you didn't. I always sit there." "You sat there yesterday?" Naruto stopped outside the doorway. For a brief second, he simply listened. It reminded him of Boruto and Himawari. The memories hurt. But not as sharply as before. Kushina noticed him first. "There you are." Everyone looked toward the entrance. The twins immediately fell silent. Neither smiled. Neither frowned. They simply stared, unsure. Minato stood first. "Good morning." Naruto nodded respectfully. "Good morning." Kushina gestured toward the empty cushion beside Minato. She hesitated, "saved you a place." Naruto looked at the seat, then at the family. Something felt wrong, very wrong. Without saying anything, he quietly moved to the opposite side of the table, choosing an empty place near the end, not beside Minato. Not beside Kushina. There was an awkward silence. Naruto finally spoke. "I can't sit there." Kushina lowered her eyes. "I understand." "No." Naruto shook his head gently. "You don't." Everyone listened. "That seat belongs to your son." The room fell silent. "I can't take it." "Not today, maybe." "Not ever." No one argued. Minato slowly sat back down. Then, to Naruto's surprise, he picked up his own bowl, walked across the room, and sat beside him instead. Naruto looked up in confusion. Minato smiled. Then, "This seat is mine now." For the first time, a genuine smile reached Naruto's face. Small, almost invisible. But real. Across the table, the twins quietly watched everything. Neither of them said a word, but both noticed something. Their father had smiled too. End of Chapter 3, Part 1, Chapter 3. The Empty Room Part 2. For a while, only the quiet sounds of breakfast filled the room. The soft clink of chopsticks, the gentle hiss of hot tea being poured. Morning sunlight filtered through the open windows, carrying the scent of blooming flowers from the garden. It was peaceful, painfully peaceful. Naruto couldn't remember the last time he had shared breakfast with a family. Not as a guest, not during a celebration, just a normal morning. Kushina placed another bowl of rice in front of him. "Eat while it's still warm." "Thank you." She smiled instinctively, then paused for just a heartbeat. She had expected to hear a cheerful, "Thanks, Mom," instead, the polite gratitude of a stranger. The smile on her face faltered only slightly. Naruto noticed. So did Minato. Neither of them said anything. Some wounds needed silence more than words. Across the table, the twins continued stealing curious glances at him. Every time Naruto looked in their direction, they immediately looked away, until finally, the older of the two gathered enough courage. Naruto turned toward her. "Yes." She fidgeted with the sleeves of her oversized shirt. "Do heroes always eat this quietly?" For a second, the entire table froze. Then Minato coughed into his fist, trying and failing to hide a smile. Naruto blinked. "Heroes?" The younger twin nodded enthusiastically. Big brother was really loud. He always talked while eating. He got scolded every morning. Kushina sighed dramatically. "Every single morning." A faint laugh escaped Minato. Naruto couldn't help smiling. "I used to get scolded too." Both girls looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Really?" Naruto nodded. "My wife used to tell me." He stopped. The words escaped before he could stop them. The room grew silent. His wife, Hinata, for just an instant, the image of her gentle smile appeared in his mind. Beside her, Boruto complained about vegetables. Himawari laughed. The memory vanished as quickly as it had come. Naruto lowered his eyes. "I'm sorry." Kushina quietly shook her head. You don't have to apologize. She understood. He had lost a family too, not to death, but to another world. The pain was different, yet no less real. Trying to ease the mood, Minato reached for the teapot. So, he said lightly, I've been wondering. Naruto looked up. How old are you? Naruto thought for a moment. 27. Silence. The twins looked at one another. 27. The younger one tilted her head. That's really old. Naruto placed a hand dramatically over his chest. That hurt. The little girl gasped. I didn't mean. Before she could finish, Naruto smiled. I'm joking. She stared at him for a second, then burst into laughter. Her sister quickly joined her. Even Kushina laughed softly. For the first time since the ritual. The dining room sounded alive again. After breakfast, Kushina began clearing the table. Naruto instinctively stood. I'll help. You don't have to. I know. He gently took a stack of bowls anyway. My mother would have scolded me if I just sat there. Kushina froze. Your mother. Naruto smiled sadly. I didn't know her for long, but she still taught me enough. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke. Then Kushina quietly handed him another plate. She raised you well. Naruto looked at her. She tried. An hour later. The house had settled into a calm rhythm. The twins disappeared into the garden, their laughter echoing through the open windows. Kushina began preparing tea. Jiraiya had already wandered off somewhere, claiming he needed fresh air, with a grin that fooled absolutely no one. Only Minato remained in the living room. He was studying several old scrolls spread across the low table. Naruto noticed the titles immediately: medical reports, poison analyses, chakra pathway diagrams. Research notes. Even after 10 years, Minato had never stopped searching. Naruto walked over quietly. You've read all of these? Minato smiled without looking up. Several times. And I always find one more question. Naruto knelt beside him. The pages were filled with detailed sketches of the chakra network. Some sections had been rewritten dozens of times. Others were covered with careful notes in Minato's elegant handwriting. Naruto couldn't help feeling a deep respect. This wasn't the work of a man who had given up. This was the work of someone who refused to surrender, no matter how long it took. Minato closed one of the scrolls. I was hoping, he hesitated, that you'd look at something. Naruto nodded. Of course. Minato reached beneath the table, instead of another medical report. He carefully lifted a small wooden box. It was old, worn smooth by years of careful handling. He rested it between them. Naruto felt something inside tighten. What is it? Minato looked at the box for a long moment before answering. Are Naruto's things? The room became perfectly silent. Minato rested his hand on the lid. He wanted to become stronger. A sad smile crossed his face, so he wrote everything down. Training notes, dreams, ideas, failures, victories. He believed that if he worked hard enough, he could save me. Naruto looked at the box without touching it. I don't know if I have the right. Minato interrupted him gently. You do. Naruto finally raised his eyes. Minato's expression was calm, but behind that calm was the grief of a father who had buried his son. He wanted you to have them. Naruto slowly reached forward. His fingertips rested on the worn wooden lid. He hesitated. Then he opened the box. Inside lay a blue forehead protector, a handful of academy notebooks, a cracked practice kunai, and, neatly folded at the very top, a small orange scarf. Naruto's breath caught. He recognized it instantly. It was far too small for him now, but he knew exactly why the boy had kept it. Because it had been knitted by Kushina when he was little. Without realizing it, Naruto gently picked it up. It still carried the faint scent of cedar and old fabric. A child had treasured this more than any weapon. Naruto closed his eyes. I'll protect them. He wasn't speaking to Minato anymore. He was speaking to the boy who had entrusted him with his life, and somewhere deep inside his heart, it almost felt as though someone had heard. End of Chapter 3, Chapter 4. The village that remembered home isn't always the place you came from. Sometimes it's the place that gives you another chance. Part 1, the Namikaze household slowly returned to its usual rhythm. Kushina carried the empty bowls toward the kitchen while humming softly. trying to convince herself that today was just another ordinary morning. The twins chased one another across the garden, their laughter drifting through the open windows. For the first time in years, the house sounded alive again. Naruto stood quietly near the Engawa, watching sunlight dance across the wooden floor. His eyes wandered toward the village beyond the fence. Konoha, it looked so familiar. Yet it wasn't his. Behind him, quiet footsteps approached. "You want to see it?" Naruto turned. Minato stood beside him, wearing a simple dark blue haori instead of his old Hokage cloak, without the white mantle, without the hat. He looked less like the legendary yellow Flash, more like a father. Naruto smiled faintly. "I think I'm afraid to." Minato rested both hands on the wooden railing. "I was too." Naruto looked at him. "When I became Hokage." A quiet breeze passed between them. Minato continued. "You spend years protecting a village. And then one day you realize, it's changed while you were too busy watching over it." Naruto chuckled softly. "I know exactly what you mean." For a while. Neither of them spoke. The silence wasn't awkward anymore, it was comfortable. Eventually Minato broke it. "Walk with me." Naruto looked surprised. "You don't have work." Minato smiled. "I retired years ago." Then his smile became mischievous. "Besides, I think my wife would be very disappointed if I buried our guest under paperwork on his first day." Naruto laughed, a genuine laugh. The sound made Kushina stop washing dishes for just a moment. She quietly smiled to herself. The streets of Konoha were already busy. Children hurried toward the academy. Shopkeepers arranged fresh produce. The smell of grilled fish and warm bread drifted through the air. Naruto slowed his pace. Every corner awakened another memory. Ikaraku ramen, the training fields, the old bookstore, the flower shop, everything existed. Yet every detail was just slightly different. A larger hospital, new buildings, old ones missing, different faces walking familiar streets. Minato noticed. "Looking for something?" Naruto answered honestly. "My memories." Minato nodded. "You won't find them." "I know." As they continued walking, people gradually began noticing them. Conversations slowed. Several villagers stopped what they were doing. An elderly woman carrying groceries smiled warmly. "Good morning, Lord Fourth." Minato bowed politely. "Good morning." Then her eyes moved toward Naruto. She froze, the basket slipped slightly in her hands. "Naruto?" Others began turning. A merchant, two shinobi. Several academy students. Every face carried the same expression. Disbelief. One little boy tugged on his mother's sleeve. "Mom, why does Mr. Naruto look older?" His mother quickly pulled him closer. She didn't know how to answer. Naruto felt dozens of eyes following him. Curiosity, confusion, hope, fear. None of them knew the truth, and neither did he know how to explain it. Minato quietly stepped forward. "He needs time." The crowd immediately understood. No one asked questions. No one crowded them. Instead, they simply bowed, not to a hero, not to a savior, but to someone carrying a burden they couldn't imagine. Naruto lowered his head in return. "Thank you." As they left the marketplace behind, Naruto suddenly stopped walking. Across the street, he saw a familiar wooden sign, the Uchiha Police Headquarters. His heartbeat quickened in his world. This building had become little more than a monument to tragedy. Here, laughter echoed from inside. Several Uchiha officers stepped outside carrying reports. They joked with one another. One waved at Minato. Another carried a little girl on his shoulders. Naruto couldn't look away. "They are," he whispered, "alive." Minato followed his gaze. "The Uchiha?" Naruto nodded slowly. Minato smiled. "Of course they are." Then he looked at Naruto more carefully. "You've seen something very different in your world." It wasn't a question. Naruto remained silent. He couldn't bring himself to answer. Not yet, not today. Minato respected that. He simply continued walking. But Naruto stayed where he was, watching the clan that, in another world, had disappeared forever. And for the first time, he allowed himself to hope. Perhaps, this world really could have a happier future. Then, a cheerful female voice called out from somewhere behind him. "Hey!" Naruto instinctively turned. someone had just landed gracefully on the stone wall bordering the street. Long black hair, dark eyes, a relaxed smile. She balanced effortlessly with her hands tucked behind her back, her head tilted slightly, curious, friendly, almost playful. "So," she smiled a little wider, "you're the Naruto everyone's talking about?" Naruto's breathing stopped, his blue eyes widened. "Sasuke." Chapter 4, The Village That Remembered Part 2, "Sasuke," the girl blinked, then a warm smile spread across her face. "So you really do know my name." Naruto stood motionless. She looked exactly like the friend he had chased for years, yet nothing else matched. There was no cold stare, no guarded expression, no bitterness hidden behind her eyes. Instead, she smiled as though meeting an old classmate. She hopped down from the stone wall, landing lightly on the pavement. "So," she said, brushing a strand of black hair behind her ear, "the rumors were true, you really woke up." Naruto forced himself back to reality. "I suppose I did." She studied him for a moment. Something felt different. It wasn't his appearance. He looked exactly like Naruto always had, messy blonde hair, bright blue eyes, orange jacket, but his eyes didn't belong to a child anymore. They were calm, patient, almost lonely. "I'm Sasuke Uchiha," she offered a small smile. "It's nice to see you're all right." Naruto looked at her for several seconds before answering. "It's nice to meet you too, for some reason." Those words made Sasuke tilt her head. "You say that like we've never met." Naruto froze, and then he smiled awkwardly. "I guess. I meant it feels like we're meeting for the first time." She laughed softly. "You're acting weird today. I've been told." Minato hid a smile behind his hand. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Some habits never changed, even after 15 years. Sasuke noticed the gesture. "There it is." Naruto blinked. "What?" For a second. She smiled. "You looked like the Naruto everyone knows." He chuckled quietly. "I'll take that as a compliment." "You should." They began walking together almost naturally. Minato stayed a few steps behind, allowing the two children to talk, at least, to everyone watching. They looked like two ordinary 12-year-olds. Only Minato knew better. "So," Sasuke asked, "do you remember anything?" Naruto looked ahead. "Some things, not everything." It wasn't exactly a lie. He remembered far more than anyone could imagine. Sasuke nodded. "I'm glad." Naruto looked at her. "You are?" "Of course." She smiled without hesitation. "When everyone thought you might not wake up, the whole class was worried." Naruto's steps slowed. "The whole class." She looked at him as though the answer were obvious. "You have a lot of friends, you know." Those words struck him harder than any jutsu, in his world. At 12 years old, very few people had cared whether he lived or died. This Naruto had never been alone for a brief moment. He silently thanked the boy whose life he had inherited. "You were loved," he thought, "more than I ever was." Kurama's deep voice echoed quietly inside his mind. "Different world," Naruto smiled inwardly. "Yeah," a calm voice interrupted his thoughts. "Sasuke," she turned immediately. "Brother," Naruto slowly raised his head. A young man approached from the opposite side of the street. His movements were effortless, every step perfectly balanced. Long black hair rested neatly behind his shoulders. Dark eyes calmly observed everything around him. No hostility, no arrogance, just quiet awareness. Itachi Uchiha. Alive, Naruto's chest tightened. The memories came rushing back. A lonely road, rain, blood, a forehead tap. "Forgive me?" Naruto blinked the images away. Itachi stopped beside Sasuke. His gaze settled on Naruto. Neither of them spoke at first. The silence wasn't uncomfortable. It was observant, as though each of them was quietly trying to understand the other. Finally, Itachi inclined his head. "It's good to see you're awake, Naruto." Naruto swallowed. "Thank you." Itachi noticed it immediately. The hesitation, the sadness, the strange relief in the boy's eyes. He had expected confusion after such a traumatic experience. Not recognition. Naruto looked at him for another long second. Then, before he could stop himself, he spoke. "I'm really glad you're alive." Silence. Sasuke looked from Naruto to her brother. "Alive?" Naruto's eyes widened. "I, For the first time since arriving in this world, he had made a mistake. A dangerous one. Itachi gently rescued him. "I imagine," he said calmly, "after what happened yesterday, life itself feels like a blessing." Naruto immediately understood. He was covering for him. "Yeah," he nodded quietly. "I guess it does." Itachi gave him a small smile. "I hope we'll have a chance to talk properly someday." Naruto met his eyes. "I'd like that." For reasons neither of them could explain, they both felt this wouldn't be the last conversation between them. High above the street, hidden among the leaves, an Anbu operative silently watched the meeting. A few hand signs. A raven took flight toward the Hawkage Tower. The report would reach Tsunade before sunset. Naruto Uzumaki had awakened, and something about him had changed. Chapter 5. A day that feels like home. Even peace hurts when you realize it doesn't belong to you. Part 1. The streets of Konoha were brighter than Naruto remembered. Not brighter in light, but in feeling. People weren't rushing to survive. They were living. Children ran between stalls without fear of silence behind them. Jonin laughed openly in the middle of the street. Even the air felt lighter. Naruto walked slowly through the village, hands in his pockets. For the first time, he wasn't being watched as a weapon or a hero. Or a disaster waiting to happen, just a child walking home. Kurama's voice echoed softly inside him. "You've been quiet." Naruto gave a small smile. "It feels strange." "Strange how?" Naruto looked around. "I keep waiting for something to go wrong." Kurama was silent for a moment, then replied, "That's called peace." Naruto didn't answer, because he wasn't sure he knew how. He passed familiar places. The training grounds, the academy, the ramen shop from earlier, still warm with life. Each step felt heavier than the last, not painful, just unfamiliar. Then his feet stopped on their own. A quiet gate stood ahead. Stone, old, covered in names. Naruto stared at it for a long time. "I didn't plan to come here." Kurama didn't respond. He understood why he was lying. Naruto stepped inside. The air changed immediately. Everything here was still. Quiet in a different way, not peaceful. Final, names carved into stone, lives reduced to memory. He walked slowly between the rows, reading without meaning to, people he didn't know, lives he never lived alongside. Then he stopped. His breath caught. His eyes fixed on one name, Hinata Hyuga. For a moment, his mind refused to process it. "No," he stepped closer. His hand trembled slightly as he traced the carved letters. Not a mistake, not another person. The name stayed the same no matter how many times he looked at it. Hinata Hyuga, a life that had never grown, never laughed, never stood beside him. Naruto's breath became uneven. For the first time since arriving in this world, everything he had been holding back collapsed. The conversations, the smiles, the new family, the laughter at breakfast, all of it suddenly felt far away. His knees slowly gave out. He knelt in front of the stone, and for a long time, he said nothing. Kurama spoke quietly. "Naruto," no answer. His hands pressed against the cold ground. His shoulders trembled. It wasn't loud at first, just breathing. Then it broke, not like a scream, not like anger, but like something that had been held together for too long finally giving up. Tears fell onto the stone, one after another. "I forgot," Naruto whispered. "I actually forgot for a moment." His voice cracked. "I was smiling. I was eating. I was talking like everything was fine." He pressed his forehead against his arm. "I forgot this isn't my world." Silence answered him. Only the wind moved through the cemetery. Kurama didn't interrupt this time. Because even he understood, some pain didn't need words. Naruto stayed there, long enough that the sun shifted slightly above the trees. Long enough that the village outside felt like another lifetime. When he finally spoke again, his voice was quieter, not broken anymore, just tired. "I have to remember." He looked at the name one last time, not with denial, but acceptance, then slowly stood up, wiping his face once. No more tears came after that. Not because the pain was gone, but because it had finally been understood. He turned away from the grave and walked back toward the village. A little more quietly than before. Part 2, the ramen shop was still warm when he arrived. Tsuchai noticed him immediately and stopped smiling for just a second. Naruto? Naruto gave a small nod. One bowl, no jokes, no energy, just words. Tsuchai didn't ask anything, he simply nodded. Sit down. The ramen came quickly. Steam rose into the air. Naruto stared at it for a long moment, then quietly said, "It still smells the same." Kurama spoke softly. "Does it help?" Naruto picked up his chopsticks. "I don't know yet." He took a bite, closed his eyes, and stayed like that for a while, not happy, not sad, just present for the first time that day. He wasn't pretending anymore. End of Chapter 5, Chapter 6. The weight of silence, some truths don't break you all at once. They settle inside you and become heavier with every breath. Part 1, the village did not feel the same after the cemetery. Naruto walked through Konoha with his hands deeper in his pockets than before. The sounds were still there. Laughter, voices, life, but something had shifted. It wasn't the world, it was him. Kurama broke the silence first. "You're thinking too much again." Naruto gave a faint exhale. "I'm not thinking enough." A pause. "That doesn't make sense." "It does," Naruto said quietly. "I just stopped thinking about the right things earlier." Kurama didn't respond immediately. Then, "You mean the pain?" Naruto didn't deny it. Instead, he looked at the sky. "It's strange. I spent the whole day feeling like I belonged here." He lowered his gaze. "And it took one name to remind me I don't." Kurama's voice softened slightly. "You belong somewhere." Naruto smiled faintly. "Yeah, just not here." He stopped walking. Ahead of him was the training field, empty, for a moment familiar. His body moved before his thoughts did. He stepped inside. Sand shifted under his feet. Old memories surfaced. Hundreds of mornings, hundreds of failures, hundreds of times he told himself next time. Naruto exhaled slowly. "My body feels wrong." Kurama immediately became alert. "What do you mean?" Naruto raised his hand, flexed his fingers, then lightly formed a hand seal. Nothing advanced. Just chakra circulation. Instantly, a sharp sting shot through his forearm. He hissed quietly and dropped the seal. "Too tight." Kurama frowned inside him. "The vessel is still young," Naruto nodded. "I keep forgetting that." He looked down at his hand. "This body can't keep up with what I remember." Kurama was silent. "Then that's dangerous." Naruto gave a small smile. "I know." A wind passed through the field. For a moment he closed his eyes, not meditating, just listening. To his breathing, to his heartbeat, to the fact that he was still alive. Part 2, a distant voice interrupted him. "You're early." Naruto opened his eyes. Sasuke Uchiha stood at the edge of the training field, arms crossed, observing him, not intruding, just waiting. Naruto straightened slightly. "I didn't know this was reserved." She shook her head. "It's not." Then she walked closer. "You look different from yesterday." Naruto tilted his head slightly. "How?" Sasuke studied him for a moment. "You're quieter." Naruto let out a small breath that almost became a laugh. "That's not new." "It is," she said simply. Silence settled between them, not uncomfortable, just present. Then Sasuke sat down on the grass, completely unbothered. Naruto blinked. "You just sit down like that." She looked at him. "Yes. Is that a problem?" Naruto shook his head slowly. "No." Then after a pause, "It's just different." Sasuke smirked slightly. "Everything about you is different to me right now." Naruto didn't respond immediately. Instead, he sat down too, a short distance away, not too close, not too far. Sasuke noticed. "You don't like getting close to people." Naruto's eyes flicked toward her. "That obvious?" "Yes." He sighed lightly. "I didn't used to be like that." Sasuke leaned back on her hands. "Then what happened?" Naruto hesitated. Kurama spoke softly inside him. "You don't have to answer that." Naruto ignored him. Then said, "I grew up." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "Everyone grows up." Naruto looked at her. "Not like this." That line lingered between them. A quiet understanding forming, even if she didn't fully understand it. After a moment, Sasuke changed the topic. "You were at the cemetery today." Naruto froze slightly. "You saw me, I saw you leave it." Silence. Naruto looked away. Sasuke didn't push. Instead, she said something unexpected. I don't go there often. Naruto glanced at her. Why not? Sasuke shrugged slightly. Because I don't like talking to people who can't answer back. A pause. Then she added softer, but I still go sometimes. Naruto understood. Even if their reasons were different, the place still meant the same thing. Memory, loss. Things that don't change just because you want them to. Sasuke looked at him again. You don't look broken. Naruto let out a quiet, almost empty laugh. I'm not sure that's true, she shook her head. I mean it differently. You look like someone who stopped pretending everything is fine. That hit deeper than expected. Naruto didn't answer, because she was right. For the first time, he didn't know how to pretend anymore. End of Chapter 6, Chapter 7. The eyes that see too much, the most dangerous truth is the one nobody is allowed to notice. Part 1. The corridors of the Hokage Tower were quieter than Naruto expected. Not peaceful, controlled. Every step echoed slightly differently here, measured, intentional, as if even silence had rules. Naruto walked beside Minato, his hands hidden inside his sleeves. He had sealed everything, not just chakra suppression, not just Kurama's presence, but the shape of his strength itself. To the outside world, he was just a boy recovering from an unknown chakra disruption. Nothing more, nothing less. Kurama's voice drifted inside him. You're overdoing it. Naruto's reply was barely a thought. They don't need to see anything. A pause. And you're comfortable with that? Naruto looked forward. Yes. But it wasn't fully true, it was just necessary. They reached a large door. 2 Anbu stood guard. They didn't react to Naruto. Which meant one thing, he was already classified as non-threatening. Good, exactly what he wanted. The doors slid open. Inside, a wide office. Maps, reports, seals. And at the center of it all, a woman sitting behind the desk with her chin resting on her hand. Tsunade, 5th Hokage. Her eyes lifted immediately the moment Naruto entered. Sharp, measuring, not emotional, analytical, Naruto felt it instantly. Not pressure, not killing intent, something worse, judgment. So this is him. Her voice was calm, not surprised, not impressed, just confirming data. Minato stepped slightly forward. Lady Tsunade, she raised a hand. I've read the report. Her eyes shifted to Naruto. You're the Uzumaki boy who woke up from a forbidden technique. Naruto nodded. Yes. Tsunade leaned back slightly. And you remember nothing about what happened during the activation. Correct. A pause, then she asked, how are your chakra pathways? Naruto answered carefully. Damaged, that was the truth, just not the whole truth. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly. That's vague. Naruto didn't respond. Minato spoke instead. He is stable, but his system behaves inconsistently. Tsunade stood. The room immediately felt smaller. Then we verify it ourselves. She stepped forward. Shizune. The door opened. A woman entered carrying medical scrolls. Her eyes landed on Naruto. Kind, but professional. Please sit down. Naruto obeyed without hesitation. He sat on the examination chair in the center of the room. Shizune placed a hand gently on his shoulder, then closed her eyes. Chakra flowed. Soft, precise, clinical. Naruto stayed completely still, not resisting, not helping, just existing. Shizune's expression changed almost immediately. Confusion, then focus. Then something like disbelief. This chakra network, Tsunade's gaze sharpened. What? Shizune opened her eyes slowly. It's intact. Silence. Minato frowned slightly. That's impossible. Shizune shook her head. It's not normal, but it isn't damaged. She looked down again. This isn't a child system. Naruto's fingers tightened slightly in his sleeves, not outwardly, inside. Kurama stayed silent. Tsunade stepped closer. What do you mean? Shizune hesitated. Then answered carefully. It's structured like an adult's chakra network, but compressed. A pause, and reinforced. Naruto lowered his gaze. Perfect. They were seeing exactly what he allowed them to see. Tsunade studied him for a long moment, then spoke quietly. So either your body adapted to an extraordinary technique, or something inside you rebuilt you after it. She stepped back. Neither answer is comforting. Naruto didn't react. He didn't need to. Minato looked at him, just briefly, as if trying to see past the silence. But he didn't ask, not yet. Tsunade turned away. I want daily monitoring, Naruto nodded. Understood. She glanced over her shoulder. And Uzumaki boys? Naruto looked up. Her eyes were sharper now. Try not to hide everything next time. A pause then. It makes doctors nervous. Naruto gave a small, polite bow. I'll keep that in mind. But inside, he didn't change anything. Part 2 later that day, Naruto sat alone on the roof of the Namikaze residence. The village stretched endlessly before him, alive, unaware, safe. Kurama spoke quietly. They didn't see anything. Naruto nodded. Good. A pause. Then Kurama asked, how long are you going to keep this up? Naruto didn't answer immediately. The wind passed through his hair. I don't know. Honesty, finally. Kurama accepted it. You're not just protecting yourself. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm protecting them. Kurama understood. From what, he didn't ask yet. Because he already knew the answer. Naruto lay back slightly on the roof, staring at the sky. For the first time today, he wasn't performing, not for Tsunade. Not for Minato, not for anyone, just breathing, just existing, and somewhere deep inside a thought formed. Quiet, dangerous. If they ever see what I really am, he didn't finish it. He didn't need to. End of Chapter 7, Chapter 8. Threads beneath the surface, some seals are not written to contain power, but to contain history. Part 1 morning in Konoha always looked the same, but Naruto had started noticing the differences. The way people bowed slightly deeper when Minato walked by. The way Anbu presence subtly shifted when Tsunade was nearby. The way conversations stopped just a fraction too quickly when he entered a room. Nothing was said directly, but everything was observed. Naruto adjusted the strap of his jacket as he walked through the street alone. No escorts, no supervision. That had been Tsunade's decision. You're not a prisoner, she had said, but I want daily reports. Naruto had simply nodded. It was easier that way. Kurama's voice drifted through his mind. You don't like that woman? Naruto gave a faint smile. I don't dislike her. She just sees too much. Kurama hummed. That's the problem, isn't it? Naruto didn't answer, because it was. Ahead of him, the training field appeared again. But this time, he wasn't alone. Sasuke Uchiha was already there. Sitting on a wooden post, waiting. You're late, Naruto blinked. I didn't know I was expected. She jumped down lightly. You weren't. A pause. I just assumed you'd come. Naruto sighed quietly. That's dangerous logic. Sasuke smiled slightly. Works most of the time. Naruto stepped onto the field. There was no tension between them anymore, just familiarity forming too quickly, too naturally. Sasuke observed him carefully. You're still holding back. Naruto raised an eyebrow. From what? Everything. Silence. She walked past him slowly. You don't fight like someone recovering. You fight like someone who's afraid of being seen. Naruto didn't respond immediately. Kurama stayed quiet. That meant he agreed. Naruto exhaled. I'm not ready to be seen. Sasuke stopped walking, turned slightly. Then why come outside at all? Naruto looked at her. For a moment, he didn't have an answer. Part 2, a sudden burst of chakra cut through the air, not hostile, but sharp, controlled. Sasuke stepped back immediately. Naruto turned his head slightly. A figure landed on the opposite side of the field. Itachi Uchiha, same calm presence, same unreadable expression. Apologies, he said softly. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sasuke crossed her arms. You always interrupt. It's a habit of older siblings. Naruto watched quietly. Itachi's eyes shifted toward him, not scanning, not analyzing openly, just observing. Lady Tsunade mentioned your condition. Naruto nodded. I assume that means I don't have privacy anymore. Itachi gave a faint, almost polite smile. Privacy is rarely absolute in Konoha. A pause. Then he stepped forward slightly. I wanted to ask you something. Naruto tensed slightly, but only internally. Go ahead. Itachi studied him for a moment. Have you ever seen a seal that changes structure depending on the chakra that enters it? Naruto's expression didn't change. But inside, something clicked. Kurama's voice sharpened. That's not a normal question. Naruto replied calmly. No, Itachi nodded. I didn't think so. He reached into his sleeve and placed a small scroll on a nearby wooden bench. I found traces of one. Sasuke frowned. In Konoha? Itachi didn't look at her. Not officially recorded. Naruto stepped closer slowly, not because he was curious, because he already knew what he would feel. He opened the scroll. The moment his chakra resonated near it, a faint reaction occurred. Not explosive, not visible to the eye, but internal. Kurama reacted instantly. Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Inside the seal structure, there was a pattern. Not standard Fuinjutsu, not Uzumaki style, something older, something layered. Something that didn't just bind chakra, it responded to it. Naruto closed the scroll, slowly, carefully. It's adaptive. Itachi's gaze sharpened slightly. You see it too. Sasuke looked between them. See what? Naruto hesitated, then answered simply. A seal that changes depending on the person using it. Silence. Itachi nodded once. That is one interpretation. Naruto looked at him. What's the other? Itachi's expression didn't change. That it was designed to hide something that should not be understood at first glance. A pause, then, or ever. Naruto felt a subtle chill, not fear, recognition. Kurama spoke quietly. This isn't modern Fuinjutsu. Naruto nodded slightly. I know. Itachi picked up the scroll again. And yet, it is embedded in chakra pathways that shouldn't be compatible with any known system. His eyes met Naruto's, which raises a question. Naruto already knew what was coming. Itachi said it anyway. Who are you, really? Silence fell across the training field. Even the wind seemed to slow. Sasuke frowned. Itachi, but he didn't look at her. Only Naruto. Naruto stared back for a long moment. Then slowly he smiled. Not a lie, not a mask, just a small, tired expression. I don't think I have a good answer to that. Itachi studied him, and for the first time, something unreadable passed through his eyes, not suspicion, not accusation. But confirmation, as if he had just verified a theory he didn't want to be correct. Then he closed the scroll. I see. A pause. I will investigate further. He turned slightly, then stopped. Without looking back, he added, Be careful, Naruto. Some seals do not merely preserve power. They preserve intent. And then he disappeared. Sasuke stood still for a moment. That was creepy. Naruto let out a faint breath. Yeah, Kurama spoke quietly. I don't like this. Naruto looked at the empty space Itachi had left behind. Neither do I. But inside, something had already started moving. Quietly, deep beneath everything. End of Chapter 8, Chapter 9. Echoes that shouldn't exist. When something ancient wakes up, it doesn't announce itself. It remembers you first. Part 1, the sky over Konoha was unusually clear that morning. Too clear. Naruto noticed it before he even left the house. There was no tension in the air, no pressure, but something felt aligned. As if the world itself was briefly holding its breath. Kurama noticed it too. Something is wrong. Naruto adjusted his sleeve. I feel it. You always say that. This time it's different. Kurama went silent. That alone was enough. Naruto walked toward the Hokage Tower. He hadn't been summoned, but he knew he would be. And he was right. At the entrance, a shinobi was already waiting. Lady Tsunade requests your presence. Naruto nodded. I was expecting that. The shinobi hesitated for a second, then added, It's urgent. Naruto didn't react, but inside, Kurama growled quietly. That's never good. Part 2, the Hokage office felt colder than usual. Not physically, but in atmosphere. Tsunade stood by the window, arms crossed. Shizune stood nearby holding a sealed report, and Itachi Uchiha was already present. Naruto stopped at the center of the room. This doesn't look like a normal meeting. Tsunade didn't turn around immediately. No. Then she faced him. Her expression was sharper than before. We've confirmed something. Silence. Minato stood near the side of the room. His eyes were focused. Too focused. Tsunade placed a scroll on the desk. Itachi's report was correct. Naruto felt it immediately. Kurama's voice deepened. Be careful, Tsunade continued. The seal you described is not just reactive. It responds to chakra signatures. Shizune added quietly, but not just any chakra. It reacts to identity. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Identity? Itachi stepped forward slightly. Every chakra signature has structure, he paused, but this one changes depending on who observes it. Silence. Naruto felt something tighten in his chest, not fear. Recognition. Tsunade's gaze sharpened. We tested it. She nodded toward Shizune. Shizune opened the scroll. A chakra imprint appeared, faint, unstable. But unmistakably active. Naruto didn't need to be told. The moment his eyes landed on it, the pattern shifted. Just slightly, but enough. Kurama reacted instantly. Naruto didn't answer, because he already understood. The seal wasn't just reacting to chakra, it was reacting to him. Tsunade stepped forward. Explain this. Naruto remained silent for a moment, then answered carefully. I can't. Tsunade frowned. That's not acceptable. Naruto met her gaze. I mean, I don't have enough information. A pause. Then Itachi spoke. You recognize it. It wasn't a question. Naruto hesitated, then nodded slightly. Yes. The room went still. Minato stepped forward. From where? Naruto looked down at his hand. For a brief second, a memory surfaced. Not of this world. Not of this timeline, but of something older. A sealed archive. A forbidden Uzumaki fragment. A technique that was never meant to be activated. I've seen something similar. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Where? Naruto paused, then answered honestly. In another life. Silence. Even Kurama didn't interrupt. Tsunade stared at him. You expect me to accept that answer? Naruto looked up. No. A pause. But it's the only one I have. Shizune whispered. His chakra is fluctuating. Tsunade raised a hand. Stop monitoring him for a second. The room went quiet again. Then Tsunade exhaled slowly. This seal is not Konoha origin. Itachi nodded slightly. I agree. Minato's eyes sharpened. Uzumaki? Naruto hesitated. Then, yes, but that wasn't the full truth either. Tsunade crossed her arms. Then we have a problem. She looked directly at Naruto. This seal is not passive. It reacts to you. A pause. And it is growing more stable the longer you remain near it. Naruto felt something cold settle in his stomach. Kurama spoke quietly. That's not normal. Naruto whispered internally. I know. Part 3 later that evening, Naruto stood alone in the training field again. The scroll had been sealed away. Locked, protected, studied, but not understood, he raised his hand slowly. No jutsu, no intent, just chakra circulation. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a faint resonance appeared in his body. Not external, internal. Kurama immediately reacted. Stop, Naruto froze. What is it? Kurama's voice was lower now. That feeling, Naruto focused, and then he felt it too, a structure. Not chakra, not memory, something embedded deeper. Like a second rhythm beneath his own, Naruto lowered his hand slowly. It's inside me. Kurama didn't answer immediately. Then, I don't think it's inside you. A pause. I think you are inside it. Naruto stood still. The wind passed through the field, but he didn't feel it anymore. Only the pulse. Quiet, ancient, waiting. End of Chapter 9, Chapter 10. What becomes one? Some seals are not broken. They are understood, and then they stop being seals at all. Part 1. Naruto woke up with a strange calmness. Not peace, not relief, just completion. Something inside him felt different. Not heavier, not lighter, just integrated. Kurama was the first to speak. It's gone, Naruto blinked. What do you mean? The silence from Kurama lasted longer than usual. Then, that structure, the one we detected. Naruto sat up slowly. He reached inward, not with chakra. Not with technique, just awareness, and he found it, or rather, he didn't find it, because it wasn't separate anymore. It wasn't an object inside him. It wasn't a foreign layer, it was simply part of him. Naruto exhaled. It merged, Kurama confirmed quietly. Yes, a pause, completely. Part 2, the Hawkage Tower was normal. Too normal for something that had been so serious just a day before. Tsunade was at her desk. Minato stood nearby. Shizune was reviewing standard medical reports, nothing unusual. Naruto stepped inside. Tsunade looked up. "Oh, Naruto, you're early." Naruto paused. "About yesterday," Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "What about it?" Naruto hesitated. "The seal." Silence. Minato frowned slightly. "What seal?" Naruto blinked. "The one Itachi found." Shizune tilted her head. "Itachi didn't report anything like that." Naruto felt something tighten in his chest. "He did." Tsunade leaned back slightly. "Naruto." Her tone was calm, but there was no seal. A pause. She continued. "Itachi only mentioned a brief chakra anomaly." "Nothing structured." Naruto stared at her, then at Minato. Then Shizune. All of them were consistent, certain, unbothered. Kurama spoke quietly inside him. "They're not lying." Naruto exhaled slowly. "I know," because he could still feel it. Part 3 later that day, Naruto met Itachi in the training field. This time, Itachi didn't bring a scroll. He simply stood there. Waiting, Sasuke was not present, only the two of them. Naruto spoke first. "Do you remember the seal?" Itachi tilted his head slightly. "The anomaly?" Naruto nodded. Itachi thought for a moment, only vaguely. A pause. "Shizune's report suggests it was unstable chakra residue, nothing more." Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. "That's not what you said yesterday." Itachi studied him. "I said many things yesterday." Then calmly, but none of them pointed to a confirmed structure. Naruto went silent. Kurama spoke softly. "It adapted." Naruto whispered. "No." He looked at Itachi. "It didn't adapt." A pause. "It became something else." Itachi's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. "Explain." Naruto shook his head slightly. "I can't." Because there was nothing left to explain. It wasn't erased. It wasn't hidden. It simply stopped existing as a separate thing, not destroyed, not lost, integrated. Part 4 that night, Naruto sat on the roof again. The village below was unchanged. But inside him, something felt aligned in a way he couldn't describe. Kurama broke the silence. "You understand what this means, don't you?" Naruto closed his eyes. "I think so." A pause. "It wasn't just a seal," Kurama confirmed. "No." Naruto opened his eyes. "It was never meant to stay separate." Kurama went quiet for a moment. "Then, it was always meant to become part of you." Naruto exhaled slowly. "So Itachi was wrong." Kurama responded carefully. "Not wrong, just early." Naruto looked at his hand. No visible marks, no external signs, but somewhere deep inside, he could feel it. Not as a foreign presence, not as an external force, but as part of his own structure, like a memory that had stopped being a memory and became identity. Naruto whispered, "Then it's gone." Kurama answered, "No." A pause. "It just stopped being something you can point at." Naruto leaned back slightly. For the first time that day, he didn't feel watched by something unknown. He felt unified, and that was somehow more unsettling than before. End of Chapter 10, Chapter 11. The hands that once held lightning. When a man loses his strength, he stops asking why. He starts asking how to get it back. Part 1. The training hall beneath the Namikaze residence was silent, not empty, just focused. Minato stood in the center of it for a long time without moving. No seals, no chakra flow, just stillness. The kind that came from someone who used to be faster than thought itself and no longer was. Behind him, Naruto leaned against the wall. He didn't interrupt. He had learned something recently. Some silence wasn't weakness, it was recalibration. Minato finally exhaled. "I've been wasting time." Naruto tilted his head slightly. "In what sense?" Minato turned his gaze slightly downward. "In trying to understand what happened to me." A pause. "Instead of fixing what I already know is broken." Naruto stayed quiet. Minato continued, "My chakra network is damaged, not destroyed, not poisoned. Just disrupted." He clenched his hand slightly. "And that means it can be rebuilt." Naruto watched him carefully. "You're giving up the investigation." Minato nodded. "Of the mystery, yes." A small, tired smile. "I've never been good at chasing things I can't solve." He looked at Naruto then. "But I am good at recovery." A pause. "And rebuilding myself." Kurama spoke quietly inside Naruto. He's not like the legends make him sound. Naruto responded internally. No, legends don't have to heal. Part 2 outside, Konoha was already moving as usual. But Minato's world had narrowed. Training, repetition, structure. Shizun's reports confirmed what he already knew. His chakra pathways were not broken in a traditional sense. They were overwritten by strain. Like a system forced beyond design limits, Minato sat cross-legged, hands forming slow, precise seals, not for power, for alignment. Naruto observed quietly, "You're slower." Minato didn't react immediately. "I know," a pause, "but I'm also more stable." He opened his eyes, for the first time in years. Naruto looked at him carefully. "Is it enough?" Minato smiled faintly. "It has to be." That answer carried more weight than confidence. It carried acceptance. Part 3 later that day, Naruto trained alone in the open field. Not pushing power, not testing limits, just movement control. Sasuke arrived without announcement. She watched for a while before speaking. "Your father looks different." Naruto didn't stop moving. "He's rebuilding himself." Sasuke tilted her head slightly. "That's possible." Naruto paused, then nodded. "For him, yes." A beat. "For most people, no." Sasuke stepped closer. "You say that like you've seen impossible things." Naruto exhaled lightly. "I have." Silence. Then Sasuke asked, "Do you think he'll recover fully?" Naruto didn't answer immediately. He looked at his own hand, then at the ground. "Not the same." Sasuke frowned slightly. "That's not what I asked." Naruto shook his head. "I know." A pause, then he added quietly, "But sometimes same isn't the goal." Sasuke studied him. "You're changing how you talk." Naruto glanced at her. "Is that bad?" She shook her head. "No." A small pause. "It just makes you harder to read." Naruto gave a faint, almost invisible smile. That might be the point. Part 4 that evening, Minato sat alone in the training hall again. This time, Naruto joined him. Not to observe, but to sit beside him. Minato didn't look surprised. "You don't usually stay this long." Naruto shrugged slightly. "Neither do you." A faint silence. Then Minato spoke. "I used to think strength was something you had." He looked at his hands. "Now I think it's something you maintain." Naruto nodded. "And lose slowly." Minato gave a quiet laugh. "Yes." A pause then, "And sometimes regain differently than before." Naruto looked at him. "You think you'll be faster again?" Minato didn't answer immediately. Then, "No," a calm acceptance. "But I think I can be effective again." He turned slightly toward Naruto. "That's enough." Naruto stared at him for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah," Kurama spoke softly. "Humans are strange." Naruto responded internally. "Yeah, but not in a bad way." End of Chapter 11, Chapter 12. 10 Shadows in the Forest. The scariest opponent is not the strongest one, but the one who doesn't need to try. Part 1. The forest outside Konoha was quiet, too quiet. Even the wind felt careful here. Sasuke was the first to notice it. "Something's wrong." Naruto stopped walking immediately, not tense, just aware. Kurama's voice echoed softly inside him. 10 signatures. Naruto's eyes shifted slightly. "Strong," Kurama paused. "Jonin level." Naruto exhaled slowly. "That's annoying." Sasuke turned toward him. "Did you just say?" The forest exploded, not literally. But the silence broke like glass. 10 figures dropped from the trees, surrounding them instantly. No hesitation, no warning, kill intent flooded the space. Sasuke stepped back. "Jonin?" Her voice was quieter now, a slight tremor beneath it. Naruto didn't move, he simply looked at them, and smiled. Small, almost polite. Itachi appeared at the edge of the battlefield instantly. One step forward, but stopped. His eyes locked on Naruto, and froze, because Naruto was not afraid. Not even slightly. No widened eyes, no tension in his shoulders, no instinctive retreat, just calm, unnatural calm, like someone observing weather, not death. Sasuke noticed Itachi's hesitation. "Brother?" But Itachi didn't move, because he was watching Naruto's eyes and realizing something important. This was not a child standing in front of 10 elite shinobi. This was something else entirely. Part 2, the first attacker moved. Fast, a kunai aimed directly at Naruto's throat. Sasuke shouted. Naruto! Naruto tilted his head slightly. The blade passed, but he was no longer there. A soft step behind the attacker, one strike, clean, elbow to the spine. The man dropped instantly. No jutsu, no chakra flare, just precision. Silence. Another attacker rushed in. Fire release. Naruto didn't even look. He stepped forward into the technique. Inside the gap, too close for full release. The jutsu collapsed mid-formation. He struck again. The second fell. Sasuke froze. That's not normal taijutsu, Naruto heard her, but didn't respond. 2 more attackers, then 3, then 5, all at once. The forest filled with motion, but Naruto was slower and faster, at the same time, not reacting, predicting. Itachi's eyes narrowed. He's reading them. But even that wasn't fully correct. Naruto wasn't reading them, he already knew what they would do. Because he had seen it before, in another life, in another war. Sasuke stepped back further, her breath became uneven. He's going to die. Her voice cracked slightly. Because that was what her eyes told her. 10 Jonin, 1 child, no chakra release, no visible defense. And yet the attackers were falling, one by one, not instantly. Not with explosions, but cleanly, efficiently, like a storm being dismantled piece by piece. Part 3, the leader finally stepped forward. Hand signs forming, massive chakra buildup, wind pressure hit the trees. Sasuke trembled. That's too much. Before she could finish, Naruto moved. For the first time, actually moved, not reaction, not defense, attack. He stepped in. Inside the jutsu range, too close, impossible distance, and then a single hand formed, a simple rotation of chakra, a sphere, compressed, stable, perfect, no glow. No spectacle, just density. The leader's eyes widened. Impossible, Naruto spoke softly, too slow. The impact was instant, not loud, not dramatic, just final. The leader disappeared into the ground. Silence returned. One by one, the remaining attackers stopped moving, some unconscious, some incapacitated, none standing. 10 Jonin, all down, forest quiet again. Part 4, Sasuke stood frozen. Her hands were shaking, not from injury, from realization. Naruto, her voice barely worked. He turned slightly, calm, normal, like nothing happened. Are you hurt? She didn't answer, because her brain was still catching up. Itachi slowly stepped forward, his expression unreadable, but his eyes were sharper than before. That level of taijutsu. Naruto scratched the back of his head slightly. I was rusty. Silence. That sentence alone broke something in Sasuke's understanding. Rusty, he called that rusty. Her heart started beating faster. Not fear now, something else. Something she didn't have a name for yet. Her gaze stayed on him. On the calm boy standing in the middle of 10 defeated Jonin. And for the first time, she felt something unfamiliar forming in her chest. Not admiration, not curiosity. Something deeper, something that made her unable to look away. Itachi noticed it instantly and narrowed his eyes slightly, not at Naruto, at Sasuke. Part 5, Naruto looked at the battlefield once more, then sighed lightly. We should report this. He turned toward Sasuke. You okay? She nodded automatically, but didn't speak because her voice wouldn't come out properly. Naruto tilted his head. Sasuke, she flinched slightly. Then quickly turned away. I'm fine. Too fast, too sharp, too unnatural. Naruto didn't push, he just nodded. Okay. Kurama spoke quietly inside him. That girl is reacting differently. Naruto responded internally. I noticed. Kurama paused. Be careful. Naruto looked ahead. I am. But his attention was already elsewhere. Not on the fight, not on the enemies, but on the fact that he hadn't used even a fraction of what he once was. And yet, it was enough. End of Chapter 12, Chapter 13. After the silence breaks, a battle ends in seconds. Its consequences stay much longer. Part 1, the return to Konoha was quiet, too quiet for what had just happened. 10 Jonin-level attackers, defeated, no casualties on their side, no explanation from the enemy, just disappearance. Naruto walked slightly ahead of Sasuke. She didn't speak, not because she had nothing to say, but because she didn't know where to start. Kurama broke the silence first. The village will react. Naruto nodded slightly. I know. A pause. How badly? Kurama hesitated. Badly, Naruto exhaled. Of course. Behind them, Itachi followed our distance. Silent. Observing, thinking, too many thoughts. Part 2, the Hokage office, was already filled when they arrived. Tsunade stood with arms crossed, Minato beside her, Shizune holding a sealed report, and several Anbu stationed around the room. Naruto stepped inside first. Tsunade's eyes immediately sharpened. A report, Naruto spoke simply. 10 attackers, Jonin level, coordinated ambush outside the eastern forest. Silence. Tsunade didn't react immediately. Then, and all 10 are alive? Naruto nodded. Yes. A pause. Minato frowned slightly. You didn't kill any of them. Stable, good. But not enough. Sarada formed another seal. The earth trembled. Roots erupted. A massive wooden arm emerged from the ground. Then another. Within moments, a giant wooden guardian stood above the forest. Jiraiya whistled. That's significantly larger. Sarada smiled proudly. Then the construct lost balance. The enormous guardian stumbled sideways before collapsing into hundreds of trees. Jiraiya sighed. Control. Sarada scratched her cheek awkwardly. Still working on that. Part 5, Naruto watches. Naruto observed both lessons without speaking. Kurama asked, well. Naruto answered, Sasuke trusts her eyes too much, and Sarada trusts her power too much. Kurama chuckled. Exactly. Naruto stepped forward. Part 6, switching partners enough. Everyone looked toward Naruto. He continued, you're learning separately. But fighting together. He pointed toward Sasuke. You, then toward Sarada. Attack me. Both girls blinked, simultaneously. Together, Naruto nodded once. Yes. Part 7, the first combination. Sasuke moved first, sharing and spinning. Her sword flashed toward Naruto's left side. At the exact same moment, Sarada slammed her palm against the ground. Wooden roots erupted beneath Naruto's feet. Perfect timing. Perfect synchronization for anyone else. It would have worked. Naruto vanished. Both attacks struck empty air. The next instant, he stood behind them. Better, neither had sensed him. Part 8, understanding. Naruto looked calmly at both girls. Sasuke, she turned, you assume your opponent reacts to your eyes. Not your intentions. She lowered her sword. Then he faced Sarada. You assume your power controls the battlefield, instead of shaping it. Sarada slowly nodded. Both absorbed every word. Part 9, the second attempt. This time, neither rushed. Sasuke waited. Sarada watched. Then, without speaking, they moved, not simultaneously, sequentially. Sasuke forced Naruto into motion. Sarada predicted where he would appear. Wood erupted exactly where Naruto stepped. He escaped. Barely. A small smile appeared on Naruto's face. Good. Behind them, Itachi quietly smiled. Jiraiya folded his arms proudly. Obito nodded once. They had all noticed it. Neither girl had led, neither had followed. For the first time, they had fought as equals. Part 10, sunset training ended as the sun dipped below the horizon. The 3 students sat on the edge of the clearing. Breathing heavily, Naruto looked toward the orange sky. You're both improving quickly. Sarada smiled. Thanks to you. Sasuke looked away. Don't get used to compliments. Naruto answered with complete seriousness. I wasn't giving one. Sarada laughed. Even Sasuke couldn't stop herself from smiling. The tension that had once separated them had become something lighter. Not gone, but changing, and for the first time, the future didn't feel uncertain. It felt possible. End of chapter 53, not flashy, just direct. His hand caught the opponent's wrist mid-strike, a simple control. A shift in balance, one movement, the opponent's structure collapsed instantly. No explosion, no dramatic impact, just loss of stability. Naruto guided him downward, and the fight ended as the opponent hit the ground and could not rise again. Silence. Part 7, arena reaction. For a moment, no one spoke, then whispers erupted. That's it. He didn't even use a jutsu. That was genin-level dominance? The proctor raised a hand. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto stepped back, no reaction. Kurama spoke. You ended it without revealing anything. Naruto replied, that was the point. Part 8. Above the arena, Sasuke's expression tightened slightly. That's not normal control. Sarada looked at Naruto differently now. He didn't look like he was fighting. Sasuke replied quietly, that's worse. A pause. It means he chose not to fight seriously. Part 9. Gaara's observation. Gaara narrowed her eyes slightly. He ended it without intent to destroy. Shukaku responded, that is restraint. Gaara replied, no, a pause, that is confidence. Silence. For once, Shukaku did not argue. Part 10. Cage box reaction. High above the arena, Tsunade leaned forward slightly. No chakra burst. Minato frowned. He didn't escalate at all. Shukaku narrowed his eyes. That's the problem. Fugaku added quietly, he's not being evaluated. He's evaluating them. Part 11. Sasuke's shift. Sasuke stood. My turn soon. Sarada looked at her. You're nervous. Sasuke replied immediately, no. A pause, curious, but her gaze kept returning to Naruto. Part 12. Naruto aftermath. Naruto returned to the waiting area. Sasuke looked at him. That was boring. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Good, Sasuke frowned. Good, Naruto nodded. That means no surprises. Kurama added quietly, you're lying. Naruto responded internally, I know. Part 13. Gaara moves from the opposite side. Gaara stepped forward. Her match was announced. The crowd shifted attention instantly, not curiosity, expectation, something heavier. Shukaku spoke, now watch carefully. Gaara replied. I am. Her gaze briefly met Naruto's again, then she turned away. Part 14. End of opening round. The arena atmosphere changed. The first match was over, but the real tension had only begun. 3 focal points formed: Naruto, control without exposure; Sasuke, emotion under restraint; Gaara, power without instability. Kurama spoke quietly, this is no longer an exam. Naruto replied, I know. A pause. It's comparison. End of chapter 35. Omli, as if he had expected it, as if he had planned even this moment. One eye open. Expression unreadable. Tsunade didn't waste time. Danzo Shimura, a pause. You are accused of unauthorized operations against Konoha Shinobi. Silence. Danzo replied quietly, I serve Konoha. Minato stepped forward slightly. That's not an answer. Danzo looked at him. It is the only answer that matters. Itachi spoke next. Multiple assassination attempts, internal coordination, external manipulation. A pause. Do you deny involvement? Danzo remained still. No. Silence hit the room instantly. Even Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Minato's voice lowered. Then it's true. Danzo didn't respond, but his silence confirmed it. Part 3. The interrogation escalated, not physically, but structurally. The Yamanaka clan was brought in. Inoichi Yamanaka stood before Danzo, expression serious. This will not be pleasant. Danzo answered calmly, I do not require comfort. A pause. Inoichi placed a hand on Danzo's temple. Mind link activated. Part 4. Inside the mindscape darkness. Layers of sealed thoughts. Fragmented memories, guarded compartments. Inoichi's voice echoed, there are too many blocks. Tsunade's voice outside, go deeper. Minato watched silently. Itachi remained focused. Naruto's name was not spoken, but present in every implication. Inoichi pushed further. Mental barriers began to fracture. Pain signals echoed through Danzo's mind. Still, he did not break, but something shifted. A fragment surfaced. Part 5. A memory. A meeting, not with Root, not with Konoha Council, someone else. A sealed chamber, unknown figure, voice distorted. Instruction, the target is Namikaze Minato. Danzo's memory responded. He is a Hokage candidate. The voice replied, that is the reason. A pause, a vial exchanged hands, dark liquid. Compressed chakra structure, highly refined, not Root-made, not Konoha-made. Part 6. Inoichi pulled back sharply. His eyes widened slightly. I found it. Tsunade stepped forward immediately. What? Inoichi hesitated. He did order the poisoning of Minato Namikaze. Silence. Minato didn't move, but his expression hardened. Tsunade's voice dropped. Source. Inoichi shook his head. Blocked. A pause. I cannot identify the origin of the toxin or the supplier. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. So he was not the origin. Inoichi nodded. Correct. Danzo's breathing remained steady, as if even this revelation did not change his position. Part 7, Tsunade stepped forward. Who gave you the poison? Silence. Danzo finally spoke. Irrelevant. Minato's eyes sharpened. It's very relevant. Danzo looked at him directly. Power is never created alone. A pause. It is distributed. Tsunade's tone hardened. Answer the question. Danzo remained silent. And for the first time, there was something different in the room. Not fear, not anger, but a realization. He wasn't protecting himself. He was protecting something above him. Part 8, outside the chamber, Naruto stood on the rooftop of a nearby building. Kurama spoke quietly. He didn't reveal everything. Naruto nodded slightly. I know. A pause, but he confirmed enough. Kurama continued. Minato was targeted from outside Konoha influence. Naruto exhaled slowly. Yeah, a beat, which means Root wasn't the top layer. Kurama stayed silent. Because that was the real problem. Naruto looked toward the interrogation building. Someone is above Danzo. Kurama responded quietly, and they're still not visible. Part 9, inside the chamber. Tsunade closed the file slowly. Her voice was calm, but heavy. Danzo Shimura will be detained. A pause, indefinitely. Minato nodded once. Itachi said nothing, but his eyes stayed sharp. Danzo did not resist, as he was taken away. He spoke one final line. Not to the room, but into it. You are asking the wrong question. Silence, then he was gone. End of chapter 20, it rose calmly, like the first rays of dawn breaking across the horizon. The room filled with warm golden light. Black markings slowly spread across Naruto's cloak. Truth-seeking markings decorated the fabric like ancient symbols. Jiraiya's breathing stopped. Minato unconsciously took a step back. Kushina felt something inside her seal violently awaken, deep within her subconscious. The Ninetales opened one massive crimson eye. His ears twitched. He stood. For years he had ignored almost everything happening outside the seal. But now, he felt something impossible, something familiar. He whispered a single word. Brother, Kushina gasped. Her hands instinctively moved to her stomach. The fox had spoken, not with hatred, not with rage, with confusion. Naruto slowly walked toward Minato once again. Golden chakra gently danced around his fingertips. He raised one hand. This is going to burn. Minato met his eyes without hesitation. If there's even the smallest chance, do it, Naruto nodded. His palm touched Minato's forehead. The golden chakra disappeared beneath the skin. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Minato's entire body arched backward. His fists clenched. Veins appeared across his neck. Steam burst from every tenketsu in his body. A deep, agonizing groan escaped his throat. Kushina instinctively rushed forward. Minato. Jiraiya caught her arm before she reached the barrier. Wait! His own voice trembled. Trust him. Inside the room. Golden light spread through every damaged chakra pathway. Wherever it passed, the black poison ignited, not with ordinary fire, but with chakra so pure that the toxin simply could not exist beside it. The poison burned, it fought, it resisted. Then, it began to die. Naruto shrugged slightly. They weren't necessary to kill. That sentence changed the atmosphere in the room, not loudly, but noticeably. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. You're 12. Naruto looked at her. Yes, a beat. And you handled 10 Jonin without killing a single one. Naruto nodded again. Kurama spoke quietly inside him. They don't believe it. Naruto replied internally. I don't care. But that wasn't entirely true. Tsunade stepped forward slightly. How? Naruto hesitated for a moment. Then answered honestly, experience. Silence. Minato's eyes sharpened slightly, not suspicion. Concern. That answer made no sense for a child. but no one pressed further. Not yet. Part 3 later. The interrogation of the captured attackers had already begun, but something was wrong, very wrong. Anbu returned with a simple report. They refused to speak. Tsunade's expression darkened. All of them? A nod, even under pressure techniques, even under genjutsu probing. No response, only one repeated phrase. We were ordered. No origin, no identity, no village, nothing, just command. Minato crossed his arms. This wasn't random. Tsunade nodded. No, her gaze shifted slightly. It was a test. Silence. Naruto stood near the wall, listening. Kurama spoke quietly. They were measuring you. Naruto didn't respond immediately. Then, I know. Sasuke, standing nearby, finally spoke. Measuring what? No one answered immediately, because the truth was unclear. Tsunade exhaled slowly. Your strength? A pause, and your limits. Naruto closed his eyes slightly. They didn't learn much. Minato looked at him. Are you sure? Naruto opened his eyes. Yes, then added quietly, because I didn't show them anything real. That statement hit harder than intended. Even Tsunade paused for a moment. Part 4 outside the tower. Sasuke walked slightly behind Naruto, still silent, until she finally spoke. You weren't lying. Naruto glanced at her. About what? Sasuke hesitated. Then, when you said you were rusty. Naruto blinked, then smiled faintly. I wasn't lying. Sasuke stopped walking for a moment, then caught up again. You defeated 10 Jonin like it was nothing. Naruto shrugged slightly. It wasn't nothing. A pause. It was just familiar. Sasuke looked at him, longer this time, carefully, studying him like a problem she couldn't solve. What are you, Naruto? The question wasn't hostile. It wasn't afraid, it was genuine. Naruto didn't answer immediately. Kurama stayed silent. Even he didn't interrupt this moment. Naruto finally spoke. I don't know anymore. A pause, then softer. But I'm trying not to become something worse. Sasuke didn't respond, but her heartbeat did, faster, uncontrolled. And she hated that she couldn't stop it. Part 5, that night in the Hokage office. Tsunade stood alone, looking at the report again. Minato's notes, Anbu observations, Sasuke's statement, Naruto's words, then she exhaled. This isn't normal. Shizune nodded. No child should be capable of that level of control. Tsunade closed the file. Then we proceed carefully, a pause, and watch him closely. Outside the window, Konoha remained peaceful, unaware. But something had shifted, not loudly, not visibly, but permanently. Because now, the village had seen what Naruto could do, even if they still didn't understand it. End of Chapter 13, Chapter 14. Quiet rooms and loud thoughts. Sometimes the battlefield isn't where people change. It's where they stop talking about it. Part 1, the Uchiha compound was unusually quiet, not peaceful, just closed. Sasuke sat in her room, knees pulled up slightly to her chest, staring at the wall. She hadn't changed out of her clothes. She hadn't eaten. She hadn't spoken since returning from the forest. The image kept replaying in her mind. Naruto, standing in the middle of 10 Jonin, smiling, not afraid, not even serious. Just certain. Her fingers tightened slightly. What is he? She whispered it into the empty room, but there was no answer, only the sound of her own heartbeat. Faster than usual, unstable, annoying. Part 2, downstairs. Footsteps, measured, calm. Sasuke's mother, Mikoto Uchiha, walked into the house with quiet awareness. She didn't knock on Sasuke's door immediately. She already knew something was wrong. She stopped outside. Sasuke, silence, then a soft response. Go away. Mikoto sighed gently. That tone, that wasn't normal. She opened the door anyway. Sasuke didn't look at her. Mikoto sat down beside her without asking. For a while, neither spoke. Then Mikoto finally said, You've been like this since yesterday. Sasuke frowned slightly. I'm fine. Mikoto smiled faintly. That's what people say when they're not fine. Sasuke looked away. It's nothing important. A pause. Mikoto tilted her head. Was it Naruto? That name landed too precisely. Sasuke froze slightly. Why would you think that? Mikoto's smile deepened just a little. Because your heartbeat changes when you say his name. Silence. Sasuke's face slowly turned red. It doesn't? It does. Another pause. Mikoto leaned back slightly. So tell me, what did he do this time? Sasuke hesitated, then quietly, he fought 10 Jonin. Mikoto blinked once. Excuse me, Sasuke nodded, without killing them. Another silence. Mikoto's expression shifted slightly from curiosity to interest. And you're alive, so I assume he didn't hurt you. Sasuke shook her head. No. Mikoto studied her daughter carefully, then smiled. I see, Sasuke frowned. What? Mikoto stood up slowly. Oh, nothing. A pause. Then casually, just sounds like a boy who makes you nervous. Sasuke's face went fully red now. It's not like that. Mikoto chuckled softly, but didn't argue. Instead, she walked toward the door. Of course not. She paused, then added almost too casually, I'll go talk to Kushina about it. Sasuke's eyes widened. What? Why? But Mikoto was already leaving. Mother duties. Door closed. Silence returned. Sasuke sat there frozen. This is the worst possible outcome. Part 3 Konoha, Uzumaki residence evening. Kushina was preparing tea when there was a knock. She didn't need to guess who it was. Mikoto entered with a calm smile. Kushina immediately narrowed her eyes. What did your daughter do? Mikoto sat down. Oh, nothing bad. A pause. Then she just seems to be in love. Kushina froze mid-pour. Excuse me? Mikoto smiled brighter, with Naruto. Silence, the teapot almost slipped. Then Kushina slowly placed it down. Oh, a long pause, then a grin formed on her face. Oh, Mikoto nodded knowingly. It's quite obvious. Kushina leaned forward slightly. Tell me everything. And just like that, the conversation became something entirely different, far away from Sasuke's room. Far away from Naruto's battles. A completely new problem had just been created. Part 4 back at the Uchiha compound, Sasuke sneezed. She frowned. Why do I feel like something terrible is happening right now? End of Chapter 14, Chapter 15. Accidental meetings, the most dangerous changes in life rarely announce themselves. They just start happening more often. Part 1 The next few days in Konoha felt structured differently, not officially. Nothing had changed in reports, but something in the rhythm of the village had shifted. Naruto noticed it first in small things, more accidental meetings. More coincidental routes crossing, more people appearing where they didn't used to be. He didn't comment on it, Kurama did. You see it too, right? Naruto replied internally. Yeah, a pause, it's not random. Kurama didn't argue, that alone said enough. Part 2 Training Field, morning. Naruto arrived alone. Sasuke was already there, again, this time she wasn't sitting on a post. She was standing, waiting, not impatient, just present. Naruto stopped a few steps away. You've been here a lot lately. Sasuke crossed her arms. It's a public training field. Naruto nodded slightly. True, a pause, he looked at her. You're avoiding eye contact. Sasuke immediately frowned. I am not. Naruto tilted his head. You are. Silence, she looked away slightly. I'm just thinking. Naruto accepted that without pushing. About the fight? Sasuke hesitated. Then, partly, Naruto nodded. That's normal. Another pause, then quietly. You don't look like someone who fought 10 Jonin. Naruto blinked. What do I look like then? Sasuke hesitated. That was the problem. She didn't have a clean answer. Finally, she said, like nothing happened. Naruto exhaled slightly. That's because I didn't lose anything. Sasuke frowned. That's not normal either, Naruto shrugged. For me it is. Silence returned, not uncomfortable, just dense. Part 3 From a distance, hidden in the trees Itachi observed. He wasn't supposed to be there, but he was. Sasuke's emotional instability after recent events was noticeable, and Naruto's influence on it was becoming harder to ignore. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. They're talking more. That was not a statement of concern, it was observation. Naruto and Sasuke stood in the field below, not fighting, not training, just speaking. Which, in itself, was unusual. Sasuke said something. Naruto responded calmly. She hesitated. He didn't. Itachi's expression remained unchanged. But something in his analysis shifted. She's reacting differently around him. A pause, and he's allowing it. That was the more interesting part. Naruto was not avoiding Sasuke. He was not dismissing her. He was simply there, unpressured, unchanging, like a constant in an equation. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. That's dangerous. Not because of affection, not because of emotion, but because constants in shinobi environments tended to reshape variables around them. Part 4. Back on the ground, Sasuke spoke again. Do you ever get tired? Naruto blinked. Of what? She hesitated. Everything. Naruto thought for a moment, then answered honestly. No, a pause, then added, I get quiet sometimes. Sasuke looked at him. That's not the same thing, Naruto nodded. I know. Silence again, then Sasuke spoke softer. That makes you hard to understand. Naruto gave a small shrug. I'm not trying to be understood. That sentence landed heavier than intended. Sasuke looked at him for a moment longer, then looked away. That's kind of annoying. Naruto smiled slightly. People tell me that a lot. Sasuke paused, then, almost quietly, I can see why, but she didn't sound like she meant it the same way anymore. Part 5. Later that evening, Kushina and Makoto sat together again, this time more relaxed. Tea was already cold, neither cared. Kushina smiled. So she's following him around now? Makoto nodded. Consistently. Kushina leaned back. That's definitely not normal friendship behavior. Makoto raised an eyebrow. You're enjoying this too much. Kushina grinned. I just like seeing young people suffer emotionally in predictable patterns. Makoto sighed. You're terrible, Kushina waved a hand, but effective. A pause, then more seriously. Minato doesn't know yet. Makoto shook her head. No. And Itachi is pretending not to notice. Kushina smirked. That means it's already serious. Part 6. Night, Uzumaki residence. Naruto stood on the roof again. Sasuke's voice echoed faintly in his memory, like nothing happened. Kurama spoke quietly. She's getting closer. Naruto nodded slightly. Yeah, a pause. That's not a problem. Kurama responded carefully. I didn't say it was. Silence. Naruto looked at the village lights. For the first time, he didn't feel like something was being forced onto him, just that things were slowly moving closer on their own. And he wasn't stopping it. End of Chapter 15, Chapter 16. The teacher named Obito. Sometimes the past doesn't stay buried. It just changes its name and starts teaching the next generation. Part 1. The academy courtyard was already filled with noise. Genin exams had ended. Now came the final step, team assignment. Naruto stood slightly apart, as usual. He had missed too many days recently. Too many things outside the academy had pulled him away from normal life. And yet, this moment still mattered. Kurama's voice echoed quietly. Something feels off. Naruto replied internally. I feel it too. A pause. It's too structured. Kurama didn't respond immediately. That silence was enough confirmation. Part 2. Iruka stood at the front. Team assignments are final. He scanned the group. Team 7. A pause. Naruto's attention sharpened slightly. Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke didn't react outwardly, but her eyes shifted slightly toward Naruto, then away. And Iruka hesitated, not uncertainty, awareness. Sarada Senju. A ripple went through the crowd. Senju, again. Naruto exhaled slowly. That name is getting too common today. Kurama responded immediately. That lineage shouldn't even exist like that. Then, a new voice cut through the room. Obito Uchiha will be your Jonin instructor. Silence. Naruto froze, not because of the name alone, but because something inside him reacted before he could think. Kurama went silent then. Say that again. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Obito Uchiha, Kurama's voice lowered. That's impossible. Naruto didn't move. Because that was the first shock, but not the last. Part 3. A man stepped forward, brown hair, relaxed posture, lazy expression. Scratched mask partially lifted on his face. Too casual, too normal. Naruto stared at him for a long second. Then, something clicked. Kurama reacted instantly. That chakra pattern. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. No, Kurama continued. That's Uchiha's structure. Naruto exhaled sharply. That's not just Uchiha. A pause. Then the second shock hit. Naruto narrowed his eyes. I've seen this before. Kurama responded quietly. In your war memories. Naruto froze slightly. Because that was the problem. He had seen a man named Obito. But not like this. Not alive. Not standing here. Not teaching a genin team. Naruto whispered internally. He's supposed to be dead. Kurama didn't answer immediately then, or rewritten. Naruto looked at the man again. Obito Uchiha smiled slightly. Looks like I got an interesting team. Sasuke frowned. He looks lazy. Sarada tilted her head. His chakra feels heavy. Naruto didn't respond. Because his thoughts were already collapsing into one conclusion. This world was not only different, it was inconsistent. Part 4. Obito clapped his hands lightly. All right, Team 7. Meet me tomorrow morning for your first test. Sasuke immediately frowned. A test, Obito nodded casually. Survival. Silence, Naruto exhaled slightly. Of course it is. Obito glanced at him. For a brief moment, just a fraction, their eyes met. And Naruto felt it. Not hostility, not recognition, but something deeper, like Obito was also trying to place him. Then Obito smiled again. Try not to die. He turned and walked away. Part 5. Sasuke broke the silence first. I don't like him. Naruto nodded slightly. Agreed. Sarada looked between them. He's not predictable. Naruto answered quietly. That's the problem. Kurama spoke softly. That man is dangerous. Naruto responded internally. I know, a pause, but not in the way I expected. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. You reacted weirdly when you heard his name. Naruto hesitated then. I thought he was dead. Silence, Sasuke blinked slightly. That's a strange thing to assume about your teacher. Naruto looked away. Yeah, Sarada tilted her head. Is he someone important? Naruto paused, then answered honestly. He used to be. Kurama added quietly. And now he's something else. Part 6. That evening, Naruto stood alone on the roof. The village lights were steady, but his thoughts weren't. Obito Uchiha, alive. Teaching, existing outside everything he remembered. Naruto exhaled slowly. This world keeps changing the rules. Kurama responded, or revealing them. Naruto didn't answer immediately then. Which one is worse? Kurama paused. Both. Silence. Naruto looked toward the training grounds in the distance. Tomorrow, first test. Team 7, Obito, Sasuke, Sarada, and himself, he exhaled slowly. This is going to get complicated. Kurama replied quietly. It already is. End of Chapter 16, Chapter 17. Survival is the first lesson. A teacher doesn't create strength. He reveals it. Part 1. Morning arrived without ceremony. Team 7 stood at the edge of the training grounds outside Konoha. No crowd, no spectators. Just trees, wind, and silence that felt deliberately arranged. Naruto arrived first. Sasuke followed. Sarada was already there. Obito Uchiha sat on a low branch above them. Casually leaning back like this was a normal afternoon. You're late, he said lazily. Sasuke frowned immediately. You never gave a time, Obito shrugged. Correct, still late. Naruto exhaled quietly. This guy is going to be annoying. Kurama replied inside him. He already is. Sarada tilted her head. So what is the test? Obito looked down at them, a faint smile. Simple. He threw 3 small bells into the air. They vanished into his hand again before they hit the ground. You get these from me. A pause, but only 2 bells. Silence. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. So one of us fails from the start. Obito nodded. Correct, Naruto sighed. Classic. Obito pointed at them casually. You have until sunset. And no rules. A beat. Try not to die. Then he vanished. Part 2. The forest changed immediately, not physically, but in feeling. Presence scattered everywhere. Naruto stood still for a moment. He's not hiding, Kurama responded. He's everywhere. Sasuke already moved fast into the trees. Sarada followed silently. Naruto stayed a moment longer, thinking, then stepped forward, not rushing, not reacting, just moving. Part 3. The first attack came from above. Sasuke, not Obito, testing. She went for Sarada, a clean strike, controlled. Sarada blocked instantly with a wooden branch that formed midair. Would release. Naruto saw it clearly. So she can manifest it that fast. Kurama responded. That's not normal Senju output. Sarada countered immediately. Branches extended, restrained Sasuke briefly. Sasuke broke out instantly. "Don't hold back," Sarada blinked. "I wasn't," Naruto exhaled. "This is already messy." Part 4. Obito watched from above, unmoving, observing, not intervening. Naruto finally spoke internally. "Where is he?" Kurama replied. "You're asking the wrong question." Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then what's the right one?" Kurama paused. "When will he let you see him?" Naruto stopped walking. That answer made more sense than he liked. Part 5. A sudden pressure dropped through the forest. All three froze. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. "He's here." Sarada looked around carefully. "I don't see him." Naruto closed his eyes slightly. He didn't need sight, he felt it, not chakra signature, not movement, positionless intent. "Above us," Obito's voice came from everywhere at once. "Correct." The next moment, Naruto barely moved in time. A strike passed where his head had been. Too fast for normal perception. Sasuke reacted instantly. Fire release exploded upward. Nothing hit. Obito was gone again. Sarada clenched her hand. "He's not fighting us." Naruto opened his eyes. "Yeah." A pause. "He's measuring." Kurama spoke quietly. "And he's starting with you." Naruto didn't respond, because he felt it too. Every time Obito appeared, he adjusted slightly. Position, timing, distance, like Naruto was the reference point. Part 6. Evening approached faster than expected. Sasuke was breathing heavier now. Sarada showed signs of strain. Naruto remained steady, but focused. Then Obito appeared in front of Naruto directly. No warning, no transition, just there, two bells in hand. Naruto didn't move. Obito tilted his head slightly. "You're not surprised anymore," Naruto replied calmly. "I stopped expecting fairness." A pause. Obito smiled slightly. "Good answer." A beat. Then Naruto moved, not to attack. To take, Obito shifted instantly. But Naruto was already there. Not faster, already positioned. Fingers brushed the bell, almost. Obito leaned back just enough. Interesting. He vanished again. Part 7. Sunset. Team 7 stood exhausted. Obito reappeared above them, still holding two bells. He looked down. "You didn't get them." Silence. Sasuke frowned. "So we fail," Obito shrugged. "Technically." A pause, then he smiled faintly. "But no one died." Sarada blinked. "That's the standard," Obito nodded. "For me." Naruto exhaled slowly. "So what now?" Obito looked at him directly, for the first time fully. "Now I stop testing your survival." A pause. "And start testing your usefulness." Silence. Kurama spoke quietly. "This just escalated." Naruto responded internally. "Yeah." End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18. The mission that wasn't simple. Real missions don't start when you leave the village. They start when someone decides you should never come back. Part 1. The gate of Konoha opened early. Too early for a standard C-rank escort mission. Team 7 stood in formation. Naruto noticed it immediately. "This isn't a normal assignment." Kurama responded quietly. "It never was." Obito stood in front of them, hands in pockets. "Simple mission." Sasuke narrowed her eyes. "You said that last time." Obito smiled. "And it was simple." A pause. "This one is just farther." Sarada tilted her head. "Farther where?" Obito pointed forward. "Land of Rivers border route. Escort and verify a merchant convoy." Naruto exhaled slightly. "Escort missions don't need us." Obito looked at him. "Correct." Silence. That answer changed the tone instantly. Part 2. The convoy looked normal. Two wagons, 3 merchants. Minimal guards. Naruto walked beside Sasuke. Sarada stayed slightly behind. Sasuke spoke quietly. "This feels like bait." Naruto nodded. "Yeah." Sarada frowned. "Why would anyone bait Genin?" Naruto glanced at her. "That's the wrong question." A pause. "The question is who thinks we'll respond to bait." Kurama spoke softly. "Someone who knows your value." Naruto didn't answer. Because that was already becoming a pattern. Part 3. It happened in seconds. The forest line exploded with movement, not bandits. Not thieves, professionals, Anbu-level coordination. Sasuke reacted instantly. Fire release cut through the left flank. Sarada slammed her hand into the ground, wood burst upward. Controlled at first, then unstable, Naruto moved forward, no hesitation, too clean, too direct. One attacker dropped, then another, not lethal, just neutralized. Kurama spoke sharply. These are trained. Naruto replied internally. I know. A blade passed his shoulder. He rotated slightly, caught the wrist, twist, disarm, down. No wasted motion. But there were too many. Part 4 above them, Obito watched, still not intervening until he spoke softly. Now. A ripple in the air, not chakra, intent. The attackers changed formation instantly. Sasuke clicked her tongue. They adjusted. Sarada's wood cracked slightly. They're stronger than last time. Naruto narrowed his eyes. No, a pause. They're not stronger, Kurama responded. They're coordinated around you. Naruto exhaled. Yeah. That was the problem. Part 5, the convoy exploded, not physically. But tactically, wagons split. Merchants revealed weapons. They were not merchants. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. Trap, Sarada stepped back. Naruto spoke calmly. Confirmed. Kurama growled. Ambush within ambush. Naruto moved immediately. Protect the center. Sasuke snapped. Don't order me. But she moved anyway. Sarada followed. For a moment they worked, not perfectly, but aligned. Then Obito landed in front of them, blocking their path. One attacker lunged. Obito didn't look. The attacker fell instantly. Naruto froze slightly. That wasn't a jutsu. Kurama responded. No, that was suppression. Obito sighed. This is no longer an escort mission. Silence, he looked at Naruto. Congratulations. You've been identified. Part 6, the attackers shifted again, now fully focused. Not on the convoy, on Team 7. Sasuke clenched her fist. So we were the target. Sarada's voice tightened. Why? Naruto answered quietly. Because we were predictable, Kurama added. Or because you weren't. Naruto stepped forward. Obito glanced at him. Yes, Naruto narrowed his eyes. How long have you known? A pause. Obito smiled faintly. Long enough to bring me here. Silence. Sasuke stared. You set this up? Obito shrugged. No, a beat, but I stopped it from being worse. Naruto exhaled slowly. That's not reassuring. Obito nodded. Good. Part 7, the final wave came fast, too fast. Sarada lost control for a moment. Wood burst outward wildly, unstable. Sasuke grabbed her shoulder. Focus. Naruto stepped between them. Together, Sasuke frowned. What? Naruto didn't look back. Move together. Kurama spoke quietly. Now, Naruto moved, and for the first time they followed. Sasuke synced. Sarada stabilized 3 positions, one flow, not perfect. But functional, the attackers broke, not from strength, from structure collapse. Silence returned. Part 8, aftermath, the convoy was gone. So were the attackers. Obito stood alone, watching them, then he spoke. You survived. A pause. But that's not the point anymore. Sasuke frowned. Then what is? Obito looked directly at Naruto. Whether you can be used against what's coming. Silence. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What's coming? Obito smiled slightly. Now that's the real mission. He turned away, and you're already involved. He vanished. End of chapter 18, chapter 19. The hand behind the shadows, the most dangerous enemy, is not the one who attacks you, but the one who arranges the attack so no one sees his hand. Part 1, the return to Konoha was silent, not peaceful, heavy. Team 7 walked through the gates without celebration. No one spoke about the mission, because something about it felt incomplete. Naruto kept his hands in his pockets. Sasuke walked slightly ahead. Sarada stayed quiet behind them. Kurama spoke softly. This wasn't random. Naruto replied internally. I know. A pause. Obito confirmed that much. Kurama continued. Then someone is testing more than just strength. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. Yeah, us. Part 2, Hawkage Tower, late afternoon. Tsunade stood over the mission report. Minato was beside her. Shizune read Anbu summaries in silence. The room was tense, not loud, controlled. Then the doors opened. Itachi Uchiha entered, without ceremony, without hesitation. Tsunade looked up immediately. You found something? Itachi nodded once. Yes. He placed a sealed document on the desk. Silence followed. Minato frowned slightly. "What is this?" Itachi answered calmly. "Patterns of coordination." A pause between multiple assassination attempts. Tsunade's expression sharpened. "Multiple." Itachi nodded. First, Naruto and Sasuke during the early anomaly incident. A pause. Second, the genin examination period targeting adjustments. He looked directly at Tsunade. And third, yesterday's convoy ambush. Silence deepened. Shizune whispered, "That's not coincidence." Itachi continued. "The logistics point inward." A pause. To Konoha, Minato's eyes narrowed. "Root." The word landed like a stone. Itachi didn't react, but his answer confirmed it. "Yes." Part 3. Tsunade exhaled slowly. "Danzo," Minato stepped forward slightly. "That's a serious accusation." Itachi remained calm. "It's not an accusation." A pause. "It's verification." He slid another document forward, ambu-coded fragments, intercepted orders, financial routing patterns. Indirect command chains. Tsunade reads silently, her expression darkened. "He's been moving outside the chain of command." Shizune's voice was low. "For how long?" Itachi answered, "Long enough to organize 3 separate operations without direct visibility." Silence. Minato closed his eyes briefly. "Why target Naruto and Sasuke?" No one answered immediately, then Itachi spoke. "Naruto is unpredictable." A pause. "Sasuke is controllable." He looked up slightly. "And Sarada Senju represents balance between both." Tsunade's eyes narrowed. "So he's testing future variables." Itachi nodded. "Yes." Part 4. Naruto stood on the roof of the Uzumaki residence that night. Wind moved through the village below. Kurama spoke quietly. "So it wasn't just a mission." Naruto nodded slightly. "No." A pause. "It was an experiment." Kurama continued. "And we were the sample." Naruto exhaled slowly. "Yeah." Silence. Then, "Danzo," Kurama confirmed. "That name fits the pattern." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. "Obito didn't say anything," Kurama responded. "Because he didn't need to." Naruto looked down at his hand. "This is getting bigger." Kurama answered quietly. "It already was." Part 5. Elsewhere. Underground facility. Dim light. Stone corridors. Root operatives moving in silence. A single figure stood at the center. Danzo Shimura, one eye open, one hidden. He listened to the report without emotion. Team 7 survived. Silence, then? "Good." A pause. The operative hesitated. "Shall we continue observation?" Danzo turned slightly. "No." A beat. "This phase is complete." Another pause, then quietly, "Now we measure response." Part 6. Back in the Hawkage Tower, Tsunade placed the file down. "If this is true, he's been acting independently for too long." Minato nodded. "We can't ignore it anymore," Itachi added, "and now he knows we are aware." Silence. Tsunade exhaled sharply. "Then this stops." A pause. She looked at Minato. "Prepare containment protocols." Then at Itachi, "And keep Naruto's team under observation." Itachi nodded once, but his eyes lingered slightly longer than necessary. Because he knew something else. Naruto wasn't just a target anymore. He was becoming a reason. Part 7. Naruto closed his eyes on the roof. Kurama spoke softly. "They're moving against him." Naruto opened his eyes. "Yeah." A pause. "Against us." Kurama added quietly, "What do you want to do?" Naruto didn't answer immediately. Then, "I want to see how far they'll go." Silence. Kurama responded, "That's a dangerous answer." Naruto stood up slowly. "I know." A pause. Then softer, "But I think they already decided to test us anyway." He looked toward the village, calm, unaware, and now divided in ways most people didn't yet understand. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20. The silence beneath root. Even shadows speak when the mind is forced to open. Part 1. Konoha had changed its tone overnight, not officially, but everyone felt it. Ambu movements became tighter. Root operatives disappeared from public rotations, and for the first time in years, Danzo Shimura was summoned, not as a shadow, but as a suspect. Tsunade stood at the center of the interrogation chamber, Minato beside her, Itachi off to the side. Naruto was not present, but his name hovered over everything. Part 2. Danzo entered calmly, as if he had expected it, as if he had planned even this moment. One eye open, expression unreadable. Tsunade didn't waste time. Danzo Shimura, a pause. You are accused of unauthorized operations against Konoha shinobi. Silence. Danzo replied quietly. I serve Konoha. Minato stepped forward slightly. That's not an answer. Danzo looked at him. It is the only answer that matters. Itachi spoke next. Multiple assassination attempts. Internal coordination, external manipulation. A pause. Do you deny involvement? Danzo remained still. No. Silence hit the room instantly. Even Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Minato's voice lowered. Then it's true. Danzo didn't respond, but his silence confirmed it. Part 3. The interrogation escalated. Not physically, but structurally, the Yamanaka clan was brought in. Inoichi Yamanaka stood before Danzo, expression serious. This will not be pleasant. Danzo answered calmly. I do not require comfort. A pause. Inoichi placed a hand on Danzo's temple. Mind link activated. Part 4. Inside the mindscape darkness. Layers of sealed thoughts, fragmented memories, guarded compartments. Inoichi's voice echoed. There are too many blocks. Tsunade's voice outside. Go deeper. Minato watched silently. Itachi remained focused. Naruto's name was not spoken, but present in every implication. Inoichi pushed further. Mental barriers began to fracture. Pain signals echoed through Danzo's mind. Still, he did not break, but something shifted. A fragment surfaced. Part 5. A memory, a meeting. Not with Root, not with Konoha Council, someone else. A sealed chamber, unknown figure, voice distorted, instruction. The target is Namikaze Minato. Danzo's memory responded. He is a Hokage candidate, the voice replied. That is the reason. A pause, a vial exchanged hands, dark liquid, compressed chakra structure, highly refined, not root-made. Not Konoha-made. Part 6. Inoichi pulled back sharply. His eyes widened slightly. I found it. Tsunade stepped forward immediately. What? Inoichi hesitated. He did order the poisoning of Minato Namikaze. Silence. Minato didn't move, but his expression hardened. Tsunade's voice dropped. Source. Inoichi shook his head. Blocked. A pause. I cannot identify the origin of the toxin or the supplier. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. So he was not the origin. Inoichi nodded. Correct. Danzo's breathing remained steady, as if even this revelation did not change his position. Part 7. Tsunade stepped forward. Who gave you the poison? Silence. Danzo finally spoke. Irrelevant. Minato's eyes sharpened. It's very relevant. Danzo looked at him directly. Power is never created alone. A pause. It is distributed. Tsunade's tone hardened. Answer the question. Danzo remained silent, and for the first time, there was something different in the room. Not fear, not anger, but a realization he wasn't protecting himself. He was protecting something above him. Part 8. Outside the chamber, Naruto stood on the rooftop of a nearby building. Kurama spoke quietly. He didn't reveal everything. Naruto nodded slightly. I know. A pause, but he confirmed enough. Kurama continued. Minato was targeted from outside Konoha influence. Naruto exhaled slowly. Yeah, a beat, which means Root wasn't the top layer. Kurama stayed silent because that was the real problem. Naruto looked toward the interrogation building. Someone is above Danzo. Kurama responded quietly, and they're still not visible. Part 9. Inside the chamber, Tsunade closed the file slowly. Her voice was calm, but heavy. Danzo Shimura will be detained. A pause. Indefinitely. Minato nodded once. Itachi said nothing, but his eyes stayed sharp. Danzo did not resist as he was taken away. He spoke one final line, not to the room. But into it, you are asking the wrong question. Silence, then he was gone. End of Chapter 20, Chapter 21. Rewriting the leaf. When corruption is removed, the system doesn't become pure immediately. It becomes unstable first. Part 1. Konoha had not been this unstable in years, not from war, not from invasion, but from change. Danzo's arrest had done something deeper than remove a man. It had exposed the structure around him. and now Tsunade was dismantling it. Part 2. The Hokage chamber was full, but not with elders. For the first time in decades, they were gone. The old council seats were empty. No Himura, no Koharu, no silent interference from behind protocol. Tsunade stood at the center. Her voice was firm. Effective immediately, the previous advisory council is dissolved. Silence. A few Anbu shifted uncomfortably, then she continued. They will be replaced. Minato frowned slightly. By whom? Tsunade didn't hesitate. People who actually contribute to the village. Part 3. One by one, the names were announced. Shikaku Nara. Shikaku exhaled slowly. I did not apply for this level of stress. Tsunade ignored him. You're taking it. A pause, he sighed. Of course I am, Fugaku Uchiha. A ripple went through the room. Fugaku remained calm. I accept. Sasuke's father did not look surprised, but there was weight in his eyes, responsibility, and calculation. Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi stepped forward slightly. I will serve. No hesitation at all. Silence followed. The structure of power had shifted in minutes. Minato leaned slightly toward Tsunade. This is abrupt. Tsunade replied quietly. Danzo was the symptom. A pause. The system enabled him. Her eyes sharpened. That ends now. Part 4. Elsewhere, Uzumaki residents Minato and Kushina sat surrounded by old sealed scrolls. Uzumaki archives, warrior and knowledge. Pre-Konoha chakra theory, Kushina traced a symbol with her finger. This one, I remember my mother mentioning it. Minato unrolled another scroll, ancient chakra diagrams. Not elemental, structural, Kurama's seal reacted slightly inside Kushina. These aren't normal techniques. Minato nodded. They're not techniques. A pause. They are frameworks. Kushina frowned. For what? Minato looked at the scroll longer. For controlling how chakra behaves in the body. Silence. Kurama spoke quietly inside Kushina. Dangerous knowledge. Kushina exhaled. No wonder the Uzumaki were feared. Minato added softly. And targeted. A pause. He tightened his grip slightly. If Naruto can understand even part of this, Kushina finished the thought, he won't just be strong. Silence, then she looked at Minato. He'll be different. Part 5. Back at the Hokage Tower, the new council sat for the first time. Shikaku, Fugaku Hayashi. Tsunade at the head, Minato observing quietly. Tsunade spoke. From today, decisions will no longer pass through hidden layers. A pause. Everything is direct. Shikaku sighed. That will increase workload by approximately 300%. Fugaku glanced at him. You'll survive, Hayashi added calmly. If the village survives, so will we. Tsunade nodded once. Good. Part 6. Naruto stood on the training field alone. Kurama spoke softly. The village is changing fast. Naruto nodded slightly. I noticed. A pause. It's getting cleaner. Kurama responded carefully, or more visible. Naruto didn't answer immediately then. Same thing. Kurama stayed silent because it wasn't, but arguing didn't matter. Naruto exhaled. Minato is doing something. Kurama replied. Yes. A pause, and Kushina. Naruto looked down at his hand. Uzumaki knowledge. Kurama confirmed. Forbidden level chakra theory. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. That's going to matter later. Kurama responded quietly. Everything is starting to matter later. Part 7. Hokage Tower balcony. Tsunade stood alone for a moment. Wind moved through the village. No elders, no hidden council, just direct leadership. Minato approached. You think this will hold? Tsunade didn't look at him. It has to. A pause. Minato glanced toward the village. And Danzo? Tsunade's expression hardened slightly. He was never the top of the chain. Silence. Minato understood immediately. So we keep going up. Tsunade nodded once, until there's nothing left above. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22. The land where water doesn't forget. Some missions look simple on paper. The ones that change everything always do. Part 1. Konoha had finally settled into its new structure. No elders in the shadows. No hidden council whispers. Decisions were direct now, fast, visible, and exhausting. Team 7 stood again at the mission desk. Naruto glanced at the scroll. Escort mission. Uruka nodded. Yes, C rank. Sasuke frowned. After everything that happened Sarada tilted her head. Is it supposed to be easy? Naruto exhaled slightly. That's usually when it isn't. Kurama spoke quietly. This feels different. Naruto responded internally. Yeah, it feels real now. Part 2 Hokage Tower, briefing room. Tsunade stood with Minato beside her. Obito leaned against the wall, unusually silent. Shikaku's voice came from the side. Land of waves. A pause. No military protection, high economic instability, maritime control disputes. Fugaku added calmly. And possible external interference routes. Hayashi nodded once. Logistically, it's a vulnerable region. Tsunade placed the mission's scroll down. That's why it's perfect for their first real assignment. Minato frowned slightly. You're sending them there because it's unstable? Tsunade looked at him. No, a pause. Because it will show us how they behave when things stop being controlled. Silence. Obito finally spoke. And if they break? Tsunade replied immediately. Then they weren't ready. Part 3, outside Konoha gates. The morning air was colder than usual. Team 7 stood ready. Naruto adjusted his pack. Sasuke checked her equipment. Sarada watched both of them quietly. Obito stood in front. Rules are simple. A pause. Protect the client. Complete the escort. Don't die, Sasuke muttered. Still your favorite rule. Obito smiled faintly. It works. Naruto looked ahead. Anything else we should know? Obito paused for a second, long enough to matter. Then, yes, a beat. This mission will not stay C rank if someone decides otherwise. Silence. Sarada blinked. Who would decide that? Obito looked at her. People you haven't met yet. Part 4 The journey began quietly. Forests, rivers, small towns. No obvious threats, but Naruto noticed something early. We're being watched. Sasuke narrowed her eyes. Where? Naruto didn't answer immediately. Not nearby. Kurama added softly. Distant tracking. Sarada frowned. I don't sense anything. Naruto glanced at her. That's the point. A pause. You're not supposed to. Silence followed. Sasuke spoke quietly, so it's already escalated. Naruto nodded once. Yeah. Part 5 Night camp. Firelight flickered. No one relaxed fully. Sarada broke the silence. Do you think this mission is important? Naruto looked at the fire. All missions are important to someone. Sasuke added, that's not what she asked. Naruto exhaled slightly. Yes, a pause. It is. Silence. Kurama spoke quietly. Something is waiting at the destination. Naruto responded internally. I know. He looked toward the dark horizon, and I don't think it cares about rank. Part 6 Far away, unknown coastline mist covered the sea. A small dock village stood silent, but not empty. Figures moved in the fog. Not bandits, not merchants, organized, patient. A man stood at the edge of the dock, watching the water. He spoke quietly. They left the village. A second figure replied. Target confirmed, the man nodded. Uzumaki Naruto. A pause, and the Uchiha girl. Another voice added, and the Senju hybrid. The first man smiled slightly. All of them. He turned slightly. Let them come. The waves below didn't move naturally. They waited. Part 7 Back with Team 7, Naruto opened his eyes slightly. We're close. Sasuke stood instantly. Sarada tightened her grip. Obito's voice echoed in Naruto's memory. This mission will not stay C rank. Naruto exhaled slowly. It already didn't. Kurama spoke softly. Now it begins. Naruto stepped forward, not faster, not slower, just forward. Let's finish it. End of Chapter 22, Chapter 23. The Demon of the Mist, the first real mission, is never about the escort. It's about who you become when you realize it's a battlefield. Part 1, the mist grew thicker the closer they got, not normal fog, heavy. Dense, alive in a way that made visibility feel unreliable. Naruto slowed slightly. This isn't natural weather. Kurama responded quietly. No. It's controlled chakra in the air. Sasuke frowned. So someone is maintaining it. Sarada nodded slowly. That's deliberate concealment. Naruto exhaled. We're already inside a battlefield. Part 2 The bridge contractor, Tazuna, walked slightly ahead, trying to look confident. Failing slightly, he noticed the tension. Something wrong, Naruto answered calmly. We're being observed. Tazuna swallowed. Bandits, Sasuke replied flatly. Worse. Sarada added, organized shinobi-level threat. Silence, Tazuna stopped walking for a second. I may have omitted some details. Naruto didn't look at him. You think. Kurama spoke softly. They're close. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Yeah. Part 3. The attack came from the water, no warning, no sound. Just motion, steel chains exploded upward. Sasuke reacted instantly. Fire release cut through the mist. Naruto moved forward without hesitation. 1 attacker, 2, not lethal. Precise, controlled. Sarada stepped back slightly, then slammed her hand into the ground. Wood burst outward, roots forming even in damp terrain, but unstable. The mist interfered. Too much moisture, Kurama noted. Chakra diffusion is uneven. Naruto glanced at her. Adjust it. Sarada frowned. I am adjusting it. But the strain was visible. Part 4 then, silence, everything stopped. Even the mist felt heavier. Naruto froze. Someone stopped everything. Sasuke narrowed her eyes. I don't like this, Sarada whispered. We're not alone. A voice came from above, calm, soft, almost polite. That's correct. A figure stood on a tree branch, masked, lightly dressed, too calm for a battlefield. Naruto looked up and felt it immediately, not hostility, not aggression. Something else, sadness. Kurama spoke quietly. That chakra, it's unstable. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The figure tilted his head slightly. Haku. A pause. Then softly, I protect what is important. Part 5, the mist moved again, not randomly, forming paths, barriers, reflections. Sasuke clicked her tongue. He's controlling the battlefield. Naruto stepped forward slightly. So you're the source. Haku didn't deny it. I maintain it. Sarada frowned. Why? Haku hesitated. Because without it he sees too clearly. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The answer didn't come, because something else arrived first. A killing intent dropped like weight. Heavy, sharp, absolute. The water beneath them vibrated. Then, a massive figure stepped onto the bridge support, sword wrapped in bandages. Eyes cold, voice rough. Haku. Silence. Sasuke immediately tensed. Naruto exhaled slowly. So that's him. Kurama responded quietly. Zabuza Mamachi. Part 6. Zabuza looked at the team, then at Tazuna, then back. So the escort is real. He lifted his sword slightly. Good. Sasuke stepped forward. I'll handle him. Naruto didn't stop her, but said calmly, don't underestimate him. Sasuke glanced at him. I don't. Naruto looked at Zabuza. That's the problem. Kurama spoke quietly. This one is different. Naruto replied internally. I know, a pause, but we still win. Part 7. The mist exploded into motion again. Battle began. Sasuke engaged immediately. Fire against water, steel against movement. Sarada supported from range, roots spreading to control terrain. Naruto moved through the center, not rushing, not panicking, just adapting. Zabuza's voice echoed through the mist. Good teamwork for Genin. A blade passed Naruto's shoulder. He rotated, countered, hit, not enough. Zabuza vanished again. Kurama spoke. He's reading you. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Let him try. Part 8 above them, Haku watched, quiet, unmoving, then softly. They're strong, a pause, especially him. Zabuza replied from below, focus on the target. Haku lowered his gaze slightly. Yes. But something in his voice didn't match obedience. It matched hesitation. Part 9, Naruto stood in the mist, breathing steady. Sasuke nearby, Sarada slightly behind, and he understood something clearly. This wasn't just a mission anymore. It was the first real war they had ever walked into. He exhaled slowly. Let's finish this properly. Kurama responded softly. Now you're thinking like a shinobi. Naruto moved forward, and the mist answered. End of Chapter 23, Chapter 24. Breaking the mist when emotion finally overtakes control, power stops being trained, and becomes awakened. Part 1, the mist thickened until even sound felt delayed. Zabuza stood motionless on the water's surface. Haku remained in the air between ice fragments forming slowly around him. Team 7 was already split by pressure alone. Naruto stood at the center, Sasuke to his right. Sarada slightly behind. Then, a new presence entered the field, not through movement, but through space itself bending slightly. Obito Uchiha appeared on a broken bridge pillar. Calm, focused, no hesitation, Zabuza's eyes narrowed immediately. You, Obito tilted his head slightly. Me, a pause, then Obito smiled faintly. Let's end this quickly. Part 2, Obito vs Zabuza. Zabuza moved first. Massive blade cut through the mist. Obito didn't block, he vanished. The sword passed through empty space. Zabuza clicked his tongue. Space-time ninjutsu. Obito's voice came from behind him. Correct. Zabuza turned, but Obito's hand was already forming the space distortion. A ripple, a pull, reality folded slightly. Zabuza jumped back instantly. Dangerous technique. Obito replied calmly. I know. Another ripple. Zabuza's shoulder tore slightly as space twisted past him. Not a physical strike, a deletion. Part 3, Haku target. Sarada. Haku moved. Fast, too fast. Ice formed instantly. Mirrors surrounded the battlefield. Naruto reacted, but not fast enough. Behind you, Sarada turned, too late. Haku appeared directly in front of her, a single ice senbon aimed at her chest. Naruto stepped in instantly. He pushed Sarada aside. Impact followed immediately. A cold blade pierced through Naruto's chest. Silence. Even the mist stopped moving for a fraction of a second. Sarada froze. Naruto, Kurama's voice sharpened inside him. Damage confirmed. Naruto exhaled sharply. Still alive, but the pain triggered something deeper. Part 4, emotion breaks control. Sasuke saw it. Everything, Naruto falling slightly. Haku preparing another strike. Sarada stunned. Something snapped. Sasuke's chakra erupted. Her eyes changed instantly. 3 Tamo formed. I'll kill you. Sharingan fully active. Haku tilted his head slightly. So it awakens like this. But then, Sarada's chakra surged. Not fire, not water, not wind, something heavier. Roots exploded outward violently. The ground cracked. Wood rose like a living judgment. A massive wooden golem began forming behind her. Sarada's eyes widened. What is this? Kurama spoke sharply. Emotional chakra resonance with Senju lineage. Naruto, coughing slightly. She's manifesting it unconsciously. Part 5, Haku's death. Haku moved again. Ice mirrors formed instantly. He entered his domain. Speed multiplied. Sasuke followed. Sharingan tracking every movement, but Sarada didn't need tracking. The wooden golem moved on instinct. Massive arms slammed through the ice mirrors, cracking them instantly. Haku appeared another angle. Sasuke intercepted. Fire and kunai. Haku staggered. For the first time, Naruto whispered, "They're overwhelming him." Kurama replied quietly. Not him, his space. Sarada stepped forward. The golem mirrored her movement. Haku's final attempt, all ice mirrors activated at once, too late. The golem grabbed the entire structure and crushed it. Ice shattered everywhere. Haku was pulled into the destruction. No escape route, no reflection point, no survival path. Sasuke and Sarada stood still. The mist cleared slightly. Silence. Part 6. Zabuza falls. Zabuza saw everything. Haku gone. His expression changed, just slightly. Haku. A pause, then killing intent exploded. But before he could move, Obito appeared directly in front of him. Zabuza reacted instantly, too slow. Obito's eyes shifted. Main Jikayo Sharingan activated, space distorted. Kamui. A spiral of space-time tore through Zabuza's chest. No resistance, no defense. A massive void ripped through his torso. Zabuza froze. What is this? Obito looked at him calmly. End of contract. Zabuza collapsed into the mist-covered water, still, silent. Part 7, Aftermath. The battlefield fell silent. Mist began to dissolve. Sasuke's Sharingan slowly stabilized. Sarada's wooden construct faded. Naruto knelt slightly, breathing heavily. Kurama spoke quietly. You survived. Naruto replied internally, yeah, a pause. Barely. Sarada stepped forward quickly. Naruto, Sasuke followed more slowly. Idiot, but her voice wasn't cold. It was shaken. Obito stood above them, looking at the battlefield, then at Team 7. Mission complete. A pause. But this was only the first real loss you've seen. Silence, Naruto closed his eyes slightly. I know. End of Chapter 24, Chapter 25. After the blood-freezing mist, a shinobi is not defined by the moment they fight, but by what remains after the fight ends. Part 1. The silence after the battle felt unnatural. The mist was gone, but the air still carried its weight. Naruto was sitting on one knee near the broken bridge, his hand pressed lightly against his chest. The ice wound was still there, but no longer fatal. Kurama's chakra moved slowly through him, sealing and repairing. You're lucky it missed the heart, Naruto exhaled. I've been hearing that too often lately. Kurama responded quietly, you keep getting close to death, a pause, and not learning fear from it. Naruto smirked slightly. That's not new. Part 2. Sasuke stood a few meters away. Still, her eyes had not returned to normal completely. 3 Tamo lingered in her gaze. Haku's final moment replayed in her mind. She spoke quietly. I saw everything. No one answered immediately. Sarada was farther back, sitting on the broken stone. Hands trembling slightly, the wooden golem had already faded, but its presence still felt imprinted in the air. I didn't mean to do that. Her voice was low, almost confused. Naruto looked at her. You didn't mean it, but you did it. Silence, Kurama spoke softly. That's what awakening looks like. Part 3. Obito appeared again on the edge of the bridge, calm, as if nothing had happened. Zabuza's body was no longer visible. Only broken mist and disturbed water remained. Sasuke spoke first. You killed him. Obito didn't deny it. Yes, Sarada looked up slightly. And the other one? A pause. Obito answered simply, he chose his path. Naruto exhaled slowly. That doesn't sound like a victory. Obito glanced at him. It isn't a pause, it's completion. Part 4. A distant sound broke the silence. Footsteps. Tazuna and local workers approached slowly. They froze when they saw the aftermath. Destroyed terrain, frozen water fragments, burn marks, and blood that had already begun to fade. Tazuna swallowed. What happened here? No one answered immediately. Naruto stood slowly. We finished the mission. His voice was calm, but different. Older, Tazuna looked at him, then at the others. You're just children, Sasuke replied quietly. Not anymore. Part 5. Nightfall, temporary shelter. Naruto sat near the entrance. Kurama spoke inside him. Your body is stable. Naruto nodded slightly. Good, a pause. But that's not the part that feels off. Kurama didn't respond immediately. Then, you're talking about them. Naruto looked toward the room behind him. Sasuke, Sarada silence. Yeah. Part 6. Inside the shelter, Sasuke sat alone. Her hands were clenched. 3 Tamo slowly fading in and out. I didn't hesitate. Her voice was barely audible. I should have hesitated. Silence. Outside, Sarada stood near the wall, listening, not interrupting, but thinking. The wooden power she had unleashed was still unclear to her, not controlled, not trained, just responded. If I lose control again, she stopped, didn't finish the sentence. Part 7. Obito stood outside, watching the night. Naruto approached from behind. You planned this level of danger. Obito didn't look at him. I didn't plan Haku dying. A pause. I planned your survival. Naruto narrowed his eyes. That's a strange way to run a team. Obito finally turned slightly. It's the only way shinobi are made. Silence. Naruto exhaled. We're not machines. Obito answered calmly. No, a pause. But you are becoming something that survives like one. Part 8. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama spoke quietly. That girl, Sarada, her power is unstable. Naruto nodded internally. I saw it. Kurama continued. And the Uchiha girl is accelerating. Naruto responded. I saw that too. A pause, and me. Kurama hesitated then. You didn't awaken anything new. You just stopped reacting like a child. Silence. Naruto closed his eyes. Is that good? Kurama answered honestly. I don't know yet. Part 9. Morning came quietly. The bridge was complete. The mission was officially over. Tazuna stood before them. I don't know how to thank you. Naruto looked at him briefly. Don't. A pause. Just build it properly. Sasuke turned slightly. Let's go back. Sarada nodded. Obito appeared beside them. Konoha, Naruto looked forward. The village was far, but the feeling was not. Something had changed, not outside. Inside, end of chapter 25, chapter 26. Return to the leaf, coming home after a mission like that doesn't feel like returning. It feels like pretending nothing changed. Part 1. The gates of Konoha appeared the same as always, tall, solid, familiar. But Team 7 didn't feel the same. Naruto walked slightly ahead of the group. Sasuke followed without her usual distance. Sarada stayed unusually quiet. Obito led them in. The guards at the gate straightened immediately. Mission report received. Obito nodded once. C rank complete. No one questioned it. But the silence behind those words carried weight. Part 2. Hawkage Tower. Same day Tsunade read the mission report. Once, then again. Minato stood beside her. Shikaku leaned against the table. Fugaku and Hayashi were already present. The room was quiet in the way only experienced shinobi rooms become. Tsunade finally spoke. They fought Zabuza Mamachi. Shikaku exhaled slowly. That escalated quickly. Minato frowned. And Haku, silence. Obito answered from the doorway. Neutralized, a pause not explained, not softened, just stated. Part 3. Tsunade looked down at the report again. And Naruto. Obito hesitated slightly. He was injured. Minato's expression sharpened immediately. How severe? Obito replied calmly. Fatal trajectory avoided. Silence. Fugaku narrowed his eyes. And the rest? Obito glanced slightly to the side. Sasuke awakened 3 Tomo Sharingan. That changed the room instantly. Hayashi's eyes widened slightly. Shikaku straightened. Minato went silent for a moment. Already? Obito nodded. Tsunade placed the report down slowly. And the Senju girl. Obito's voice lowered slightly. Unstable Mokutan manifestation. A pause. Large-scale, uncontrolled output. Silence deepened. Part 4. Shikaku finally spoke. That's not a genin team anymore. No one disagreed. Fugaku added quietly. She's evolving too fast. Hayashi nodded. And the emotional triggers are too strong. Minato looked at the report again. This is a synchronization problem. Tsunade corrected him. No, a pause. It's a survival problem. Silence. Obito finally spoke again. They survived. A beat, but they changed. Part 5. Elsewhere. Uzumaki residents Kushina and Minato sat surrounded by scrolls again. This time, more disorganized, rushed. Minato traced a chakra formula. This section explains chakra flow inversion. Kushina frowned. So the body can redirect chakra instead of producing more? Minato nodded. Exactly. Kurama inside Kushina spoke quietly. Dangerous for normal shinobi, Kushina exhaled. And Naruto? Minato paused. He's not normal anymore. Silence. Kushina didn't like that answer, but she didn't deny it either. Part 6. Naruto stood alone on the Hawkage monument. Wind moved through the village. Same view, different perception. Kurama spoke softly. You're thinking too much. Naruto answered internally. That's new for me. Kurama responded. No, you just used to ignore it. A pause. Naruto looked down at the village. Sasuke changed. Kurama replied. She awakened something early. Naruto continued, and Sarada almost lost control completely. Kurama didn't argue. Yes, silence. Naruto exhaled slowly. We're not a team anymore. Kurama corrected him gently. You are. A pause, but not the same one that left. Part 7. Training grounds. Later Sasuke stood alone. Sharingan activated briefly, then stabilized. I saw it clearly now. She whispered, the difference between hesitation and survival. A pause, and I chose survival. Silence. Behind her, Sarada approached slowly. I didn't choose anything. Sasuke looked at her. You did. Sarada shook her head. No, it just happened. A long silence. Sasuke stepped closer. That's worse. Part 8. Obito watched from distance. Naruto appeared beside him. What now? Obito didn't look at him. Training. Naruto frowned slightly. That wasn't training. Obito finally turned. No, a pause. That was exposure. Naruto narrowed his eyes. To what? Obito answered simply, your limits. Silence. Then Obito added, and now we remove them properly. Part 9. Night fell over Konoha. The village looked unchanged, but inside it, something had already shifted. Tsunade closed the mission file. We're going to need new classification rules. Shikaku sighed. That usually means things are getting worse. Fugaku replied calmly, or more honest. Hayashi nodded. Either way, we adapt. Minato remained silent for a moment then. Naruto is at the center of all of it. Tsunade didn't deny it. No, a pause. He's where everything converges. End of Chapter 26, Chapter 27. Controlled flame power is dangerous when it is unstable. But far more dangerous is power that becomes calm. Part 1, Konoha had entered a strange phase of peace, not silence, not calm, control. Team 7 was no longer treated like rookies, but not yet like veterans. They were something in between, unclassified, uncomfortable, and carefully observed. Naruto walked through the village streets without urgency, no tension in his shoulders, no reactive chakra spikes. Kurama noticed immediately, "You're different now." Naruto answered calmly, "I stopped reacting." A pause. "Everything still feels the same, I just don't flinch anymore." Kurama stayed silent for a moment then. "That's not normal growth," Naruto replied. "Neither was anything before." Part 2 Training Ground, Uchiha District outskirts. Sasuke stood opposite Itachi. No hostility, no distance, only focus. Itachi's voice was calm. "Sharingan is not about power." A pause. "It's about perception." Sasuke activated her 3 Tamo. "I already see faster." Itachi nodded slightly. "But you don't yet understand what you are seeing." He stepped forward. Again. Part 3 The spar began slowly. Itachi moved with minimal effort. Sasuke reacted instinctively. Kunai, fire release, angle shifts. But Itachi was not testing strength, he was testing awareness. Every mistake was corrected immediately, not with force, with positioning, with inevitability. Sasuke gritted her teeth. "I can't read you." Itachi replied calmly, "You are not supposed to read me." A pause. "You are supposed to understand yourself while reading others." Part 4 Elsewhere, Forest Training Zone. Jiraiya stood with Sarada Senju. The atmosphere was completely different. No precision drills. No strict form, only nature, river flow, wind pressure, chakra in the environment. Sarada frowned. "This is different from academy training." Jiraiya grinned slightly. "Good." A pause. "Academy training teaches control." He tapped her forehead lightly. "This teaches survival inside control." Part 5 Sarada tried to gather chakra. It surged too fast. Roots cracked the ground slightly. She immediately stopped. "It reacts before I think." Jiraiya nodded. "That's your problem." A pause. "You're trying to command something that isn't listening yet." Sarada looked down. "Then how do I control it?" Jiraiya became slightly more serious. "You don't control Senju chakra." A pause. "You negotiate with it." Part 6 Naruto arrived at the training area later that day. He stopped at the edge, watching. Kurama spoke softly. "Everyone is being trained differently." Naruto nodded. "That's intentional." Kurama continued. "And you?" Naruto answered without hesitation. "I already stabilized." A pause. "There's nothing to fix." Kurama stayed silent, because it was true, and that was the most unusual part. Naruto wasn't suppressing emotion, he simply no longer depended on it. Part 7 Itachi ended the session with Sasuke. Her breathing was steady, her perception sharper, but her eyes looked heavier. "I see more now." Itachi nodded. "Good." A pause. "But don't confuse clarity with comfort." Sasuke looked at him. "You never do." Itachi replied simply, "I learned the cost early." Part 8 Jiraiya watched Sarada from a distance. She was now attempting slow chakra flow, less explosive, more structured. Roots formed gently instead of violently. "Better," he muttered. Sarada exhaled. "I think I understand it slightly." Jiraiya smiled. "That's how it starts. A pause, then it becomes part of you." Part 9 Naruto stood on a high cliff above Konoha that evening. Wind moved around him. Kurama spoke quietly. "You are the only one not breaking or struggling." Naruto responded calmly. "I went through that stage early." A pause. "It's done now." Kurama hesitated. "And what are you now?" Naruto looked at the village, not with emotion, but with clarity, stable, a pause, and available. Kurama didn't answer immediately. Because that answer meant something dangerous, not weakness, not strength, but readiness without hesitation. End of Chapter 27, Chapter 28. The exam begins. Some battles are not fought with fists. They are fought for attention, understanding, and connection. Part 1. Konoha was preparing for the Chunin exams. But this time, preparation felt different. Not excitement, not celebration, expectation. Naruto stood with Team 7 at the registration gates, Sasuke beside him. Sarada slightly behind, Obito watched from a distance. "This is not a mission," he said calmly. "This is a selection process." Naruto replied without emotion, "I understand." Kurama added quietly, "And this time many eyes will be watching you." Naruto nodded once. "I know." Part 2. A new presence entered the arena grounds. Sand moved slightly before the person even appeared. A girl stepped forward. Short red hair, cold eyes, and a stillness that didn't match her age. Sarada tilted her head. "She feels dangerous." Sasuke narrowed her eyes. "Annoying." Naruto looked at her quietly. "That's not just chakra control." Kurama spoke inside him. "That is a sealed-tailed beast." Naruto's eyes sharpened slightly. "One of ours." Kurama hesitated. "No, different." Part 3. Gaara the girl stopped in front of them. Her gaze landed on Naruto, long, studying. Then she spoke. "You are not afraid." Naruto answered calmly. "No." A pause. "Should I be?" Silence. Something flickered in her expression, not emotion, recognition. Sasuke watched closely. Sarada did too. But something about Naruto's stillness was different. He wasn't reacting. He was connecting. Part 4. The touch. Gaara stepped closer. Naruto didn't move away. A hand reached out and touched his shoulder. The moment contact happened, the world shifted. Part 5. Inside the mind. Darkness. A vast internal desert, wind made of chakra. A massive presence beneath everything. Shukaku, it roared, not in anger, in pain. Naruto stood calmly in the inner space. Kurama's voice deepened. "So this is it." A second presence responded. Shukaku, suspicious, hostile. Naruto spoke. "You're hurting her." Silence. Shukaku's voice cracked like sand. "She is weak." Naruto replied. "She is alone." A pause. "That's different." Part 6. The agreement. Naruto stepped forward. No hostility, no fear, just presence. Kurama spoke carefully. "You're doing something risky." Naruto replied internally. "I know." He looked at Shukaku. "You don't need to destroy her to exist." A pause. Silence stretched, then Shukaku lowered slightly. "What do you propose?" Naruto answered simply, "Coexistence." A long silence, then a shift, not acceptance, not peace. But pause for the first time. Part 7. Awakening outside. Gaara suddenly staggered. Her breathing stabilized. Chakra pressure dropped sharply, then silence. She stood still, then slowly exhaled. "It's quiet." Her eyes widened slightly. For the first time, she didn't collapse. She didn't panic, she simply stood, and then she fell asleep. Part 8. The witness. Sasuke saw everything. The touch. Naruto standing still, Gaara collapsing peacefully. Something inside her tightened sharply. "What was that?" Sarada whispered. He went inside her. Sasuke didn't respond. But her fingers curled slightly. Her chest felt tight. Not anger, not confusion, something worse. Awareness. Part 9. New bonds. Later. Gaara sat alone. No hostility, no instability, just silence. Naruto stood nearby. "Better." Gaara nodded slowly. "Yes." A pause. "You didn't fight it," Naruto replied. "I talked to it." Silence, then Gaara looked at him. "Stay near me during this exam." Naruto nodded. "Okay." Part 10. The fire in Sasuke. From a distance, Sasuke watched. Her Sharingan activated briefly, not from danger. From emotion. "Why her?" Her voice was quiet. Sarada looked at her. "You know him?" Sasuke didn't answer immediately then. "No." A pause, but her hand tightened. "But I will." Part 11. Kurama's observation. Inside Naruto. Kurama spoke quietly. "This is becoming complicated." Naruto replied. "I noticed." Kurama added. "3 emotional anchors forming around you." Naruto blinked slightly. "That sounds dramatic." Kurama responded. "It is." Naruto exhaled slightly. "I'll handle it." Kurama was silent then. You always say that before things get worse. Part 12, Chunin exam begins. The gates opened. The crowd gathered. Genin from all villages entered, but something had already shifted. Naruto walked forward, Gaara beside him, Sasuke slightly behind, Sarada watching both, and the Chunin exams were no longer just a test of skill, but a test of connection. End of Chapter 28, Chapter 29. The first test of masks, the Chunin exams do not measure strength. They measure what you are willing to become when you think no one is watching. Part 1, the first test room was silent, too silent. Dozens of genin from different villages sat in rows, each pretending to be calm. But the air was tight, pressure built in invisible layers. Naruto sat without tension. Sasuke beside him, eyes scanning, Sarada quietly observing everything. Gaara sat a few seats away, still, but no longer hostile. Kurama spoke softly inside Naruto. "This is not a written exam," Naruto replied internally. "I know." Part 2 Proctor entered, cold gaze, sharp presence, Ibiki Morino. The moment he stepped in, the atmosphere changed. Fear became structured, intentional. Ibiki spoke. "This exam is not about knowledge." A pause. "It is about survival under pressure." Naruto tilted his head slightly. "So psychological," Kurama responded. "Yes, and designed to break weak perception." Part 3 The test began, questions were distributed. But almost immediately, something became obvious. They were unsolvable. At least not in a normal way. Sasuke narrowed her eyes. "This is impossible," Sarada whispered. "It's not about answers." Naruto looked at the paper once, then stopped focusing on it. "It's about information extraction," Kurama confirmed. "Correct." Part 4 The room filled with tension. Cheating began, subtle, coordinated, genjutsu, reflections, signals. Naruto didn't participate, he simply observed. Sasuke activated her Sharingan briefly. "I see them all." Sarada focused chakra lightly, patterns everywhere. Gaara didn't move, but sand shifted slightly under his sleeve, protective, instinctive. Part 5 Then, one by one participants were eliminated. Fear amplified, some failed, some surrendered, some broke under pressure. Naruto remained still. Kurama spoke quietly. "You are not reacting," Naruto replied. "There's nothing to react to." A pause. "It's noise." Part 6 Across the room, Sasuke was watching Naruto more than the test. Not the answers, not the environment, him. "Why is he not trying?" Sarada glanced at her. "Maybe he already understands." Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. "That's not fair." Part 7 Gaara's perspective. Gaara was not looking at the paper either. Her gaze was fixed forward, not empty, focused, but calm. Shukaku's presence inside her stirred slightly. "This place is meaningless." Gaara answered internally. "No." A pause. "He is here." Silence. For the first time, Shukaku did not respond aggressively. Part 8 Final question reveal. Ibiki raised his head. "Last question." A pause. Then he looked across the room, and it comes with a choice. Silence tightened, stay a genin forever, or risk everything for advancement. The room froze. Fear peaked. Naruto exhaled slowly. "So this is the real test." Kurama responded. "Yes, willpower." Part 9 Sasuke looked at Naruto again. He was still calm, too calm, and that calmness itself became irritating. "He's not even hesitating," Sarada whispered, "because he doesn't see it as risk." Gaara slowly turned her gaze toward Naruto, watching, not the test, him. Part 10 Naruto finally stood, not because of pressure, not because of fear, but decision. Kurama spoke quietly. "You already decided." Naruto answered, "Yes." A pause. "There's nothing to gain by pretending fear exists." He placed his paper forward, unanswered, but complete in intention. Part 11 Sasuke's reaction. Sasuke watched him. Her Sharingan flickered briefly. "Idiot." But her voice was not insulting. It was conflicted. She placed her own paper forward immediately after. Sarada blinked. "You copied him," Sasuke replied. "No." A pause. "I agreed." Part 12 Gaara stood slowly. One motion. Paper submitted. No hesitation, no calculation, just alignment. Shukaku's voice was quieter now. That boy again, Gaara answered internally. Yes, part 13. Ibiki smiled slightly. Good, a pause. You passed. Silence broke, room tension released, but something new replaced it. Awareness, not of the test, but of each other. Part 14. Hallway outside. Naruto leaned against the wall. Kurama spoke softly. You influenced outcomes again. Naruto replied, I just didn't interfere. Kurama responded, that was interference. Naruto didn't answer because Sasuke approached, then stopped, just watching him. Gaara stood on the other side of the corridor, also watching. Silence. Kurama finally spoke. This is becoming a pattern. Naruto exhaled slightly. I noticed. End of chapter 29, chapter 30. Forest of Killing Intent. The second exam does not ask what you know. It asks what you are willing to do when no one is watching, except death. Part 1. The Forest of Death stood like a wall, tall trees. Dense canopy, no sunlight in full form, only broken fragments. The gate opened slowly. One by one, teams entered. Naruto, Sasuke, Sarada, and Gaara were placed in separate directions at the entry phase. Obito's voice echoed before they dispersed. Regroup is optional. A pause. Survival is not. Naruto nodded once. Understood. Kurama spoke quietly. This place is saturated with killing intent. Naruto replied internally. I feel it. Part 2. Inside the forest. Silence immediately became pressure. Not quiet, but watching silence. Naruto moved forward calmly, no rush. No caution visible, just awareness. Kurama spoke. Multiple signatures nearby. Naruto responded. Let them decide first. Part 3. Sasuke's perspective. Sasuke moved through branches, fast, precise. Sharingan activated briefly. He's ahead. She didn't need confirmation. She felt it. Naruto's presence was always slightly ahead of expectation. Sarada followed silently behind her. You're tracking him again. Sasuke replied flatly, I'm tracking survival probability. Sarada didn't argue, but she understood the real answer. Part 4. Gaara. A separate path. Gaara walked alone, not hiding, not rushing, just existing. Two genin from another village appeared ahead. They smiled, mistake. Sand moved before she did, quick, clean, silent. They fell without sound. Shukaku's voice stirred slightly, still restrained. Gaara answered internally, controlled. Part 5. First encounter. Naruto stopped. Kurama's voice sharpened. Three teams converging. Naruto exhaled slowly. So it begins. Figures emerged from trees, not random, coordinated, hostile intent clear. One spoke. Uzumaki. Naruto. Naruto tilted his head slightly. You know me. A pause. The man smiled. Everyone does now. Part 6. Sasuke arrives. Fire erupted through branches. Sasuke landed beside Naruto mid-engagement. You didn't wait. Naruto replied calmly. I didn't need to. Enemies attacked. Sasuke moved instantly. 3 Tamo active. Left. Naruto shifted. Countered. Clean strike. Kurama observed. Your coordination is improving. Naruto responded. We're not thinking. A pause. We're just adjusting. Part 7. Sarada joins. Ground cracked slightly. Roots emerged. Controlled this time. Stable. Sarada stepped in. Don't overextend. Sasuke glanced at her. Focus. Naruto looked briefly. Good timing. Sarada didn't respond, but her chakra stabilized further. Part 8. Gaara's arrival. The forest shifted. Wind stopped for a moment. Then sand appeared between trees, not chaotic, directed. Gaara walked into the battlefield. Enemies froze. One whispered. That's not genin level. Too late. Sand closed distance instantly. Silence followed. Kurama spoke quietly. He's not fighting, Naruto replied. I know. He's ending. Part 9. Aftermath. The battlefield cleared quickly, too quickly. Sasuke looked at Gaara, then at Naruto. This is normal for you, Naruto replied. No, a pause. It's just efficient. Sarada frowned slightly. That's not reassuring. Naruto nodded. I didn't say it should be. Part 10. Deeper in the forest. Naruto paused. Kurama spoke. Bigger presence ahead. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru. Silence. Sasuke's expression sharpened instantly. I feel it too. Gaara tilted her head slightly. Something is watching. Naruto exhaled. Then we move carefully, Kurama responded. Finally, Naruto added, but still forward. Part 11, Sasuke's focus. Sasuke looked at Naruto again. He was calm, too calm, but not distant, present. And that contradiction made her focus sharper. He doesn't hesitate at all. Sarada responded quietly. Maybe he already accepted everything. Sasuke didn't answer. But her eyes stayed on him longer than necessary. Part 12. Gaara's focus. Gaara also watched Naruto, not in confusion, in recognition. He doesn't reject anything. Shukaku responded softly. Dangerous, Gaara replied. Useful. Silence. For once, Shukaku didn't argue. Part 13. The forest tightens. The air grew heavier. Killing intent increased. Not random, targeted. Naruto stopped. We're being tested again, Kurama replied. No, this is not a test. A pause. This is exposure. Naruto nodded slightly. Then let's continue. Part 14. 3 paths. One centers Sasuke on one side, Gaara on another, Sarada behind, Naruto in the middle, not leading, not following. Just existing as a reference point, Kurama spoke quietly. You are becoming the anchor, Naruto replied. I didn't ask for that, Kurama answered. It doesn't matter. Silence. Naruto stepped forward, and the forest responded. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31. When silence breaks, there are moments when control ends. Not because strength is lost, but because something inside decides that restraint is no longer required. Part 1. Gaara and his team moved deeper into the forest of death. No hesitation, no discussion, only purpose. Gaara briefly glanced back. Naruto was gone. He left again. Shukaku responded quietly inside her. That one never stays still. Gaara didn't answer, but her gaze lingered a little longer than usual. Part 2. Naruto moved through the upper branches of the forest alone. Kurama spoke calmly. You are deviating from the group again. Naruto replied, I know. A pause. There's someone here. Kurama's tone sharpened slightly. The Uzumaki chakra signature. Naruto nodded. Karin. Part 3. Karin. Deep inside the forest, a girl with red hair sat against a tree, exhausted. Her chakra was unstable, not weak. Overloaded, she looked up instantly. You found me? Naruto stood in front of her without threat. I wasn't looking randomly. A pause. You should leave this place. Karin narrowed her eyes. Why would I listen to you? Naruto answered simply. Because Konoha will give you something this place won't. Silence. Kurama spoke softly. She's responsive to intent, not logic. Part 4. Karin hesitated. Why would Konoha want me? Naruto looked at her directly. Because you're useful, a pause, and because you're not safe here. Something in her expression changed slightly, not trust, but consideration. Part 5. Suddenly, Naruto stopped. His expression changed, not emotional, focused. Kurama spoke immediately. Something is wrong. Naruto replied, I know. A pause. Sasuke and Sarada. His body shifted instantly, speed increasing. Branches cracked under pressure. Karin's eyes widened. Wait. Naruto grabbed her wrist mid-movement. Come with me. Before she could respond, they were already gone. Part 6. The battlefield. Naruto landed above the clearing, instantly stopped. Below, Sasuke and Sarada were surrounded. 3 coordinated teams, cloud, stone, mist, all sealing techniques active, pressure suppression barriers in place. Sasuke was on one knee, sharing an active but strained. Sarada stood behind her, barely holding her chakra stable. Too many variables, Sasuke muttered. Sarada replied, I can't expand the roots here. Part 7. Naruto's presence dropped into the space. Not loud, not explosive, just absolute stillness. Kurama spoke quietly. You're angry, Naruto replied. No, a pause. This is already decided. Karin looked at the scene from behind him. Those are genin? Naruto didn't answer. Part 8. Collapse of pressure. The attackers noticed him. 3 teams turned simultaneously. One spoke. Uzumaki Naruto. Another. Kill priority confirmed. They moved. Instant activation of sealing suppression arrays. Chakra pressure dropped across the field. Sasuke's breathing tightened. They're cutting our flow, Sarada whispered. I can't move properly. Naruto stepped forward slowly. Part 9, End of Coordination. Kurama spoke. They designed this specifically for you, Naruto replied. I know. A pause. Bad design. He vanished, no dramatic signal, no warning, just disappearance. Part 10, Aftermath. Silence. Then movement, not visible as a sequence. But as a result, the ceiling barriers shattered from internal disruption. Enemy coordination broke instantly. One by one, the attacking teams collapsed out of formation. Not through prolonged battle, through overwhelming precision and speed beyond their reaction capacity. Within moments, all 9 opponents were neutralized. No struggle remained. Only silence. Part 11, Return. Naruto reappeared on the branch above Sasuke and Sarada. Karin stood slightly behind him, frozen. Sasuke looked up, her Sharingan slowly fading. You were gone for seconds. Naruto replied calmly, long enough. Sarada exhaled slowly. That was you? Naruto nodded. Yes. Silence. Kurama spoke quietly. You did not hesitate at all. Naruto replied internally. No. Part 12, Sasuke's reaction. Sasuke stood slowly. Her eyes locked on him, not fear, not shock, understanding. You didn't fight. Naruto corrected softly. I ended it. A pause. Sasuke's fingers tightened slightly. That's worse. Naruto looked at her. Only if it continues. Silence. Part 13, Karin's decision. Karin looked between them, then at Naruto. You weren't lying. Naruto nodded. I don't lie about direction. A pause. Only about timing. Karin exhaled. Fine, I'll go to Konoha. Part 14, Forest continues. Naruto looked forward again. Kurama spoke. You are changing how the forest reacts. Naruto replied. No. A pause. It's reacting correctly now. Silence. Sasuke watched him again. Sarada did too, and Karin quietly realized this was not a normal genin team. This was something the forest itself had to adjust to. End of Chapter 31, Chapter 32. The Scroll and the Sky Gate. Sometimes survival isn't about strength. It's about who can still joke while everything is falling apart. Part 1, Gaara moved away with her team. No hesitation, no goodbye. Only silent understanding. Naruto watched her disappear into the deeper forest paths. Kurama spoke quietly. She trusts you now. Naruto replied. I know. A pause. That's enough for now. Part 2, Naruto turned back. Sasuke and Sarada were waiting, slightly bruised, still alert. Sasuke crossed her arms. Took you long enough, Naruto replied calmly. 9 opponents, detour. Sarada blinked. That sounds like an excuse. Naruto nodded once. It is. Part 3, Gathering the Scrolls. The remaining teams they had defeated earlier were already unconscious or retreating. Naruto's clones appeared around the area. Multiple shadows of him moved efficiently, not fighting now, only collecting. One clone spoke. Scroll secured. Another, second team cleared. Within moments, all required scrolls were gathered. Sasuke sighed slightly. You really do everything in parallel. Naruto replied. It saves time. Part 4, Unexpected Carrying Situation. Naruto's clones suddenly picked up Sasuke, Sarada, and Karin. All 3 were lifted effortlessly. Sasuke immediately frowned. Put me down. Naruto glanced over. You're injured. Sasuke replied sharply. I can walk. Naruto nodded. You could, a pause, but this is faster. Sarada blinked. This is humiliating. Naruto replied. Efficient. Karin said nothing, just stared at him. Part 5, Sasuke's comment. Sasuke tilted her head slightly. So this is your plan now? Naruto looked at her. What plan? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Collecting random girls from different villages. Silence. Sarada froze slightly. Karin blinked. Naruto paused then. Karin is my relative. A beat of silence. Sarada suddenly laughed, not loudly, but genuinely. Sasuke froze. What? Naruto continued calmly. Uzumaki branch line. A pause. Family. Part 6, Reaction. Sasuke's ears turned slightly red. That's not what I meant. Naruto tilted his head. What did you mean? Silence. Sasuke looked away. Nothing. Sarada kept laughing quietly. Kurama spoke inside Naruto. This is inefficient emotional processing. Naruto replied internally, I noticed. Part 7, Arrival at the Tower. The massive tower rose above the forest canopy. Final destination of the second exam. All remaining participants gathered, some injured, some silent, some missing. Naruto's group landed at the entrance. Clones dissolved instantly, scrolls in hand. Part 8, the scroll reveal inside the central hall. Teams opened their scrolls. A burst of chakra triggered the completion seal. Light filled the room, a loud tone echoed. Second exam complete. Silence followed immediately, then a voice. Part 9, Obito appears. Obito stood at the center of the hall. Calm, as always, he looked over the group. You all survived. A pause. That alone is not normal. Sasuke frowned slightly. Sarada stood quietly. Karin looked around cautiously. Naruto remained still. Part 10, Obito's gaze stopped on Naruto. You are becoming a problem. Naruto replied calmly. Which kind? Obito tilted his head slightly. The kind that doesn't fit categories. Silence. Kurama spoke quietly. That is dangerous. Naruto responded internally. I know. Part 11, Congratulations. Obito raised his hand slightly. But for now, a pause. You have passed the second stage of the Chunin exams. The room relaxed slightly, some exhaled, some collapsed. Sarada looked at Naruto. Sasuke looked away quickly. Karin stayed silent. Naruto nodded once. Understood. Part 12, Final note. Obito turned slightly before leaving. The third exam will decide everything. A pause. And this time, survival will not be enough. He disappeared. Silence remained. Naruto looked forward. Kurama spoke quietly. It gets more complicated from here. Naruto replied. I expected that. A pause. Good. End of Chapter 32, Chapter 33. Recognition of blood identity in the shinobi world is not declared. It is confirmed under pressure. Part 1, the Chunin exam tower had become quieter after the second stage. But not calmer, just more controlled. Karin stood in the central hall, no longer as a participant, but as a subject of attention. Two Anbu guards stood nearby, not threatening, observing. She glanced around slightly. I'm not going back to the exam. No answer came immediately. Part 2, Hokage's decision. Tsunade stood with folded arms. Minato beside her. Kushina had been summoned earlier that morning. Her presence changed the atmosphere immediately. Karin's chakra signature was being carefully reviewed. Shikaku spoke. Uzumaki lineage confirmed in structure. Hayashi nodded. Her chakra pattern is consistent with Uzumaki regeneration traits. Fugaku added calmly. No falsified signatures detected. Silence followed. Tsunade finally spoke. Then she's not a stray asset. A pause. She's a Konoha shinobi candidate. Part 3, Kushina's confirmation. Kushina stepped forward. Her gaze locked on Karin. Long silence. Then, Uzumaki. Karin blinked. You know my clan? Kushina softened slightly. I am your clan. A pause. The room went still. Kurama inside Kushina stirred quietly. Another branch survived. Kushina continued. You carry our chakra signature. No doubt. Silence. Karin looked down slightly. So I'm not alone. Kushina nodded. No. Part 4, Decision. Tsunade tapped the desk once. From this moment, Karin is officially registered as a genin of Konoha. Shikaku raised an eyebrow. Direct assignment? Tsunade replied. Yes. A pause. She already proved survival capability in the Forest of Death. Minato added calmly, and emotional stability is improving under Uzumaki contact. Kushina glanced slightly aside, especially near Naruto. That sentence changed nothing officially, but everything socially. Part 5, Elsewhere in the tower, Naruto stood in a corridor outside the main hall. Sasuke nearby, Sarada leaning slightly against the wall. Naruto exhaled slowly. Karin is staying. Sasuke narrowed her eyes slightly. So she's official now. Naruto nodded. Yes. Sarada tilted her head. That makes her part of the village. Naruto replied. Yes. A pause. Same as us. Part 6, Sasuke's reaction. Sasuke looked away slightly. Convenient. Naruto glanced at her. What is? Sasuke paused. Nothing. Kurama spoke quietly inside Naruto. Her emotional response is increasing. Naruto replied internally, I noticed. Part 7, Quiet Shift. Karin appeared from the hall later. Now dressed in simple Konoha Jonin attire, no longer a participant. But no longer a stranger, she looked at Naruto. They said I'm a shinobi now. Naruto nodded. Yes, a pause. That's normal here. Karin blinked. Nothing about this feels normal, Naruto replied calmly. It will. Part 8, Kushina's note. Kushina watched from a distance. Minato stood beside her. You confirmed her quickly. Kushina nodded. She's Uzumaki. A pause, and she reacts strongly to Naruto's chakra field. Minato exhaled. That's going to create a tension. Kushina smirked slightly. Already has. Part 9, Observation Layer. Shikaku looked at the group from afar. Naruto keeps accumulating stable variables. Fugaku responded, or unstable dependencies. Hayashi added quietly, both lead to the same outcome. Silence, Shikaku concluded, center of gravity. Part 10, Closing of the exam phase. Tsunade stood at the center platform. Second stage officially complete. Pause. Final stage preparation begins tomorrow. The room slowly emptied, but something remained, not tension, structure. The system was shifting. And Naruto was at the center of that shift without moving. End of Chapter 33, Chapter 34. The arena of watching eyes. In the Chunin exams, the audience is never just watching. They are measuring who to fear next. Part 1, the arena was packed, every seat filled, every gaze focused. Villages from across the shinobi world had gathered, not for entertainment, for evaluation. Naruto stood with Sasuke, Sarada, and Karin near the waiting area. Karin now wore a Konoha headband, new identity, same quiet tension. Sasuke glanced at the arena. Too many eyes. Sarada nodded. Feels heavier than the forest. Naruto replied calmly, it's supposed to. Kurama spoke inside him. This is political staging disguised as combat. Naruto answered, I know. Part 2, Arrival of Gaara. A shift in atmosphere. Cold pressure spread through the arena entrance. Gaara entered. Alone, no escort. No hesitation, but different now, not unstable, not chaotic, balanced. Whispers spread immediately. That's the red-haired one? From the sand. Something about her changed. Gaara stopped briefly. Her eyes landed on Naruto, just for a moment. Then away, Shukaku spoke quietly. You are the reason. No, a pause, the result. Part 3, Sasuke's focus. Sasuke noticed the exchange immediately. Her Sharingan flickered slightly. She looks at him differently. Sarada tilted her head. Is that bad? Sasuke paused. It's annoying. Naruto remained silent. Kurama spoke. Emotional triangulation increasing. Naruto replied, I noticed. Part 4, Announcement. The proctor stepped forward. Final stage begins. A pause, one-on-one elimination matches. The board activated. Names began appearing, randomized, but not truly random. Politics always influence structure. Naruto exhaled slowly. Now it becomes visible. Kurama responded, yes, this is where villages reveal assets. Part 5, First pairing reveal. The board flashed. Match 1. Uzumaki Naruto vs Unknown Ninja Stone. Village. A murmur spread instantly. Naruto didn't react. Sasuke glanced at him. Unknown, Naruto replied calmly. It won't stay unknown for long, Sarada whispered. That sounds like a threat. Naruto corrected, it's an observation. Part 6, Sasuke's match. Next pairing appeared. Sasuke's name froze slightly in the air. Uchiha Sasuke vs Sound Village. Representative. Sasuke's expression sharpened. Sound. Kurama inside Naruto. Orochimaru's influence confirmed. Naruto looked at her briefly. Be careful, Sasuke replied immediately, I always am. But her voice carried something different now, focus and pressure. Part 7, Sarada and Gaara. Next matches. Sarada Senju vs Cloud. Village. Genin Elite. Gaara vs Mist Village. Assassin class, Shinobi. Karin did not appear on the board. She remained offstage, officially removed from combat role. Unspoken reason, stability monitoring. Sarada exhaled. That's not normal Genin distribution. Naruto nodded. No. It's selection. Part 8, Arena silence, the crowd settled. First combatants moved toward the arena floor. But before the fights began, a presence shifted again. Gaara stepped forward slightly, then stopped. Her gaze returned briefly to Naruto. Sasuke noticed, so did Sarada. Kurama spoke quietly. "The pattern is stabilizing around you again." Naruto replied, "I didn't do anything." Kurama responded, "That's the problem." Part 9, Naruto's preparation. Naruto walked toward the entrance gate. Sasuke called behind him, "Don't end it too fast." Naruto paused slightly, then replied, "I won't decide speed." A pause, only outcome. Sarada watched him leave. "He's always like that." Sasuke answered quietly, "No." A pause, he wasn't. Part 10, Arena floor. Naruto stepped onto the arena sand. The crowd immediately reacted, unknown variable. Uzumaki name, observed anomaly. Across the arena stood his opponent. Stone Village shinobi, confident posture, overestimated certainty. He smirked. "So you're the famous one." Naruto looked at him calmly. "Am I?" Silence. Kurama spoke inside him. "Begin." Naruto nodded slightly. "Okay." End of Chapter 34, Chapter 35. The first strike of calm, some fighters announce themselves with power. Others simply remove the possibility of resistance. Part 1, the arena fell into silence the moment the bell rang, no hesitation. No build-up, only the present. Naruto stood on the sand, facing the Stone Village shinobi. The opponent cracked his knuckles, smirked. "Let's make this quick." Naruto replied calmly, "That works." Kurama spoke inside him. "He's underestimating you." Naruto answered, "I noticed." Part 2, the first move. The opponent moved first. Fast entry, straight pressure. Earth-style chakra reinforced his arms. A clean opening strike. Naruto did not step back, did not block, did not react early. He simply shifted his body slightly. The strike missed. By a margin too precise to be coincidence, the crowd reacted instantly. He didn't move until the last instant. That timing. Part 3, the opponent frowned. "Luck." Second attack, faster, stronger. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Again, minimal movement, perfect avoidance. Kurama spoke quietly. "You are not predicting him." Naruto replied internally, "No, I'm reading intention after it forms." Kurama paused. "That is dangerous efficiency." Part 4, Sasuke watched from above, her Sharingan activated slightly. "He's not even trying." Sarada frowned. "It looks effortless." Sasuke's voice lowered. "That's what bothers me." Across the arena, Gaara also watched, silent, focused. Shukaku spoke. "That one is still not using strength," Gaara answered. "He doesn't need to." Part 5, breaking point. The stone shinobi grew frustrated. Chakra surged. Earth armor formed around him. He charged again. This time, full power. Naruto exhaled slowly. "Enough testing." Kurama spoke. "Now." Naruto replied, "Now." Part 6, end of exchange. Naruto stepped forward for the first time. Not fast, not flashy, just direct. His hand caught the opponent's wrist mid-strike. A simple control, a shift in balance, one movement. The opponent's structure collapsed instantly, no explosion. No dramatic impact, just loss of stability. Naruto guided him downward, and the fight ended as the opponent hit the ground and could not rise again. Silence. Part 7, arena reaction. For a moment, no one spoke. Then whispers erupted. "That's it. He didn't even use a jutsu." "That was genin-level dominance." The proctor raised a hand. "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto stepped back, no reaction. Kurama spoke. "You ended it without revealing anything." Naruto replied, "That was the point." Part 8, above the arena. Sasuke's expression tightened slightly. "That's not normal control." Sarada looked at Naruto differently now. He didn't look like he was fighting. Sasuke replied quietly, "That's worse." A pause. "It means he chose not to fight seriously." Part 9, Gaara's observation. Gaara narrowed her eyes slightly. "He ended it without intent to destroy." Shukaku responded, "That is restraint." Gaara replied, "No." A pause. "That is confidence." Silence. For once, Shukaku did not argue. Part 10, Cage box reaction high above the arena. Tsunade leaned forward slightly. No chakra burst. Minato frowned. He didn't escalate at all. Shikaku narrowed his eyes. That's the problem. Fugaku added quietly. He's not being evaluated, he's evaluating them. Part 11, Sasuke shift. Sasuke stood. My turn soon. Sarada looked at her. You're nervous, Sasuke replied immediately. No. A pause, curious, but her gaze kept returning to Naruto. Part 12, Naruto aftermath. Naruto returned to the waiting area. Sasuke looked at him. That was boring. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Good, Sasuke frowned. Good, Naruto nodded. That means no surprises. Kurama added quietly. You're lying, Naruto responded internally. I know. Part 13, Gaara moves from the opposite side. Gaara stepped forward. Her match was announced. The crowd shifted attention instantly, not curiosity, expectation, something heavier. Shukaku spoke. Now watch carefully, Gaara replied. I am. Her gaze briefly met Naruto's again, then she turned away. Part 14, end of opening round. The arena atmosphere changed. The first match was over, but the real tension had only begun. 3 focal points formed: Naruto, control without exposure; Sasuke, emotion under restraint; Gaara, power without instability. Kurama spoke quietly. This is no longer an exam, Naruto replied. I know. A pause. It's comparison. End of Chapter 35, Chapter 36. Sound in the blood. When a system is stable, it invites disruption. Not by force, but by precision. Part 1, the arena shifted again. The next name appeared. Uchiha Sasuke vs Sound Village, representative. A quiet tension spread instantly through the crowd. Sasuke stepped forward without hesitation, but her eyes were sharper now. Not angry, focused, Sarada watched from above. Something feels wrong. Naruto stood still. Kurama spoke quietly inside him. Orochimaru's influence is present. Naruto replied, I know. Part 2, entry to the arena. Sasuke landed on the sand. Across from her stood the Sound Shinobi. He smiled. Too calm, too confident. So you're the Uchiha. Sasuke didn't respond. Her Sharingan activated. 2 Tamo, then 3. The arena subtly shifted in pressure. Part 3, first exchange. The Sound Ninja moved first. Not fast, not strong, but irregular, unpredictable rhythm. Sasuke narrowed her eyes. Genjutsu timing? Kurama inside Naruto. No, it's layered disruption. Naruto watched silently. Part 4, the opponent clapped his hands once. Sound waves spread, invisible, but structured. Sasuke staggered slightly. Her vision distorted for a moment. TCH. Sarada leaned forward. She's losing balance. Naruto replied quietly. No, she's adapting. Part 5, Sasuke's shift. Sasuke closed her eyes for half a second, then reopened them, Sharingan stabilized. I see it. Her voice lowered, pattern inside noise. The Sound Ninja frowned slightly. Interesting, he moved again. Part 6, inside the mind pressure. Sasuke's perception expanded. Everything slowed, every vibration visible. Kurama spoke quietly inside Naruto. Her visual processing is accelerating. Naruto replied, I see. A pause, but something else is changing. Part 7, the trigger. The Sound Ninja smiled again. Let's see how far the Uchiha can go. A second layer activated. Genjutsu spike. Sudden, sharp, Sasuke froze for a fraction of a second. And then, her chakra flared violently. 3 Tamo stabilized fully, but something deeper reacted. Her emotional restraint cracked slightly. Part 8, arena reaction. Sarada whispered. Her chakra, it spiked. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru is testing her, Kurama added. Not just testing, pushing. Part 9, Sasuke counter. Sasuke moved. Faster than before, not reactive anymore, predictive. Her strikes landed precisely on disruption nodes. The Sound Ninja stepped back. So you adapted. Sasuke replied coldly. I stopped reacting. Part 10, breaking point. The Sound Ninja changed stance. Something inside his body shifted. A cursed seal-like pattern appeared briefly. Sasuke's eyes narrowed sharply. That chakra? Kurama's voice turned serious. Orochimaru's signature. Naruto stepped forward slightly in the stands, not entering, but watching closer. Part 11, Sasuke's decision. Sasuke exhaled slowly, then moved in final exchange, fast, clean, her strike hit center. The sound ninja collapsed instantly, silence, Part 12, Aftermath. The proctor raised a hand. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. But Sasuke didn't move, she stood still, breathing controlled, but eyes slightly different. Sarada noticed immediately, she changed. Naruto replied quietly, yes. Kurama added, not fully stable. Part 13, Naruto's observation. Sasuke returned to the waiting area. She didn't look at anyone immediately, then her eyes landed on Naruto, a pause. That was nothing. Naruto tilted his head. What was nothing? Sasuke answered. The fight. But her tone contradicted her words. Part 14, Gaara's turn begins from the opposite side of the arena, pressure dropped. Then rose again, Gaara stepped forward, her match was announced. The crowd went silent instantly, not anticipation. Fear, Shukaku spoke inside her. Now they will understand. Gaara replied, no, a pause, they will observe. Part 15, Central Shift. Naruto remained still. Kurama spoke quietly. 3 outcomes are forming. Naruto replied, I see it. Sasuke standing beside him, Gaara entering the arena, Sarada watching both. Kurama concluded. This is no longer a tournament structure. Naruto answered, no, a pause. It's a comparison of inevitability. End of Chapter 36, Chapter 37. The barrier breaks. A plan is only as strong as the moment someone decides to act before it begins. Part 1, the arena trembled. Not from battle, from intent. Above the stadium, ceiling barriers activated at full scale. A dome of chakra expanded outward, fast, precise, designed to isolate everything inside. The announcer's voice cut off mid-sentence, and then impact. Part 2, Naruto's move. Naruto had already moved, before the barrier fully closed. A flicker of motion, a gap between activation layers. He slipped through it. Kurama spoke immediately, you anticipated this. Naruto replied calmly, I didn't anticipate it. A pause, I confirmed it. Part 3, inside the Hokage chamber. Naruto appeared inside the inner observation room, right beside Tsunade. Minato turned instantly. Naruto, Tsunade narrowed her eyes. How are you here? Naruto answered without urgency. The barrier has a delay phase. A pause. I used it. Silence. Shikaku's expression tightened. He exploited the activation window. Part 4, the invasion begins. A distant explosion echoed through Konoha, then another, then multiple. The arena above turned into chaos. Sound Village forces revealed themselves across the stadium and village perimeter. Hidden operatives activated simultaneously. Genjutsu triggers, summons, assassination squads. The Chunin exams had been a cover, not a test. A signal. Part 5, Tsunade's command. Tsunade stood immediately, locked down the village. Anbu moved instantly. Minato stepped forward. I'll handle perimeter evacuation. Shikaku spoke sharply. This is coordinated infiltration. Fugaku added. Uchiha Clan will respond to internal threats. Hayashi, Hyuga units are mobilizing. Naruto listened silently, then spoke. They're targeting specific people. Kurama responded, yes, this is not random warfare. Part 6, arena collapse above them, the barrier fully sealed. Inside the dome, chaos erupted. Sasuke, Sarada, Gaara, and remaining genin were forced into defensive positioning. Sound Shinobi revealed hidden curse seals. Explosions of chakra destabilized sections of the arena. Sasuke activated Sharingan instantly. This is an invasion. Sarada clenched her fist. We're trapped. Gaara looked upward calmly. No, a pause. They are. Part 7, Naruto's observation. Inside the Hokage chamber, Naruto watched the situation unfold through projection seals. Kurama spoke. This is the moment they planned. Naruto replied, I know, a pause, but they miscalculated timing. Kurama asked, how? Naruto's gaze sharpened slightly. I arrived early. Part 8, outside war zone. Konoha streets filled with combat. Sound Shinobi moved in coordinated cells, targets assigned. Chaos structured, but resistance responded quickly, Anbu engaged, Jonin units deployed, civil evacuation began, Minato appeared across rooftops in flashes of light. Too many entry points, he frowned, they prepared for everything. Part 9, Tsunade's decision. Tsunade looked at Naruto. You're not supposed to be inside this room, Naruto replied calmly. I know, a pause, but I am needed here more than there. Silence, Shikaku nodded slightly. Strategic anchor, Fugaku added. He's already reacting like command support. Tsunade exhaled. Fine. Part 10, Sasuke in the arena inside the sealed dome. Sasuke moved through attacking sound shinobi, fast, controlled. But now fully engaged, her Sharingan flickered between perception layers. They're not Genin. Sarada countered a strike beside her. Obviously not. Gaara stood still briefly, then sand expanded. Entire wave of attackers halted instantly. Part 11, Orochimaru appears. A shift in pressure. The air became heavier. Sasuke froze slightly. That chakra, Sarada turned. Something is coming. From the upper structure, a presence descended, slow, deliberate, smiling Orochimaru. Part 12, Naruto reacts inside Hokage chamber. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Kurama spoke immediately. He is here. Naruto replied, I know, a pause, now it becomes real. Minato turned sharply. You expected this level, Naruto answered. Yes, just not this timing. Part 13, War across the village. Multiple fronts engaged. Arena. Internal battle escalating gates. Sound squads pushing entry forest perimeter. Ambush units activated inner village. Assassination attempts on key clans. Konoha responded as a full war system. Tsunade issued final command. All units engage. Part 14, Final shift. Naruto stepped toward the exit. Tsunade stopped him. Where are you going? Naruto paused. To where the center of this ends. Kurama spoke quietly. You are entering active war zone. Naruto replied. I know. A pause. That's why I came early. He disappeared. End of Chapter 37, Chapter 38. The return of dead names. Some techniques are forbidden not because they are powerful, but because they prove the world can be rewritten. Part 1, The air inside the central command zone of Konoha suddenly changed. Not loud, not explosive, but wrong. Orochimaru stood facing Tsunade, smiling, calm, as if war was only a conversation delayed. Behind him, two figures appeared. The pressure dropped instantly. Minato's expression tightened. That chakra signature, Shikaku whispered. Impossible. The first Hokage, the second Hokage reanimated Ito Tensei. Part 2, Orochimaru's offer. Orochimaru tilted his head slightly. Tsunade. His voice was almost polite. I can return what you lost. A pause. Dan. Tsunade's eyes sharpened instantly. Orochimaru continued. And even more. He gestured slightly. The two Hokage under Ito control stepped forward. Their movements unnatural, but overwhelming. Orochimaru's smile widened. Help me erase Konoha's current structure. A pause, and I will give you back everything you mourn. Silence then, including the Uzumaki boy's fate. Part 3, The answer never comes. The space behind Tsunade warped, a pressure spike. Kurama inside Naruto spoke instantly. Now, Naruto had already moved. Part 4, The breaking of the dead. A sphere of wind formed midair. Compressed, rotating, then released. Raisen Shuriken. It expanded instantly across the space between dimensions. The Ito Hokage turned, but too late. The technique collided with them, not destruction of flesh, but destruction of structure. Chakra networks unraveled instantly. Their forms destabilized and dispersed into fragments of sealed energy. The space cleared. Silence returned for half a second. Part 5, Orochimaru's shock. Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly. So fast, a blur. Naruto stood directly in front of him. No announcement, no buildup, just presence. Kurama spoke inside Naruto. He is strong. Naruto replied, I know. Part 6, Suppression. Naruto's chakra expanded outward, not chaotic, controlled, absolute. The air itself pressed downward. Orochimaru's body reacted instantly. His movement slowed. His cursed seal energy destabilized. He tried to form hand signs, Failed. Naruto's gaze remained calm. You rely too much on borrowed systems. Part 7, Collapse of Technique Layer. Orochimaru attempted to retreat through substitution. Nothing responded correctly. His chakra pathways were being forcibly disrupted by the surrounding pressure. Kurama spoke. He is dismantling his control structure. Naruto stepped forward. One movement, no wasted force. Orochimaru was driven to one knee by pressure alone. His expression changed for the first time. This level is not human scale. Part 8. Behind him, Naruto vanished, reappeared behind Orochimaru, instant displacement, no sound. Kurama, now. Naruto replied, now. A compressed Rasengan formed, then transformed mid-rotation. A refined, stabilized vortex of destructive chakra, it struck. Part 9, System Failure. Orochimaru's chakra network collapsed in layers. Curse seals across his body destabilized simultaneously. Not destruction of the body, but complete loss of chakra control integrity. His regeneration halted. His techniques failed to maintain structure. He staggered forward. Then stopped, breathing unstable. Part 10. Silence after power. Naruto stood still behind him. No emotion, no hesitation. Kurama spoke quietly. He is not recovering. Naruto replied, I know. Orochimaru tried to speak, but his voice did not fully stabilize. What are you? Naruto interrupted calmly. A problem you created too early. Part 11. End of confrontation. Orochimaru's body finally collapsed under its own destabilized chakra state. No resistance left. No technique active, only silence. Tsunade stepped forward slightly. Is he done? Minato narrowed his eyes. He is not dead. Shikaku added quietly. But he cannot continue this operation. Part 12, Naruto's exit. Naruto turned away. Kurama spoke. You ended it immediately. Naruto replied, yes. A pause. It was already decided before he arrived. He disappeared again. Part 13, Tsunade's silence. Tsunade remained still. Dan's name still echoed in the air, but the illusion of negotiation was gone. Only reality remained. Shikaku spoke quietly. That boy is no longer part of the battlefield. Minato responded, he is above it. End of Chapter 38, Chapter 39. The village that does not fall. A village is not defined by the attack it suffers, but by what remains standing after. Part 1, the sky over Konoha was still burning with remnants of chakra clashes, but the structure of the village held. The invasion had not broken it. It had only forced it to reveal its strength. All shinobi of the leaf were now fully deployed. No hierarchy, only response. Part 2, immediate response. Anba units sealed off breached zones. Jonin squads split across districts. Medical corps moved through smoke-filled streets. Evacuation routes were opened in seconds. Shikaku's voice echoed through coordination seals. Sector 3 secured. Sector 7 stabilizing. Push them back from the Academy District. The village was no longer reacting, it was adapting. Part 3, Tsunade's command layer. Tsunade stood in the central command position. Prioritize civilians first. Minato flashed across rooftops, redirecting enemy squads mid-movement. I'll handle perimeter interception. Fugaku activated Uchiha response teams. Any sound units entering civilian zones will be eliminated. Hayashi's Hyuga units scanned for hidden chakra signatures. We are detecting embedded infiltration cells. Part 4, the battlefield inside the village. Sound shinobi moved through streets in coordinated formations. But now, they were no longer unseen. Every ambush point was being countered. Every trap was being dismantled. A Konoha Jonin spoke while carrying a wounded civilian. They planned for chaos. Another responded, we learned how to survive it. Part 5, medical front in a collapsed street sector. Medics worked non-stop. Medical nin moved with precision under pressure. Konoha civilians were stabilized and evacuated. One medic shouted, need reinforcements here. Another responded immediately, already en route. The system was not perfect, but it was functioning under war conditions. Part 6, arena containment. Inside the Chunin exam dome, fighting continued. Sasuke, Sarada, and Gaara were still engaged. But now, the sound forces were losing structure. Their coordination was breaking. Sasuke's voice cut through. "They're scattered now," Sarada responded. "We're not the only ones fighting anymore." Gaara's sand expanded calmly. "The village has joined the battlefield." Part 7, outside perspective from a high observation point, Naruto watched silently. Kurama spoke inside him. "The village is holding." Naruto replied, "I see it." A pause. "They didn't collapse." Kurama responded, "Because they are not reacting to fear anymore." Part 8, strategic shift. Shikaku appeared beside Tsunade. Enemy objective is no longer clear infiltration. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "Then what is it?" Shikaku paused. "They are testing response density." Minato added quietly, "and mapping our coordination speed." Silence. Tsunade responded, "So this was reconnaissance disguised as war." Part 9, Naruto's observation. Naruto stepped slightly forward. "No." Tsunade looked at him. "What do you mean?" Naruto replied calmly, "This is not reconnaissance." A pause. "It's validation." Kurama spoke quietly. "Someone is confirming Konoha's current strength." Naruto continued, "and adjusting future action based on it." Part 10, the village responds. Sound shinobi, attempted final coordinated push. But Konoha units intercepted at every level: street combat suppression squads, aerial interception teams, genjutsu. Counter-division, medical evacuation, protected corridors. The invasion line began to collapse. Not suddenly, but systematically. Part 11, stabilization. Tsunade exhaled slightly. "We are regaining control." Minato nodded. "They are retreating from outer sectors," Shikaku added. "They didn't expect full synchronized response from all clans." Fugaku looked toward the battlefield. "They underestimated unity." Part 12, Naruto's final note. Naruto looked toward the arena dome again. "The exam is still inside that structure." Kurama responded, "Yes." A pause. "But it is no longer an exam." Naruto nodded. "It became proof." End of Chapter 39, Chapter 40. After the fire, some battles end when the enemy retreats. Others end when you realize what you were actually trying to protect. Part 1, extraction. The battle inside the arena had finally stabilized, but the damage was already done. Smoke still rose above the structure. Fragments of chakra lingered in the air like echoes. Inside the chaos, two figures moved with precision. Itachi Uchiha appeared beside Sasuke just as she collapsed from chakra exhaustion. He caught her before she hit the ground. "You pushed too far." Sasuke's breathing was uneven. "I could have finished it." Itachi's expression remained calm. "And broken yourself in the process." He lifted her carefully and vanished toward the medical sector. Part 2, Obito's intervention. On the opposite side of the arena ruins, Sarada was surrounded by residual sound shinobi pressure. Her Mokyuden had gone unstable. Roots formed and collapsed repeatedly. "I can't control it." A sound ninja moved in. Final strike, stopped instantly. Obito appeared between them. His eye activated briefly. The attacker disappeared into Kamui space without sound. Obito looked at Sarada. "You're done here." Sarada tried to respond, but her body gave out. He lifted her easily. "Rest," and vanished. Part 3, hospital arrival. The Konoha medical unit was overwhelmed but functional. Sasuke and Sarada were both stabilized immediately. Anbu secured the perimeter. Medical Nin worked without pause. Kushina stood near the entrance briefly, watching. "They survived." Tsunade nodded. "Barely." Part 4, Naruto returns home. Naruto walked through the quieter inner district. For the first time since the invasion began, no immediate combat pressure followed him. Kurama spoke softly. "This is what you call calm?" Naruto replied. "It's temporary." A pause, but it exists. Part 5, family meeting at the central residence area. Minato, Kushina, and the younger twins were gathered. The moment Naruto arrived, Kushina exhaled slightly. "You're not injured." Naruto shook his head. "No." Minato stepped forward. "The village reports your intervention prevented escalation at the core." Naruto nodded once. "I was there when it mattered." A pause, then Naruto looked at Minato directly. I figured something out. Part 6, Minato's condition. Minato's expression sharpened slightly. About my chakra system, Naruto nodded. Yes, a pause, and the Uzumaki records you were studying. Kushina stepped closer. What did you find? Naruto answered calmly. A structure pattern, not a seal. Not a jutsu, a pause, a reconstruction method, silence. Part 7, the idea. Naruto continued. The damage to your chakra pathways isn't permanent in the way you think. Minato frowned. Even Uzumaki restoration techniques don't fully restore destroyed Tenketsu networks. Naruto nodded, because they treat it like repair. A pause, not rewriting. Kurama spoke quietly. Interesting approach. Naruto continued. If we reconstruct the flow system instead of repairing broken points, we bypass the damaged structure entirely. Silence. Part 8, reaction. Kushina blinked slightly. You're talking about rebuilding chakra circulation from base pattern level. Naruto nodded. Yes. Minato exhaled slowly. That level of control is extremely advanced. Naruto replied, I can handle it. A pause, but I need your cooperation. Silence. Part 9, Minato's answer. Minato looked at Naruto carefully, not as a Hokage, not as a patient, but as a father analyzing a possibility. And you believe this can restore my ability to use chakra fully? Naruto nodded. Not restore. A pause. Recreate it. Silence. Then Minato spoke. Then we try. Part 10, quiet aftermath. Kushina exhaled softly. You really don't do anything halfway, do you? Naruto glanced slightly away. No. A pause. It doesn't work that way. Kurama spoke quietly. He is becoming a reconstruction point for everything around him. Naruto replied internally, I noticed. Part 11, outside the window from the distance, Konoha was still recovering, but it was no longer in collapse, it was stabilizing. Rebuilding, systems already reactivating. Shikaku's voice echoed faintly from a transmission seal. Village integrity, restored to 87%. Tsunade responded, acceptable. Part 12, final moment. Naruto stood near Minato, Kushina beside them. For the first time since the invasion began, there was no immediate threat, only consequence. Minato spoke quietly. You've changed the way I think about chakra entirely. Naruto replied, I just removed unnecessary assumptions. A pause, that's all. Kurama added softly, that is never all with you. Naruto did not respond. But he didn't deny it either. End of Chapter 40, Chapter 41. The price of names. Some powers are not forbidden because they are evil. They are forbidden because even gods remember who paid for them. Part 1, memory of a dead seal. Naruto stood still for a long moment. The house was quiet, too quiet after everything that had happened. Minato was recovering slowly. Kushina was watching him closely. Tsunade was nearby, arms crossed, pretending she wasn't concerned. But Naruto's mind wasn't there. It was elsewhere, in a memory. Part 2, the forgotten death. He remembered the third Hokage, the Reaper death seal, the price, the finality of it. And more importantly, he remembered something else. A story, not from scrolls from Sasuke, about masks, about the Uzumaki. About a place where death was not just an end, but a contract. Naruto's expression changed slightly, so it exists. Kurama spoke quietly inside him. You're not thinking of using that, Naruto replied. I already decided. Part 3, decision. Naruto turned to Minato and Tsunade. His voice was calm, stay here, a pause, and reinforce barriers. Minato frowned slightly. Naruto continued. I'll return shortly. Kushina stepped forward. Where are you going? Naruto answered simply, to a place that remembers death properly. Part 4, the Uzumaki Mask Temple. The ruins were silent, hidden deep, forgotten by most of the world, but not by blood. Naruto stood before the sealed entrance. The air itself felt heavy. Kurama spoke. This place is older than most villages. Naruto nodded. I know. He stepped inside. Part 5, the rows of masks lined the interior. Each one still carried weight. Each one still carried consequence. Naruto walked slowly, then stopped. One mask, he picked it up, no hesitation. Kurama spoke. "That is the Reaper Seal conduit." Naruto replied. "I know." A pause. "But I need something from it." Part 6. Return back at the house, Minato, Kushina, and Tsunade were waiting. When Naruto returned holding the mask, the atmosphere changed instantly. Kushina's eyes widened slightly. "That's not something you casually hold." Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "Naruto, explain." Naruto placed the mask down briefly. "It's a tool." Minato's expression tightened. "A very dangerous one." Naruto nodded. "I know." Part 7. Calm before the invocation, Naruto looked at them. "Stay outside the room." A pause. "Barrier the area." Minato hesitated. "You're planning a summoning technique," Naruto replied. "Yes." Kushina stepped closer. "Naruto, if this is what I think it is," Naruto interrupted calmly, "I understand the cost." Silence. Then Tsunade spoke. "Then don't do it alone." Naruto shook his head. "I have to." Part 8. The mask is worn. Naruto placed the mask over his face. The air changed instantly. Pressure dropped. Something beyond perception stirred. Kurama spoke quietly. "Now it notices you." Naruto closed his eyes, then formed hand seals, slow, precise, ancient sequence. Part 9. The arrival of the Shinigami. The space split, not physically, but conceptually. A presence appeared, immense, silent, unmoving. The Shinigami, it observed Naruto without expression. Silence stretched, then it spoke. "Uzumaki." Naruto bowed his head slightly. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." A pause. "Main branch of the Uzumaki clan." He lifted his gaze. "I request your assistance." Part 10. The request. The Shinigami remained silent. Naruto continued. "I am not asking for destruction." A pause. "Only restoration." Minato's chakra network, broken pathways, interrupted flow systems. Naruto spoke clearly. "Reconstruct his chakra channels." Silence. Kurama whispered. "You're negotiating with death itself." Naruto replied internally. "I know." Part 11. The answer. The Shinigami finally responded. "You understand what this implies?" Naruto nodded. "Yes." A pause. "And I accept the terms." Silence. Then, "Very well." Part 12. Restoration. The Shinigami extended its presence. Chains of spiritual energy manifested. They touched Minato, not violently, but precisely. Minato's body reacted immediately. Chakra pathways ignited with structure. Rebuilding, not repair, reconstruction at foundational level. Tsunade's eyes widened. "That's impossible," Kushina whispered. "His channels are actually reforming." Part 13. Completion. The Shinigami completed the process. Then paused. It looked at Naruto. "Do not call me again for trivial matters." A pause. "Or I will take your soul." Naruto nodded. "I understand." Silence. The presence vanished. Part 14. Aftermath. Minato collapsed slightly, but not in pain, in relief. Breathing stabilized. Chakra flow restored, fully functional. Tsunade stepped forward immediately. "It worked." Kushina looked at Naruto. "You actually did it." Naruto removed the mask slowly. "Yes." A pause. "Now it's stable." Kurama spoke quietly. "You just negotiated with death and won." Naruto replied. "I didn't win." A pause. "I just paid correctly." End of Chapter 40. 1 Chapter 42. The weight of restoration. When something broken becomes whole again, the world does not return to what it was. It learns to fear what it can now become. Part 1. Morning after Konoha was quieter than it had been in days, not peaceful. Just recovering. Medical teams were still moving through districts, but the worst had passed. The invasion was over. And yet, everyone felt it. Something fundamental had shifted. Part 2. Minato's return inside the central residence. Minato sat upright for the first time without strain. He flexed his hand slightly. Then closed it. Chakra flowed, clean, stable, complete. Kushina exhaled sharply. "It's really back." Minato nodded slowly. "Not just back." A pause. "It feels rebuilt." Tsunade, standing nearby, narrowed her eyes. "That shouldn't be possible." Minato looked at her. "And yet it is." Part 3. The name that changed everything. Naruto stood by the window, silent, watching the village. Kurama spoke quietly inside him. You changed him, Naruto replied. I restored what was interrupted. Kurama responded, there is a difference. Naruto didn't answer immediately then, I know. Part 4, Tsunade's assessment. Tsunade stepped closer. That technique you used. Naruto turned slightly. It is not something you keep private. A pause. The entire village will eventually know what you did. Naruto nodded. I expected that. Tsunade studied him. You summoned death itself. Naruto corrected calmly. I negotiated with it. Silence. Part 5, Kushina's silence. Kushina looked at Naruto differently now. Not as a child, not as a shinobi, but as something closer to a structural force. You understand what this makes you in the eyes of other villages? Naruto replied. Yes. A pause. A risk. Kurama spoke quietly. A center of imbalance. Naruto added, or correction. Part 6, Minato's perspective. Minato stood slowly. He tested his chakra flow again, perfect continuity, no breaks, no resistance. He exhaled. I can fight again at full capacity. A pause, then he looked at Naruto. You didn't just heal me. Naruto met his gaze. I know. Minato continued. You reconstructed me. Naruto nodded once. Yes. Silence. Part 7, the village response. By midday, information had already spread, not details, but outcomes. Minato's recovery. The end of the invasion. Naruto's role in both. Shikaku stood in the Hokage office. We are no longer dealing with a standard shinobi hierarchy. Fugaku added. He is outside classification. Hayashi nodded slowly. Not clan level, not village level. A pause. System level. Part 8, Naruto alone. Later, Naruto stood outside the residence. Kurama spoke quietly. You are being redefined by others. Naruto replied, I noticed. Kurama continued. And you are not resisting it. Naruto paused then. There is no reason to. Part 9, Sasuke and Sarada Hospital, wing inside the medical facility. Sasuke slowly regained full awareness. Sarada was already sitting upright. Sasuke looked at her briefly. You're stable. Sarada nodded. So are you? A pause. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you remember? Sarada hesitated. The village fighting, and Naruto. Sasuke closed her eyes for a moment. Of course. Part 10, Gaara's departure at the village gates. Gaara prepared to return to the sand. Her team waited behind her. But she did not move immediately. Shukaku spoke quietly. You are thinking about him, Gaara replied. No. A pause. I am evaluating what he is. Shukaku responded. And Gaara turned slightly toward Konoha. He is not a person you compare to others. A pause. He is a reference point. Then she left. Part 11. Karin's integration. Inside the Uzumaki Archives section of Konoha, Karin ran her fingers over sealed scrolls. Kushina stood nearby. You're allowed access now. Karin blinked. All of this is mine, Kushina corrected gently. Ours. A pause. Karin whispered. I didn't know we had this much history. Kushina replied. Most people don't. Part 12, Naruto and Minato. That evening, Minato stood beside Naruto. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Minato said, You gave me something I didn't think I'd have again. Naruto looked at him. What? Minato answered simply. Time. Silence. Kurama spoke quietly. That is more dangerous than power. Naruto replied internally. I know. Part 13, final quiet. The village was stable again. But not unchanged. Something had been added to its foundation. Not destruction, not fear, but awareness. Naruto stood at the edge of the balcony, watching, thinking. Kurama spoke softly. What comes next? Naruto replied. I don't know yet. A pause, but it will respond to this. End of Chapter 42, Chapter 43. The village after war restored. Continuation. After war, a village does not become peaceful. It becomes aware of everything it survived. Part 1, the quiet that follows war. Konoha had entered a strange state, not peace. Not tension, something in between. Reconstruction teams moved through damaged districts. Clans coordinated repairs without waiting for orders. Even civilians had begun to act faster, more decisively. It was as if the village itself had learned from the invasion. Part 2, the council aftermath in the Hokage chamber, the leadership gathered again. Tsunade broke the silence first. We held. Shikaku corrected immediately. We adapted. Minato stood near the window, looking out over the village. This isn't the same Konoha anymore. Fugaku added quietly, it's stronger. Hayashi shook his head slightly, or more dangerous. All of them paused, then their eyes shifted again to Naruto. He didn't react. Part 3, Naruto's position. Naruto stood slightly away from the center of the room. Not as a leader, not as a subordinate. Just as the reason everyone was reevaluating everything. Tsunade finally spoke. You understand what you've become in their reports now. Naruto replied calmly, I didn't change the reports. A pause. I changed the outcomes. Kurama's voice echoed inside him, and that is worse for politics than destruction. Naruto didn't respond. Part 4, Minato's recovery. Truth. Minato flexed his hand again. Chakra flowed perfectly, reconstructed. Not repaired, rewritten. He looked at Naruto. This is still hard to accept. Naruto tilted his head slightly. What part? Minato answered, that my entire system was restored not by medical ninjutsu, but by rewriting its foundation. Silence. Tsunade added, that technique shouldn't exist in human hands. Naruto replied, I didn't create it. A pause. I just applied it correctly. Part 5, Sasuke in silence. Hospital wing. Sasuke sat upright, no longer unconscious, but not fully settled either. Itachi stood beside her. You're thinking too much. Sasuke replied quietly, I'm not thinking enough. Itachi looked at her. She continued, when I fight him, it doesn't feel like competition. A pause. It feels like distance. Itachi said nothing, because he understood. Part 6, Sarada's control. Elsewhere, Sarada trained alone. Her Mokuton reacted differently now, not unstable, not wild, but responsive. Obito observed silently. You stopped forcing it. Sarada nodded. I stopped resisting it. Obito's expression remained unreadable. Good. Part 7, Gaara's reflection in Sunagakure. Gaara stood on a rooftop. Shukaku spoke quietly. You think about him again. Gaara answered, I analyze him again. A pause. There's a difference. Shukaku responded, no, there isn't. Gaara did not argue. Part 8, Reconstruction of the village mindset. Back in Konoha, Shikaku reviewed reports. Patterns were forming, not of damage, but of behavior change. Civilians responded faster. Genin training improved naturally. Clan cooperation increased without political pressure. Shikaku muttered, the village is reorganizing itself. Tsunade asked, because of Naruto? Shikaku replied, because of what happened around him. Part 9, Naruto alone again. Naruto stood on the Hokage monument later that day. Wind passed over the stone faces. Kurama spoke quietly. They are all adjusting to you, Naruto answered. I know. Kurama continued. Do you understand what happens when systems adapt around a single variable? Naruto paused. They become dependent on it. Kurama, exactly. Silence. Naruto looked over the village. Then I need to make sure I don't break. Part 10, final moment of the chapter. Minato joined him later. Standing beside him, no formal distance, just family. Minato said, you realize something important today? Naruto asked. What? Minato replied. You are no longer inside the system. A pause. You are part of its foundation. Naruto didn't respond immediately then. That doesn't change what I am. Minato nodded. No, a pause. But it changes what the world expects from you. End of chapter 43, restored chapter 44. Quiet schemes. Some wars are not fought on battlefields, but in the silence between two people who don't yet understand what they are to each other. Part 1, a different kind of council in a calmer corner of Konoha. Far from the Hokage discussions and reconstruction reports, Kushina and Mikoto sat together. No uniforms, no clan politics, just two mothers. For a moment there was silence, then Kushina spoke first. They're both terrible at talking. Mikoto gave a small, knowing smile. That's an understatement. Part 2, the topic they keep avoiding. Kushina leaned forward slightly. So tell me honestly, a pause. Do you see it too? Mikoto didn't answer immediately. She already knew what Kushina meant. Yes, another pause. Sasuke changes when Naruto is involved. Kushina nodded, and Naruto, she hesitated. He doesn't change, but he pays attention differently. Silence settled between them. Part 3, two children who don't notice Kushina side. They could solve half the village's emotional problems if they just talked properly. Mikoto replied calmly. They would rather fight 10 Jonin squads than say what they feel. Kushina smirked. Sounds like Uzumaki stubbornness, Mikoto added, and Uchiha pride. They both paused, then almost at the same time. That's the problem. Part 4, the plan begins. Kushina crossed her arms. I'm not saying we interfere. Mikoto looked at her immediately. Kushina continued, but we can create situations. Mikoto narrowed her eyes slightly. Situations? Kushina nodded. Team missions, training matches, recovery routines. A pause. Nothing obvious. Mikoto exhaled slowly. So manipulation? Kushina smiled. Let's call it encouragement. Part 5, Mikoto's concern. Mikoto's voice lowered slightly. Sasuke is not emotionally predictable right now. Kushina nodded. I know. A pause, but Naruto stabilizes her more than anyone else. Mikoto looked away briefly. That's what worries me. Kushina tilted her head. Why? Mikoto answered honestly. Because Sasuke doesn't realize it yet. Part 6, Kushina's logic. Kushina stood up slightly. I've seen Naruto under pressure. She paused. He doesn't attach to people easily. A beat. But when he does, her voice softened slightly. He becomes constant. Mikoto studied her. And Sasuke, Kushina replied simply. She's the first thing I've seen make him pause longer than necessary. Silence, that was enough. Part 7, the first accidental plan. Mikoto finally spoke. If we do this, Kushina nodded, we do it carefully. A pause, no forcing. No direct talk, Mikoto added, and no emotional pressure. Kushina smirked. We're mothers, not Anbu. Mikoto gave a faint smile. Sometimes that's more dangerous. Part 8, outside the room, unknown to them. In another part of Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke were both training separately. Different locations, same time, same silence. Kurama spoke inside Naruto. Something is being decided about you. Naruto replied calmly. I noticed. Kurama added, it involves emotional variables. Naruto paused slightly. That sounds unnecessary. Kurama responded, so does your entire existence from a political perspective. Naruto didn't argue. Part 9, final moment. Back in the room. Kushina and Mikoto stood together at the window. Kushina said quietly, if this works, Mikoto finished the thought, they won't even notice it happened. A pause. Then Kushina added with a small grin, that's the best kind of success. Mikoto didn't disagree. Outside, Konoha continued rebuilding. Completely unaware that its future relationships were already being quietly arranged. End of Chapter 44, Chapter 45. Forced proximity, the most dangerous plans are the ones that don't look like plans at all. Part 1, mission assignment. Konoha mission board was unusually calm. Too calm. Shikaku placed a scroll on the table. This is a standard escort mission. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Explain why Sasuke and Naruto are both on it. Shikaku didn't look up. Skill distribution. A pause. And stability control. Minato glanced at the scroll. That's a strange way to phrase it. Shikaku replied flatly, it is the most efficient one. Part 2, what no one says out loud. Sasuke stood near the gate. Naruto arrived moments later. Neither asked questions. Neither objected. Kurama spoke quietly inside Naruto. This is not coincidence. Naruto replied. I know. Kurama continued. It is structured proximity. Naruto paused slightly. I noticed. He didn't sound bothered, just aware. Part 3, the escort target a merchant convoy from a neutral country. Low-level risk classification, but heavily reinforced. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. You saw the mission details? Naruto nodded. Yes. Silence, Sasuke added. This is too simple. Naruto replied calmly. Yes, a pause. But that's the point. Sasuke frowned slightly. What point? Naruto didn't answer. Part 4, first day of travel. The road was quiet. Too quiet for two people like them. The convoy kept distance. No one wanted to interrupt the space between Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke eventually spoke. "You're quieter than usual." Naruto replied, "I'm always quiet." Sasuke looked at him briefly. "That's not true." A pause. "Naruto, it is in reports." Sasuke didn't respond immediately then. "Reports are stupid." Naruto paused slightly. "Agreed." Part 5, small disturbance halfway through the route. A minor ambush attempt, 4 attackers, no real threat level. Sasuke moved first. Naruto didn't. He simply watched, fast resolution, done in seconds. Silence returned. Sasuke sheathed her weapon. "That was unnecessary." Naruto replied, "It was expected." Sasuke glanced at him. "You didn't help." Naruto answered calmly, "You didn't need help." A pause. That statement lingered longer than the fight. Part 6, night camp. They stopped for the night. Fire lit, convoy resting. Distance between people naturally increased, except between 2 individuals who didn't move closer, but also didn't move away. Sasuke broke the silence. "You've changed since the war." Naruto looked at the fire. "I didn't change." A pause. "I just stopped ignoring things." Sasuke narrowed her eyes slightly. "Like what?" Naruto didn't answer immediately. Kurama spoke quietly, careful. Naruto finally said, "Patterns." Sasuke didn't understand fully, but she didn't push further. Part 7, observation from afar, far away. Kushina and Makoto reviewed mission progress reports. Kushina smiled slightly. "They're talking more than expected," Makoto replied. "Barely." Kushina leaned back. "That's still progress." Makoto added quietly, "They don't realize they are being more honest already." Kushina nodded. "That's the best stage." Part 8, a moment 2, still back at camp. Wind passed through trees. Sasuke looked at Naruto again. "Do you trust people easily?" Naruto answered without hesitation. "No." A pause. "Sasuke, do you trust anyone?" Naruto thought for a moment. "Some." Sasuke waited, but he didn't elaborate. And strangely, she didn't feel the need to ask again. Part 9, what neither notices, the distance between them didn't decrease. But something else did. Resistance, not gone, just softer. Kurama spoke quietly. "This is inefficient." Naruto replied, "I know, Kurama, yet you are not stopping it." Naruto looked at the fire. "No." A pause. "I'm observing it." Part 10, end of mission phase 1. The convoy remained safe. No major threats, no escalation, yet both Sasuke and Naruto returned with something slightly different than when they left. Not power, not injury, awareness. And behind the scenes, 2 mothers reviewed the success of a plan that didn't officially exist. End of Chapter 45, Chapter 46. The accident that didn't stay an accident. Some moments don't change the world because they are planned, but because too many eyes see them happen at once. Part 1, Academy graduation. Gathering. The Konoha Shinobi Academy, graduates gathered in a rare moment of celebration. No missions. No battles, just food, noise, and the uneasy calm after war. A barbecue place had been reserved for the entire graduating class. Sasuke sat slightly apart from the group. Naruto stood near the food tables, unconcerned, as usual. The atmosphere was fragilely normal. Part 2, too many people, too little space. The crowd was packed tightly. Students pushed, laughed, argued, and moved around constantly. Someone bumped into someone else bumped into Naruto, and then a stronger push from behind. Naruto stepped forward to regain balance. At the exact same time, Sasuke turned slightly without noticing the crowd behind her. Part 3, the collision time didn't stop. But it slowed for everyone who saw it. Naruto moved forward from the push. Sasuke turned at the wrong angle, and they met in the middle, accidentally, perfectly aligned. A brief contact, too brief to understand, too clear to ignore. Part 4, silence for half a second. Everything froze, no one spoke. No one moved, even the noise of the barbecue felt distant. Naruto stepped back first. Sasuke didn't move immediately. Her expression was unreadable, but her eyes shifted slightly. Not anger, not shock, something more complicated. Part 5, the explosion of reactions. Then reality returned. Someone from the academy shouted, "They kissed." Another voice, "That was real." Suddenly, the entire graduating class erupted, confusion, shouting, shock, excitement. Rumors forming instantly faster than logic. Naruto stood still. That was not intentional. Kurama inside him responded immediately, I am aware. A pause. So is everyone else. Part 6. Sasuke's reaction. Sasuke slowly raised a hand to her face, not fully reacting, not fully ignoring it either. A rare pause in her usual control. Idiot crowd, she muttered it, but there was no real heat behind it, only tension, and something else she didn't name. Part 7. Naruto's response. Naruto looked at the crowd, then at Sasuke, then back at the crowd again. This is inefficient. Kurama, you are underestimating emotional chaos in adolescence. Naruto, I'm not participating in it. Kurama, you already did. Part 8. Kushina and Mikoto watching from distance from across the street. Kushina nearly dropped her drink. That wasn't part of the plan. Mikoto remained quiet for a moment, then, that wasn't planned by anyone. Kushina narrowed her eyes. It still counts. Mikoto? No, a pause. It doesn't, Kushina sighed. They're going to talk about this for years. Mikoto finally nodded slightly. Yes. Part 9. Sasuke walks away. Sasuke turned and walked away from the group. No explanation, no reaction. But she didn't return to her seat either. Naruto watched her leave. He didn't follow. Kurama spoke quietly. You are not going to say anything. Naruto replied, there is nothing to correct. A pause. It was an accident. Kurama, the village does not process accidents that cleanly. Naruto, I noticed. Part 10. The aftermath spreads instantly within minutes. Entire. Academy Gossip Network activated versions of the event multiplied accidental kiss. Became confirmed. Relationship. In under an hour, Jonin began receiving confused reports. Even Anbu noted unusual emotional disturbance among students, and somewhere in all of it, Sasuke and Naruto both remained silent. For entirely different reasons, but with the same result, no denial. Part 11. Final moment. Naruto stood alone near the edge of the gathering. Kurama spoke. This will escalate. Naruto replied, I know. Kurama, do you intend to correct it? Naruto paused. No, a beat. It doesn't affect missions. Kurama, that is not how humans work. Naruto, I am aware. But he didn't move to fix anything. End of Chapter 46. Chapter 47. After the rumor in Konoha, truth spreads slowly. Rumor spreads instantly. Emotion spreads fastest of all. Part 1. The village already knows by morning, Konoha was different. Not structurally, socially. People looked at each other differently in the streets. Whispers replaced normal conversation. Every academy student had a version of the story. None of them matched, but all of them agreed on one thing: Naruto and Sasuke had something. Part 2. Sasuke's silence. Sasuke did not attend the academy building. She trained alone instead. Harder than usual, faster than usual. Sharper than usual, but her mind was not fully in the movements. Itachi watched her from a distance. You're overcorrecting. Sasuke didn't stop. I'm not correcting anything. A pause. Itachi, you are avoiding something. Sasuke's hand tightened slightly. No answer, that was the answer. Part 3. Naruto's side. Naruto stood on the Hokage monument. Wind moving through the stone faces. Kurama spoke inside him. The village is unstable emotionally. Naruto replied, it's noise. Kurama, it is social pressure. Naruto, I'm not part of it. Kurama paused. That is the problem. Naruto didn't respond. Part 4. Kushina and Mikoto again. Kushina leaned against a wall. They're both ignoring it. Mikoto nodded. That's predictable. Kushina smirked slightly. So we just wait, Mikoto replied calmly. No, a pause. We adjust conditions again. Kushina's eyes lit slightly. Subtle, Mikoto, always. Part 5. Forced interaction assignment later that day. Shikaku placed a mission scroll on the table. This is a patrol assignment. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Why is it paired again? Shikaku didn't look up. Border monitoring efficiency. Minato read the scroll silently, then paused. Naruto and Sasuke again. Silence. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. This is becoming repetitive. Shikaku replied, it is becoming controlled. Part 6, Sasuke finds out. Sasuke looked at the mission scroll. Again. The Anbu messenger nodded and left immediately. Sasuke exhaled slowly. Ridiculous. She still accepted it, without refusal. Part 7, Naruto accepts without comment. Naruto received the same scroll. He looked at it, then at the messenger. Understood. That was all. Kurama spoke. You are not questioning this pattern. Naruto, I see it. Kurama and Naruto paused. It continues regardless. Part 8, first meeting after the rumor at the village gate. Naruto and Sasuke stood again, same distance as before. But not the same atmosphere. There was awareness now. Sasuke spoke first. Are you going to say anything about yesterday? Naruto replied immediately. No. A pause. Sasuke, good. Silence. Kurama spoke quietly. That was expected. Naruto, yes. Part 9, walking together again. They moved out of the village, side by side. Not closer, not further, just aligned by mission structure. Sasuke glanced at him briefly. You're not uncomfortable, Naruto replied. It was an accident. Sasuke, people don't treat it like one. Naruto, I noticed. A pause. Then, it still doesn't change the mission. Sasuke looked forward again. Of course you would say that, but she didn't sound annoyed. Part 10, Kushina's observation from the village gates far behind them. Kushina smiled slightly. They're talking again. Mikoto nodded. Barely, Kushina, that's enough. Mikoto added quietly for now. Part 11, Kurama's final comment inside Naruto. You are ignoring emotional consequences. Naruto, I am acknowledging them. Kurama, you are not responding to them. Naruto paused. Not yet. Kurama went silent for a moment. That may be worse. Naruto didn't answer, but he didn't deny it either. End of Chapter 47. Chapter 48. Drinks, secrets, and badly hidden truths in Konoha. Serious decisions are never made in formal meetings. They are made when people stop pretending to be serious. Part 1, the rumor reaches the wrong person. Fugaku Uchiha stood still for a long time. The message had been simple, too simple. Your daughter and Uzumaki Naruto, incident, public. That was enough. His expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room did. Then he stood up. I'm going to the Hokage residence. Part 2, Mikoto intercepts the disaster. Mikoto arrived at the same time. She didn't ask questions. Because she already knew. You heard. Fugaku nodded once. I heard enough. A pause. Where is Minato? Mikoto sighed softly. At home. Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly. Good, that was not reassuring. That was dangerous. Part 3, the arrival at Minato's house. Minato opened the door. And immediately froze. Fugaku stood outside. Mikoto beside him, both wearing the exact expression of this conversation will happen whether you like it or not. Minato blinked once. This feels like an interrogation. Mikoto answered calmly. It is not. Fugaku added, not yet. Part 4, the drinks appear too fast somehow. Within minutes, tea became sake. The conversation became softer. And the tension became slightly less homicidal. Minato exhaled. So that's what this is about. Fugaku leaned forward. Explain. Minato looked confused. Which part? Fugaku's eye twitched slightly. The kiss. Silence. Then Minato slowly nodded. Ah. Part 5, the misunderstanding that isn't fully a misunderstanding. Minato rubbed his forehead. It was an accident. Fugaku stared. An accident? Minato nodded. Yes, a pause. Crowded barbecue, push, bad timing. Mikoto quietly added, that part is true. Fugaku didn't relax, and the village reaction. Minato sighed, out of control. Mikoto nodded. That part is also true. Fugaku slowly sat down. So my daughter is now part of a political incident. Minato replied calmly, technically, yes. Part 6, the unexpected revelation. Fugaku took a sip of sake, then paused. Looked at Minato again. Your chakra feels different. Minato blinked. It should. Fugaku narrowed his eyes. Explain. Minato leaned back slightly. Naruto restored my entire chakra network. Silence. Fugaku froze. What? Minato nodded. Complete reconstruction, not healing. Mikoto quietly added, he used Uzumaki methods. Fugaku slowly set the cup down. That boy, Minato continued. is not what we originally thought. Part 7, the conversation slips out of control. Fugaku stared at the ceiling for a moment. Then said, "If your chakra is restored," Minato nodded. "Yes," Fugaku continued. "And Naruto is stable enough to perform that level of reconstruction." Minato nodded again. "Yes." Fugaku turned slowly toward Mikoto. "Then there is no structural weakness left in the village." "Silence," Mikoto replied. "That is correct." Fugaku took another sip. "Good." A pause. "Then we can proceed." Minato blinked. "Proceed with what?" Fugaku answered immediately. "The future arrangement." Mikoto sighed. Fugaku, but it was too late. Part 8, the word that should not be said yet. Fugaku looked completely serious. "Marriage." Silence. Minato nearly choked on his drink. "What?" Mikoto closed her eyes. "You're moving too fast." Fugaku replied calmly. "No, I am adjusting early." Minato raised a hand. "We are talking about teenagers." Fugaku nodded. "Yes." A pause. "Highly dangerous teenagers." Minato, "That is not a valid classification." Fugaku, "It should be." Part 9, Mikoto's quiet observation. Mikoto finally spoke. "Sasuke is not stable enough for decisions like that." Fugaku didn't argue. "I know." A pause then. "But she is stable around him." Silence. Minato slowly looked at Mikoto. Mikoto didn't deny it. She just said quietly, "That is what worries me." Part 10, final state of the room. 3 cups were empty. 1 table was slightly broken from emotional pressure. And the conversation had gone far beyond what anyone intended. Minato leaned back. "We are not actually planning anything." Fugaku replied, "Not yet." Mikoto added calmly, "We are observing." Silence. Outside, Konoha continued rebuilding. Completely unaware that inside one house, the future had just been discussed over alcohol. End of Chapter 48. Chapter 49. The house where everything collides. When families, secrets, and emotions enter the same room, even silence becomes loud. Part 1, Sasuke learns the truth. Sasuke returned home late. The house was quiet, too quiet. Mikoto stood in the hallway waiting. Sasuke immediately noticed her expression. Something happened. Mikoto didn't deny it. "Yes." A pause. Sasuke narrowed her eyes slightly. "What?" Mikoto hesitated for the first time. "We spoke about you." Silence. Sasuke's chakra subtly shifted. "With who?" Mikoto answered. "Fugaku, Minato, Kushina." A pause. Sasuke's expression hardened. "About what exactly?" Mikoto looked at her directly. "Naruto." Silence. The temperature in the room dropped. Part 2, Sasuke's reaction. "You had no right." Mikoto stayed calm. "We didn't decide anything." Sasuke's voice lowered. "You discussed my life without me." A pause. Mikoto replied softly, "We discussed what is already happening." That stopped Sasuke for a moment, not because she agreed, but because she didn't have an immediate answer. Part 3, Sarada's confession at the Uzumaki residence. Sarada stood nervously in front of Kushina and Tsunade. "I need to say something." Kushina blinked. "That sounds serious." Sarada nodded. "I think I'm in love with Naruto." Silence. Tsunade froze mid-sip. Kushina stared for exactly 2 seconds. Then slowly, "Oh," Sarada quickly added, "I saw him with Sasuke." "I understand it doesn't make sense, but..." Tsunade raised a hand. "It doesn't need to make sense." Kushina leaned forward slightly. "Why him?" Sarada paused. "Because when he is there, I don't feel unstable." Silence. That answer was enough. Part 4, unexpected approval. Tsunade sighed. "You have terrible timing." Sarada blinked. Kushina smirked slightly. "But your reasoning is solid." A pause. "And your chakra control has improved because of him." Sarada looked up. "So, is that a yes?" Tsunade shrugged. "I'm not your mother." Kushina added immediately, "But I approve." Sarada froze. "Really?" Kushina nodded. "But don't expect it to be simple." Part 5, the second house. Later that day, Tsunade and Jiraiya walked together toward Minato's house. Jiraiya sighed. "This feels like walking into a political disaster." Tsunade replied. "It is." Jiraiya grinned. "So why are we going?" Tsunade. "Because Sarada already chose." Jiraiya paused. "Oh, then, well, I approve too." Tsunade glanced at him. "Of course you do." Part 6, arrival at Minato's home. Minato opened the door, then stopped. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, Fugaku, Mikoto all in one place. He blinked once. This is not normal. Fugaku replied calmly, it is becoming normal. Minato stepped aside slowly. Please come in before I regret asking why. Part 7, 3 families, 1 topic inside the house. The atmosphere stabilized into something dangerous, not hostility, but convergence. Fugaku spoke first. There are too many interpretations of recent events. Jiraiya leaned back. You mean the kiss? Silence, Minato sighed. Yes. Tsunade added, and Sarada's confession. Minato nearly dropped his cup. What? Kushina nodded calmly. That happened. Mikoto closed her eyes briefly. Yes. Fugaku slowly looked at Minato. So now, there are multiple claimants to Uzumaki Naruto's emotional attention. Minato, please don't phrase it like that. Part 8, the Anbu arrival, a sudden knock. Then the door opened without waiting. Anbu entered, immediately bowed. Emergency summons. Everyone turned. Anbu continued. All individuals present are requested to assemble at Minato Namikaze's residence. A pause. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sarada have also been notified. Silence, Jiraiya whispered. Oh, this is definitely getting worse. Tsunade, we are already there. Fugaku stood up slowly. Then we will wait for them, Mikoto added quietly. Now it becomes real. Part 9, 3 paths converging outside. Naruto received the message. Sasuke received the message. Sarada received the message. 3 different reactions, same destination. Kurama spoke inside Naruto. All variables are converging. Naruto replied calmly, I noticed. Kurama, this is no longer coincidence. Naruto, it stopped being coincidence a long time ago. End of Chapter 49, Chapter 50. The most dangerous living room in Konoha no battlefield had ever made Naruto as cautious as a room full of parents with too much free time. Part 1, Arrival. The Anbu opened the door. Please, enter. Naruto stepped inside first. Sasuke followed 1 step behind. Sarada entered last. The moment all 3 crossed the doorway, they stopped. The living room was full. Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Fugaku, Mikoto. 6 of the most influential people in Konoha, all sitting around the same table. Several empty sake bottles rested between them. And every pair of eyes turned toward the 3 young shinobi. Silence, an uncomfortable, very uncomfortable silence. Part 2, 3 different realizations. Sasuke's face slowly lost its color. Yesterday's conversation with her mother returned instantly. We discussed Naruto, Minato, Kushina. Her heartbeat skipped. No, they actually gathered everyone. She suddenly understood why her parents were here. And immediately wished she hadn't. Sarada looked from face to face. Tsunade, father, mother, then the Uchiha family. Her eyebrows rose. Why are Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto here? She understood perfectly why her parents had come. After all, she had confessed everything. But the Uchihas, that made no sense. Naruto silently observed the room. 1 glance, 1 sweep, 1 conclusion, nothing on his face changed. Part 3, Kurama finally breaks inside Naruto's subconscious. Kurama stared into the distance, then looked at the enormous gate. Then back toward Naruto, for exactly 3 seconds. The Ninetales remained silent, then he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. The enormous fox actually rolled onto his back. His tails struck the ground repeatedly. I knew it. Ha 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 ha. I absolutely knew this was coming. Naruto remained perfectly calm. Explain. Kurama laughed even harder. They're trying to arrange your future. Ha 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 ha. The adults have formed an alliance. Naruto blinked once. An alliance. Kurama wiped imaginary tears from his eyes. Look around. 1 side, the other side. And you standing exactly in the middle. Ha 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 ha. This is better than any theater. Part 4, the silence continues back in reality. No one spoke. Jiraiya looked at Naruto. Then at Sasuke, then at Sarada, then quietly reached for another cup of sake. I'm going to need this. Minato rubbed his forehead. Probably. Tsunade sighed deeply. Who starts? Nobody volunteered. Part 5, Kushina gives up waiting. Kushina finally clapped her hands once. All right. Everyone looked at her. We're all adults. Another pause. So let's stop pretending this meeting happened by accident. Naruto nodded slightly. I assumed it didn't. Kushina pointed at him. See, he already knows. Kurama's laughter echoed again inside Naruto. Of course he knows. He just doesn't know how ridiculous this is. Part 6. Sasuke connects the dots. Sasuke slowly turned toward her parents. Yesterday, Fugaku calmly nodded. Yes. You actually discussed it. Mikoto answered softly. We discussed possibilities. Sasuke's face became even redder. Without asking me, Fugaku replied without hesitation. We didn't make a decision, a pause, we merely talked. Sasuke covered part of her face with one hand. Father. Part 7. Sarada's surprise. Sarada suddenly looked toward Tsunade. Wait, you told them? Tsunade calmly shook her head. No. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. We may have mentioned. Sarada's eyes widened. Father. Jiraiya immediately raised both hands. I only said you have good taste. Sarada buried her face in her hands. I want the ground to open. Part 8. Naruto finally speaks. The room became quiet again. Naruto looked around once, then calmly asked the only question that mattered. Why was I summoned? The entire room froze, even Kurama stopped laughing. Minato coughed awkwardly. Well, nobody answered because suddenly, nobody knew how to explain it. Part 9. The fox cannot stop inside the seal. Kurama began laughing again. This is magnificent. The strongest shinobi in the village, the Hokage, the heads of the Uchiha, one of the legendary Sannin. And nobody has the courage to answer one 12-year-old boy. Naruto ignored him, mostly. Part 10. The beginning of chaos finally. Fugaku placed his cup on the table. We should speak honestly. Tsunade nodded. Agreed. Kushina nodded. Absolutely. Mikoto sighed. There's no turning back now. Sasuke looked like she wanted to disappear. Sarada looked like she wanted to disappear even faster. Naruto simply waited, calm, patient, completely unaware that he was about to become the center of the most awkward family discussion in the history of Konoha. End of Chapter 50, Chapter 51. Words that could no longer be avoided. The hardest conversations are not the ones filled with anger. They are the ones where everyone chooses to be honest. Part 1. Breaking the silence. No one spoke. For nearly an entire minute, the only sound in the room was the crackling of the fireplace. Naruto remained standing calmly. Sasuke stared at the floor. Sarada wished she could disappear. Finally, Fugaku stood. He looked first at his daughter, then at Naruto, then at everyone gathered around the table. Enough. The room became completely silent. Part 2. Fugaku speaks. I have never believed in forcing my children to choose their own future. His voice was calm, measured. As a father, he glanced at Sasuke, I only have one responsibility. To make sure that if my daughter entrusts her heart to someone. His eyes moved toward Naruto. That person possesses the character to protect it. Silence. Sasuke slowly lowered her head. Her ears had turned bright red. Part 3. Sasuke freezes. Father, her voice was barely audible. Please. Fugaku smiled faintly. One of the rare smiles only his family had ever seen. I have watched you since you were born. I know every expression you make. A pause. You believe you've hidden your feelings. Another pause. You haven't. Sasuke completely froze. Part 4. Jiraiya's turn. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Well, I guess that means it's my turn. Sarada immediately stiffened. No, please don't. Jiraiya looked at Naruto. A few days ago, Sarada came to Tsunade and me. Another pause. And confessed that she had fallen in love with you. Silence. Sarada slowly covered her face with both hands. I can't believe this is happening. Part 5. Tsunade clarifies. Before anyone could speak, Tsunade raised a hand. Enough. Everyone looked at her. I want one thing understood. She looked directly at Naruto. Nobody in this room intends to force anything. Then at Sasuke, nobody will decide your future. Then at Sarada. And nobody is asking either of you to compete. She paused. We gathered because secrets have a way of becoming poison. And this family has already suffered enough because people stayed silent. The room fell quiet again. Part 6. Kushina's gentle words. Kushina smiled warmly. When I was your age, Minato immediately interrupted. Please don't tell that story, Kushina laughed. I wasn't going to. Everyone relaxed slightly, even Sasuke managed the smallest smile. Kushina continued, I simply want all three of you to understand something. She looked at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sarada equally. Feelings are not obligations. They are not promises, and they are certainly not missions. They are something you discover over time. Part 7, Mikoto's promise. Mikoto stood beside her daughter. She gently placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. I'm sorry. Sasuke looked up in surprise. I shouldn't have discussed your feelings before you were ready. A pause. I was worried. Sasuke remained silent, then very quietly. I know, it wasn't forgiveness, but it was the first step toward it. Part 8, Naruto finally answers. Every eye in the room turned toward Naruto. He had remained silent the entire time, thinking. Not avoiding, simply processing. Finally he spoke. I understand everyone's intentions. A pause, they are kind. Another pause. But I cannot answer a question that has not yet reached me. Silence. No one understood immediately. Even Kurama stopped laughing. Tsunade tilted her head. Explain. Naruto answered calmly. I have lived 2 lives. I have experienced love. I have experienced marriage. A shadow crossed his eyes for just an instant. I also experienced losing everything. The room became painfully quiet. So, he looked at Sasuke, then at Sarada. I will never treat another person's feelings lightly. A pause. But I also refuse to answer feelings that I have not yet had time to understand. Part 9, understanding. For the first time since the meeting had begun. Nobody felt awkward. Nobody felt embarrassed. Only respect remained. Fugaku slowly nodded. That is the answer I hoped to hear, Jiraiya smiled. Good. Tsunade leaned back. So nobody is making decisions today. Naruto simply replied, no. Part 10, 2 hearts. Sasuke quietly looked at Naruto. There was no disappointment, only relief. Because he hadn't rejected her, he had simply been honest. Across the room, Sarada reached exactly the same conclusion, without either girl realizing it. Their rivalry had changed. It was no longer about winning. It had become about being understood. Part 11, Kurama's whisper inside the seal. Kurama smiled. Interesting. Naruto glanced inward. What? The fox chuckled softly. You didn't choose either path. A pause. But somehow, you closed neither of them. Naruto looked toward the window. There was no reason to. Kurama laughed quietly. You're learning. Chapter 52. A dinner to remember. Sometimes the strongest shinobi in the room are defeated by nothing more than an ordinary family dinner. Part 1, the tension finally breaks for several long seconds. No one moved. Then Kushina suddenly stood up. She clapped her hands once. That's enough serious talk. Everyone looked at her. She smiled brightly. Nobody leaves this house hungry. Minato sighed with the expression of a man who had already accepted defeat. I had a feeling you'd say that. Kushina laughed. Of course. We're having dinner. Without waiting for objections, she disappeared into the kitchen. Mikoto quietly followed. I'll help. Within moments, the atmosphere changed completely. The conversation stopped feeling like a council meeting. It became a family gathering. Part 2, the fathers. While the women prepared dinner, the men remained in the living room. Jiraiya poured another cup for Fugaku. You know, Naruto certainly attracts attention. Fugaku accepted the drink. He does. Jiraiya grinned. My daughter has excellent taste. Fugaku looked at him. My daughter noticed him first. Jiraiya laughed. That sounds like the beginning of a competition. Fugaku calmly replied, I don't compete over my daughter's happiness. Jiraiya nodded. Neither do I. Minato rubbed his forehead. Could we perhaps stop discussing my son as if he were a diplomatic agreement? The room burst into quiet laughter. Part 3, the kitchen. Meanwhile, a kitchen was much less peaceful. Kushina smiled while stirring a pot. So, she looked toward Mikoto. Your daughter is hiding in the hallway. Mikoto didn't even turn around. I know. And Sarada. Kushina smiled even wider. She's hiding on the other side. The two mothers exchanged amused looks. Neither said another word, neither needed to. Part 4, hallway encounter. Fate, however, had different plans. Sasuke stepped into the hallway. At exactly the same moment, Sarada came around the opposite corner. They stopped, looked at each other, neither spoke. Finally, Sarada sighed. "This is awkward." Sasuke nodded. "Very." Another silence, then Sarada smiled weakly. "We're probably making this worse than it really is," to Sasuke's surprise. She found herself agreeing. "Probably." Part 5, an unexpected conversation. Sarada looked down. "I'm not angry." Sasuke blinked. "Neither am I," Sarada smiled faintly. "Good." A pause. "I don't want us to become enemies because of this." Sasuke answered honestly. "Neither do I." The tension eased. Not completely, but enough. Part 6. Dinner begins. Everyone gathered around the large table. The mood had become noticeably lighter. Even Tsunade seemed more relaxed. Naruto sat quietly between Minato and Kushina, across from him. Sasuke beside her. Sarada, Kushina noticed immediately. She hid a smile. Part 7. The first joke. Jiraiya looked around the table. "This seating arrangement feels dangerous." Minato answered without looking up. "Don't." Too late. Jiraiya continued. "If anyone accidentally bumps the table." Sasuke immediately realized where he was going. "Jiraiya-sama," he smiled innocently. "I'm just saying, let's avoid another accident." Silence. Then Kushina laughed first. Even Minato couldn't hold back a smile. Sasuke covered her face. Sarada lowered her head in embarrassment. Naruto calmly continued eating. Kurama was laughing so hard inside the seal that he couldn't even form words. Part 8. Peace returns. As dinner continued, the conversation slowly shifted. Training, future missions, village reconstruction. For the first time all evening, nobody mentioned feelings, nobody mentioned marriage, nobody mentioned the kiss. It felt normal. Part 9. Naruto's question. As everyone finished eating, Naruto quietly looked at Sasuke, then at Sarada. "I have a question." Both girls looked up immediately. "So does everyone else," Naruto asked calmly. "What kind of training do each of you want to pursue next?" Silence. Sasuke blinked. Sarada blinked. That wasn't what either of them expected. Sasuke answered first. "I want to master the Sharingan." Sarada nodded. "I want to improve my sage training and Mokuden." Naruto thought for a moment, then simply said, "Then I'll help both of you." The room fell silent again. Not because of romance, because of how naturally he had said it. Part 10. Quiet smiles. Fugaku glanced toward Minato. "He's exactly like you." Minato smiled softly. "No, he's much kinder than I ever was." Kushina looked proudly at her son. Mikoto looked quietly at her daughter. Sasuke lowered her eyes, unable to stop the small smile forming on her lips. Across the table, Sarada smiled too. Neither girl noticed the other doing exactly the same thing. But the adults did. None of them commented. Some things were better left to time. End of Chapter 52. Chapter 53. 3 Paths. 1 Goal. True teamwork begins not when 3 people become the same, but when they learn to trust what makes each of them different. Part 1. A new training routine. The morning after the dinner, Konoha returned to its normal rhythm, at least. That was what most people believed. Far beyond the village walls, training ground 44 echoed with the sound of steel striking steel. Naruto stood in the center of the clearing, waiting. A few moments later, Sasuke arrived. She carried only her sword, no unnecessary equipment, not even a backpack. Soon after, Sarada appeared, carrying a scroll almost as large as herself. She sighed. "Master Jiraiya insists I bring every sealing formula he gives me." Naruto nodded. "That sounds like him." A second later, 3 more figures stepped from the trees. Itachi, Jiraiya, Obito. The 3 instructors had come together. Part 2. Dividing the training. Jiraiya crossed his arms. "We'll keep this simple." He pointed toward Sasuke. "Itachi handles Sharingan." Then toward Sarada. "I'll continue sage arts and chakra control." Finally, toward Naruto. "You," Jiraiya smiled, "are going to make sure everything works together." Naruto simply nodded. Understood. Part 3. Sasuke's lesson. Itachi unsheathed his sword. "Sasuke," she immediately stepped forward. "The Sharingan allows you to see." He raised his blade. "But seeing is meaningless if your body hesitates." The next instant, he disappeared, metal clashed, again. Sasuke blocked, dodged, countered, yet every exchange ended the same way. Itachi's wooden practice sword rested lightly against her neck. Too late, he lowered the blade. "You're watching, not predicting," Sasuke frowned. "I know." "No," Itachi smiled gently. "You understand the words, not the feeling." Part 4, Sarada's lesson on the opposite side of the field. Jiraiya observed Sarada's meditation. Again, natural energy gathered. Slowly, carefully, unlike before, it remained stable, good, but not enough. Sarada formed another seal, the earth trembled, roots erupted. A massive wooden arm emerged from the ground, then another. Within moments, a giant wooden guardian stood above the forest. Jiraiya whistled. "That's significantly larger." Sarada smiled proudly. Then, the construct lost balance. The enormous guardian stumbled sideways before collapsing into hundreds of trees. Jiraiya sighed. Control. Sarada scratched her cheek awkwardly. Still working on that. Part 5, Naruto watches. Naruto observed both lessons without speaking. Kurama asked. "Well," Naruto answered, "Sasuke trusts her eyes too much, and Sarada trusts her power too much." Kurama chuckled. "Exactly." Naruto stepped forward. Part 6, switching partners enough. Everyone looked toward Naruto. He continued, "You're learning separately, but fighting together." He pointed toward Sasuke. "You," then toward Sarada. "Attack me." Both girls blinked simultaneously. Together, Naruto nodded once. "Yes." Part 7, the first combination. Sasuke moved first. Sharing and spinning, her sword flashed toward Naruto's left side. At the exact same moment, Sarada slammed her palm against the ground. Wooden roots erupted beneath Naruto's feet. Perfect timing, perfect synchronization, for anyone else. It would have worked. Naruto vanished. Both attacks struck empty air. The next instant, he stood behind them. Better, neither had sensed him. Part 8, understanding. Naruto looked calmly at both girls. "Sasuke," she turned, "you assume your opponent reacts to your eyes. Not your intentions." She lowered her sword, then he faced Sarada. "You assume your power controls the battlefield, instead of shaping it." Sarada slowly nodded. Both absorbed every word. Part 9, the second attempt. This time, neither rushed. Sasuke waited, Sarada watched. Then, without speaking, they moved. Not simultaneously. Sequentially, Sasuke forced Naruto into motion. Sarada predicted where he would appear. Wood erupted exactly where Naruto stepped. He escaped, barely. A small smile appeared on Naruto's face. "Good." Behind them, Itachi quietly smiled. Jiraiya folded his arms proudly. Obito nodded once. They had all noticed it. Neither girl had led, neither had followed. For the first time, they had fought as equals. Part 10, sunset training ended as the sun dipped below the horizon. The three students sat on the edge of the clearing. Breathing heavily, Naruto looked toward the orange sky. "You're both improving quickly." Sarada smiled. "Thanks to you." Sasuke looked away. "Don't get used to compliments." Naruto answered with complete seriousness. "I wasn't giving one." Sarada laughed. Even Sasuke couldn't stop herself from smiling. The tension that had once separated them had become something lighter, not gone, but changing, and for the first time, the future didn't feel uncertain, it felt possible.